who are still inside the location. So we're continuing to investigate, trying to identify that person. He says female shooter walked into the bar and shot people before leaving. The woman charged with attacking Charlie Sheen at his house in Malibu was treated with no contest. Full records from yesterday show she was placed on 2 years probation with conditional release to a substance abuse treatment program. The criminal protective order was also issued. The man who planted a homemade bomb that killed his girlfriend at a day spa in Aliso Viejo has been sentenced to life in prison. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says justice has been served, but it will not defeat the trauma Stephen Beal caused when he killed his girlfriend in 2018. Mr. Beal will spend the rest of his days in a federal penitentiary. And because there's no parole in the federal system, Mr. Beal will never be able to get out to harm innocent victims again. The judge told the court yesterday that Beal wanted to kill the woman for revenge after she broke up with him. Beal was given life plus 30 years. An attorney in Pasadena has filed a $100 million claim against the feds over the rape and murder of an autistic woman. This murder could have been of my daughter or your daughter or your neighbor's daughter. And unless you stand up and file a lawsuit like this to get answers, there's going to be more murders. Attorney Brian Criswell said DHS and DHS did not follow proper protocols when letting Kayla Hamilton's accused killer into the country. He says if protocols had been followed, agents would have discovered the 16-year-old illegal immigrant was an MS-13 member. That person is accused of raping and strangling Hamilton in 2022. Scientists have discovered at least 4 new species of octopus near Costa Rica. Officials with the Schmidt Ocean Institute announced the findings Tuesday, saying an international team uncovered new species during 2 expeditions last year. The team is looking at TRUMAN off the Pacific coast, where they collected more than 300 deep sea specimens. And taking a look at KFI traffic now, we've got crash on the 10 in Mid-City. That's headed westbound just before Crenshaw Boulevard. That crash is now over to the right-hand shoulder. CC unit is on scene to help that one. In Boyle Heights on the 10 westbound on-ramp from Soto Street, there's the fire that's quickly blocking that on-ramp there. After looking, we're heading in both directions in that one. And in Anaheim Hills on the 91 westbound at the 55, there's a 4-car crash over on the right-hand shoulder. Debris is still in lanes, though, so look out for that debris. Can't find the sign. Let's get you there faster. I'm up before. All right, I want to get to that new green kitchen that you've always wanted. I was just talking about designing kitchens, right? And having a bigger perspective. Well, that's one of the reasons I send you to the kitchen store for over 50 years. It's the one place where you find every option available. Every cabinet design, every finish, every accessory that is on the market today. Everything from entry level to open custom, 12-month same as cash financing. You can pull the trigger and get moving on that kitchen project. And they'll meet or beat any price, including the big boxes, so you know the price is solid. Best of all, expert kitchen designers. Why? Because design matters most. State-of-the-art 3D design software, that's the kitchen store. Southern California's largest cabinet design showroom. Right off the 405 in Culver City. Getting started, all you have to do, go to 310kitchen.com, book an appointment for a free in-showroom consultation with one of those expert kitchen designers. Book your free in-showroom consult now at 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com. Southern weather from KFI, showers off and on, notable 60s at the beaches, upper 50s to low 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid 50s to low 60s in the county and Inland Valley, upper 40s to mid 50s in the Antelope Valley, and upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. TV local, live from the KFI 24-hour news center. I'm Brian Lewis. Do you know what websites we use to look great? Visual. Not only do they boost traffic, but they also give your website the best look at your website. At Tombstone.com, you can get images of, well, anything. And I'm talking about top-notch professional stock photos and illustrations for all budgets. And even for free. Whether you need images for your website, marketing campaign, news story, or whatever, Greece has got you covered. With flexible credit plans, subscriptions, and thousands of free images available, you can get it all without breaking the bank. And on top of all that, Dreamtime also has a no-limit rollover for credits you don't use. Unlimited download the print copies for images you purchase, exclusive buyout rights, one-of-a-kind exclusive images you won't find anywhere else. And, yeah, it gets better. for 24 AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Your home. You are home with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer. That's me. And my buddy Tina, that's right across the table from me. Say good morning to everybody again. Good morning. Did they get to hear you right at the beginning of the show and the odd comments throughout? And yet I do it. The odd to always the odd. But I get to just sit here and look at you every single segment. I am. Come on. Also, you know why I'm lucky? Today, rain and our big plane. No plane. That's our big plane. Cuddle day. It's cuddle day. Cuddle day. All right. I hit the wrong button. I was trying to. I hit the reverb button. I hit the reverb button. All right. Anyway. Looking forward to today. Looking forward to doing virtually nothing. No thing at all. All right. We are having our conversation about part 2 of our Building Your Dream Home series, a step-by-step guide. Pre-design. What is pre-design, Dean? Well, pre-design is getting ready to the most important part of the whole thing, which is your design work. Pre-design means two things. Getting your head oriented on straight about design and your project is important. And also building your design team. Now, granted, that's a whole set of things in and of itself, and that is primarily what we'll be discussing tomorrow on tomorrow's program. Is what to look for in a designer, how to build your design team. Today, I am focusing almost exclusively on you and your head, getting your head in the game. Okay. So before the break, I put out there that your job, okay, to clarify, your job in the design process is not, in fact, to have envision and come up with everything along the way. That is what a designer does. Okay, to help you get from point A to point B. You don't have to envision point B in terms of what's it going to look like, exactly, where is it going to all fit, and so on, okay? This is why you enlist a creative team. And, yeah, you don't know what they're going to come up with. That's the whole idea of working with creatives, is that creatives create, and they've got ideas that you aren't going to have, okay? Now, I've been challenged before, again, on this topic, by people who say, listen, I think I have a pretty good idea of what I want and what I want to do. Why should I get a creative involved if I already know? Well, I'll tell you why. You and I are designers. We do this for a living. And whenever we enter into a major project, and we have a pretty good idea, we look to each other. Like I will have taken point on the design, and I throw it over to Tina, and I'm like, hey, what do you think about it? Where would you go with it? And vice versa. Sometimes we work separately and independently of each other on the same project, intentionally, because we don't want to change each other's creative process, and we want to see how did the other one approach this, and then what we'll put together at the end will be somewhat of a hybrid or an amalgam, or sometimes I'll just throw my design on the floor and say, let's go with yours. I really like that. I love that idea. I hadn't thought of doing it that way. This is what we want. We want as many creative options as possible. before we make that commitment. We also want to make sure that all the problems are getting solved. Now, what do I mean by that? So, well, first of all, your job as the homeowner is not to know what the end result exactly is going to look like. You do not have to do that. Even if you have a vision of it, jot those notes down and set them aside and then consult with your design team. And if you don't have any vision, if you don't have any clue how you can make it better, you just know it needs to be made better, then guess what? You are totally exactly where you should be. Because it's not your job to know how exactly the space should change, but rather, here we go. Are you ready? You've written anything down today so far? If you haven't, write this down. Your job is to know why you want to change and to be able to tell somebody like me the experience that you want to have. Okay? I can't tell you that. I can come up with a really cool design for your kitchen, but I can't tell you, dictate to you, the experience that you want to have in this new space. Okay? Only you can provide that to the design team. So I tell all my clients at the outset, don't freak out about all of the details. I want you to really, really think about the experience that you want to have in this given space. How do you want to live in this living room? Okay? Don't resist telling me details about, well, I'd like to have the sofa right here and I can get it. Just tell me the experience that you like. And what does that look like? Well, it looks different for a lot of different people, but it's the kind of thing where you would say something like, so I want to tell you, I get up early every day and I want to come down here at 6 in the morning and just be able to have my own hour to myself. I'd like to curl up with light coming through the window and look at the birds outside and pick up my book, feel warm. And then later in the day, I'd like to visit this. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That is your job. That and putting together your design team. Those two things. And see, that's not too hard, okay? And yet, your job is the most important one because without that experience as the guy, that is the design mandate. It's not, the design mandate is not a blue room with white furniture. Okay? That's not exactly the mandate. The mandate is the experience that you want to have. And a design will fail. No matter how sexy or beautiful or worthy of a magazine spread it may be to others, the design is a failure. In the end, it doesn't deliver to you the experience that you want to have. Okay? You understand that? Very simple. But yet it eludes us in the sense that we're just not used to this process. So when it comes to you approaching the change in your home, I want to know the why behind what you're telling me. Okay? I understand that design is a language that you may not know how to speak. I understand that as a result, you're trying to tell me certain things about, well, I need this kitchen island out of my way. I need this, I need this, I need that, and I get it. And listen, I write down all of those things, and I'm listening to these specifics that you're telling me. But at the end of that rant, I ask you, why? Why do you think you need this part of the kitchen changed this way? Okay? Because the fact of the matter is, maybe you don't. It's quite possible that you don't, but you think you do. And here's the reason why. It's the why that are the most important. Okay? What I'm trying to communicate here is very simply that I get that you're not a designer. You don't have to be a designer, and quite frankly, because you're not a designer, you may not see the end of all possible paths. You may only see what you know you think might be the solution. And if you dictate that to the
then there's a very high chance that you're going to get something about it wrong. Don't dictate the pathway. Dictate the terms or the conditions for it, which is the experience of life. Okay. All right. When we come back with our last segment of this morning's show, I'm going to give you an example of why you don't dictate the pathway, and but just the experience and what possibilities that opens up to. A real life example, just from a design consult that happened this week. Okay, so hang tight, go nowhere. You're home with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, Brian Baruman. Dozens of hotel workers are protesting in Santa Monica outside the Le Meridien Delfina, claiming the hotel was using unhoused refugees to replace pregnant workers. A small plane has made an emergency landing on a highway in Virginia after taking off from Dulles Airport, and Prince Harry has dropped a libel lawsuit against the publisher of a British tabloid. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 91 next. Hey, it's Team Shark for a better you in 2024. Get better water. A Light Source whole home water system will help you be a better you. Light Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good. No chlorine showers or baths, just filtered water from every tap. Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply. Shop the closeout event now at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Valid 1/4/24 to 1/24/24. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
This report is sponsored by Stinky Back.
So now weather from KFI, showers off and on, upper 50s to low 60s in Metro LA and OC. This report brought to you by Lowe's. Taking a look at KFI traffic, we got a crash on the 91 in Anaheim Hills. That's headed westbound at the 55. That crash is a 4-car crash. That's over on the right-hand shoulder now, but debris is still in lane. CC is still running that break from Lakeview. In Boyle Heights on the 10 westbound on-ramp from Soda Street, there is a fire blocking that on-ramp. LAFD is on scene treating that fire right now. And in Pacoima on the 118 eastbound before the 5, there's reports of 3 buckets of paint in the carpool lane. Look after that as you approach. Find the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm also bored.
Speak It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at speakitup.org.
You have a lot of places to get your tech news. I know that. But there's only one website that tells you what the tech news means to you. And that's my site, commando.com. Every day, you'll find breaking tech news, security alerts, along with really useful tips and product reviews. Tens of millions of people just like you visit my site, and I'd love for you to become a regular. I bet you learn one great thing each day at commando.com. And at my site, you also get early access to my USA Today columns, too. And to make things easier in your busy life, sign up for my free newsletter that gets delivered right to your inbox. You can pick and choose what you're interested in, whether that's smartphones or smart homes, Windows or Mac. In this way, you only get the know-how that you want. And I'll never ever send you spam, because I value you in your inbox. At commando.com, there are links at the top of the page to get my free newsletters, and also send me a personal message. Go now while you're thinking about it. That's commando.com, KOMANDO.com.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our healthcare. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 844-50-BIBLE. That's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE. Want to sell your home? You know the market has changed. Big rise in interest rates over the past year, so you must Story number 0196165. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Like a commercial-free station featuring 3,000 tracks from my party. Just search Music Up and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI, AM 640. He's got the house whisperer. Welcome home. All right. Here we are in the last segment of our show. Man, just flying by Saturday morning. Just flying by. Hope you've got a wonderful Saturday planned out for you. It's rainy and just snuggly, cuddly. Oh, was that a little racket? It's just a great day to hunker down and not do a lot. So there you go. Hopefully that is something near your agenda for the day. We are continuing our series of how to build your dream home step-by-step guide. I promised you that I would give you a real-life example of really where the importance of getting fresh eyes, creative eyes, design eyes on your project is. I'm going to use an example from a consult that we did just this last week. And a wonderful, wonderful couple. And we went over their house, and here was the situation. The situation said very simply, they need a better kitchen, for sure. And we took a look at it, and all kind of an untouched kitchen from 70s, late 70s, or when the house was built. Time to upgrade this kitchen. Absolutely no question whatsoever. The question of upgrading the kitchen was not just that, though, but also expanding it some, giving it some more space, some more room in their home. And the direction of that they were taking would be the natural direction to expand the kitchen would be in accordance with what some of their neighbors had. Some of their neighbors had expanded towards the dining room, kind of consuming or taking up space of the existing dining room, annexing the dining room into the kitchen area, which, at first glance is a completely, and well, not the first glance, second, third, and fourth glance, are a completely rational and understandable approach to the process. Here's the trick. Limited budget. Who doesn't have a limited budget? And this expansion would have meant getting rid of a couple of bearing walls downstairs, right? This is a two-story house, so there's got some stuff up above us. Getting rid of a couple of bearing walls, and nothing wrong with that, no problem with that either, but that requires some engineering process, requires some planning process. It's also going to require some tearing up of slab and some increasing of concrete footings, where we're taking away certain walls and putting in just posts instead to hold up beams, and so on and so forth. I told them very honestly that it's totally doable, because really, in our world, anything you want to do is pretty much probably totally doable. Just a question of how bad you want it and how big of a check you want to write for it. And I told them that, in their situation, the unfortunate thing with that would be that it's going to take, maybe 30-40% of their budget in order to do the structural changes just to get to the ability to expand the kitchen in that way. Okay, and if that's the reality, then there it is. But I got caught up with some other things, because that's me. And I'll tell you, pretty soon, he starts wandering off through the rest of the house. Tell him it happens every time. He starts wandering off through the rest of the house. A better location for a dining room. And by putting a better location for the dining room where they were watching TV and watching movies most of the time, it allowed us to ponder the idea of expanding the kitchen towards that dining room now in an opposite direction of what they originally intended. And this new expansion towards that new dining room area is require zero structural change. So not only do they get to spend their entire budget on nothing but the aesthetics of things that they're going to enjoy every day, but we also solve a larger problem, which is if you have rooms that aren't being lit in your main entertaining, main living area, then you have a design problem with your whole house. And you see, we solved the entire first floor by looking beyond just the kitchen. They saw just the kitchen, and we looked beyond. So creative input into the process can radically change how the project ends. What doesn't change is your goal, the experience you want to have in the project. So they are pondering that right now, and I'm going to leave you to ponder this idea that really, for your project, in your mainstream middle-class American home, that design really matters most. And we'll pick this up again tomorrow as we begin to build your design team. Until then, stay dry today, get out there, and keep building yourself a beautiful life. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Stimulating talk for independent thought.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Back to school. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A tentative agreement has been reached on a 2-year contract for Cal State University staff members. This means a 5-day strike plan for next week is off. 1,100 workers across 22 campuses have been fighting for salary and cost of living raises. The deal now has to be ratified by the teachers union. It will be brought to the CSU board for approval at its meeting in March. LA Times reporters have walked out of the newsroom for a 1-day strike against potential layoffs.
Reporters for the paper have been in negotiations with management for months over a new contract, but these days are most concerned about the cuts in staff. Investigative journalist Robert Lopez says the layoffs will destroy the newsroom and deprive the city of true journalism.
There's going to be so many stories that go unnoticed and unreported.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hello. Hi there. How are you? I am well. How is New York City? It is great. You know, I just love that we can do the podcast from 2 different cities. We're bi-coastal Office ladies. So cool. I've got my sound engineer here, Casey, and we are ready to go. I cannot believe we are on the second to last episode of season 6. Me either. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is The Chump. It is season 6, episode 25, written by Aaron Schur and directed by Randall Einhorn. Give us a summary, Jenna. Okay, since you asked. Here's your summary. Last week, Michael learned that Donna, the woman he's been seeing, is married and is cheating on her husband with Michael. But Michael does not call off the relationship. And he receives a lot of flack from his employees for continuing his affair with Donna. Meanwhile, Pam and Jim struggle to stay awake at work after a late night with the baby, and Dwight and Angela are at odds over the validity of their co-parenting contract. Oh, I have some good stuff about the Dwight-Angela co-parenting contract. I'll wait till we get to it. I was hoping you would, lady, because I think there's stories there. All right, fast fact number 1. This was our 125th episode of The Office. Wow! Yeah. We shot this episode the week of March 19th, 2010, and it was viewed by 6.6 million people. That seems like a lot of folks. It was a lot of folks. We were second in the ratings, right behind Grey's Anatomy. They were our big competition at this time. I mean, it was a big deal if you were even holding your own with Grey's Anatomy. I know. I mean, they were always number 1. Now, the reviews for this episode were pretty good. The AV Club gave it a B+, and it ranked as the 10th most well-liked episode by fans for season 6 on Office Tally. So, of all 26 episodes in season 6, this was ranked 10th. It was very well-liked. I love a stat. Oh, me too, lady. Now, the fan favorite moment that was most mentioned in the comments was, from this episode, there was a moment. Oh, I'm going to guess. I'm Beyonce always. Oh, yes, that did get a lot of mentions. That was very popular. That's my favorite line. That's a mug right there. Yeah. No, the most popular moment was when Dwight and Angela are having sex in the warehouse, and it pans up to Pam and Jim listening from their sleeping spot. That's hilarious. All right, fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown. We got a fan question from Harmjan V in the Netherlands. Where did you film the baseball game and who were the players? Good question. Yeah, I mean, a big portion of this episode takes place at a baseball field, with Michael and Andy watching Donna's husband, who is a high school baseball coach. This was our first day of shooting. We filmed on location at College of the Canyons on Rockwell Canyon Road in Santa Clarita, California. And then our base camp, which is where they put all the trailers and they put the food and hair and makeup, everything. Yes, that was in an adjacent parking lot. It was parking lot number 8. So if you're a diehard fan and you even want to tour our base camp, you can go to College of the Canyons parking lot 8. And that is where Steve Carell and Ed Helms had their lunch that day. So everyone you see in these scenes are background performers. Randy Cordray told me we had around 100 extras that day. For the baseball scenes? Yeah, for the baseball scenes. He said that they went to Central Casting. You know Central Casting, that's the famous background casting agency. I was signed up with them when I first came to LA. I was signed up with them. You know my 90210 story. Oh, yes. Yeah, exactly. Well, Central Casting
What up with
decided
sunburns?
all of the spectators, and here is what we asked for. We wanted 6 people who could be grandparents. We wanted 18 adults to be parents, and we needed 34 high school students, but all of the students had to be 18 years of age or older who looked younger, because then they could work adult hours. Right. But for the actual baseball scene, like the baseball players, we used a different company. I guess it's no longer in business, but it's called Smitty's Casting, like Smitty with a Z, Smitty's Casting. And they were really playing. Yeah, the players were really playing, and that's why we went to this casting place, because they're a specialty casting service that provides productions with sports playing background performers. So we got enough people to fill 2 baseball teams, the Scranton Coal Hawks and the Wolverines. Smitty's Casting sent us 2 male umpires, 1 male assistant coach, 3 male Wolverines coaches, 18 male Coal Hawk players, and 18 male Wolverine players. And then our wardrobe department provided the team uniforms. I would have signed up for Smitty's. Maybe they would have taken me as a tennis player. Yes, exactly. Can you play at like an almost professional level? Well, no, I can't. But you know what? I have a very good forehand. I think maybe you would just put that on your profile over at Central Casting. I'm sorry to say I'm not sure you qualify for Smitty's. Thank you for calling. Smitty's cut? I'm so sorry. We are looking for professional level sports players. Wow. Did you ever play on a college team or at the state level? No, Jenna, but I did. I'm sorry, I'm not Jenna. I'm the woman on the phone at Smitty's. No, Barbara at Smitty's. Here's the thing. I was once told by my high school coach that I have a lovely country club game. So, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to just forward you over to Central Casting. But congratulations on your terrific forehand. I hear some snark with Barbara. Well, you've kept Barbara on the phone for a very long time. She needs to move on to other calls that are actually going to produce a client. Gosh, Barbara at Smitty's. Listen, try being Barbara. Okay. It's not easy. It's not easy to be Barbara. Thank you for calling Smitty's. This is Barbara. Hey, so I would like to sign up for Smitty's. I play pool and also I can bowl very well. Are you professional level? How do you define professional? Like, look at the sass when you're Barbara. Do you see what I'm saying? Look what you have to deal with. All right. Okay, we move on to fast fact number 3. Let's do it. I'm calling fast fact number 3. Is there a guest star in the house? Yes, there is. We have 3 new guest stars in this episode, and guess what? They have all appeared on the TV show House. Oh. That's why there's a guest star in the house. Oh, you're making a pun. I punned it. You punned it. So Amy Peets is back as Donna, but this fast fact refers to our never-before-seen guest stars. For example, Bruno Oliver as our mediator, Mr. Barr. He has been on Arrested Development, Mad Men, Modern Family, most recently in the movie Birds of Prey and House. Bruno was so much...
I'll show you mine if you show me yours. It's one of those.
All right, there we go. You done? What is it? Fuck. Well, then the fucking next thing I fucking out, maybe. Would you? I'm not really thrilled about it. She has fucking Hiroshima disease. The fuck that is? Oh, you know about Hiroshima disease? Huh? Where are you? You're in Las Vegas. How'd you get Hiroshima disease? Oh, you get some Fukushima on your Nagasaki. This bitch had Fukushima on her Nagasaki. Oh my god. This bitch has Fukushima on her Nagasaki.
Security deposit is to be withheld. Any part of it, there has to be an itemized deduction, an itemized statement with specificity. So now, did you take pictures of the place as you left? Yeah. Okay, good. Good. And what does she say you did that she has to repair and fix at your expense? $350 for cleaning fee. Okay, is it in there? There's going to be a cleaning fee. Hold on, is it in there? There's going to be a cleaning fee in the lease. Not specifically, but that can be. Oh no, it doesn't work. It says can be a cleaning fee. It doesn't say automatically. Well, they wouldn't use the word automatically. They would use that a cleaning fee will be applied. Does it say it may be a cleaning fee? It could be a cleaning fee. It kind of, sort of could be a cleaning fee. What does it say specifically, Aaron? If it's, less dirty, that there'll be a cleaning fee. Okay. That's interesting. Because every place I've ever went in, less dirty, not dirty, then they bring in a cleaning fee. Okay, I think you're going to lose on that one. Okay? I think that one works for the landlord. Because you're in a contract and she mentioned cleaning fee. Did she mention the amount of cleaning fee or just cleaning fee? No. Yeah, no amount. Oh, okay. $350 for a room between his nuts. Okay, so that one is a no-go, and we'll see what the judge says about that. Maybe not $50. All right, what else?
275 for hole in the wall and paint and texture.
Okay, well, was there a hole in the wall?
I did want to do it.
Okay, so,
Touch it up.
oh, but you patched it, so, if there's a texture coat there, then, they have to spray it and repaint it. Yeah, I can see that. So that will probably fly. What else?
$230 for balance due in December. The month ended out.
Okay, I mean, is that legit?
No, I paid it for the whole month.
Oh, okay, then you certainly get that back. I see if she's gotten paid for the month and she's deducting for the additional payment, no, that doesn't work. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, $200 returning the closet. So she had like a makeshift closet I had in there, but I asked her if I could take it out and move it into the garage.
Yeah, okay, well, you're gonna have to fight that one too, because that's a verbal agreement, but hopefully you can argue that she's just trying to screw you over. Is that basically it?
Yeah, and no receipts or anything.
Okay, well, okay, something like that. I don't think that matters, but well, actually, then you have to show receipts. You're still in a small flame court, and argue doing a small flame court, ridiculous amount of money. I paid the rent. A hole that's patched. It's not going to be $350. Putting the holes back into the closet is not hundreds of dollars. Cleaning $350 for a room is ridiculous. So you go to small claims court and just argue every single one like I did. And hopefully you'll win. And the good news is it's not me asking for money back, so that's really good. All right, so we're coming back. Let's check in with Brian Ballooman, live at the High 24-hour news center.
One person has been killed and 2 people were hurt after he accused a bar in Hebrew. Nobody has been arrested yet. The woman, Wendy Correa, has pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor DUI charge from an arrest in November. She's still challenging 7 daily seat on the LA City Council. And candlelight vigil will be held in Monterey Park to mark 1 year since the mass shooting where 11 people were killed, happening tomorrow night. They're going to have a look and have some trouble on this tent.
We just done news, I mean, all morning long, yesterday too, about how
There you go.
nobody's buying houses.
Why? Could have been a deep fake. National already. That's at the area. Because one of the they'll go out shop and not first representing out for discussion. Another here, another one. Already, I'm going for the race out of the university of Black Mountain. But yeah, I can say the most fresh pair for that. You can say what first place. Right there. Let's go. Where's this move? Where's this move, Yoshi? Okay.
Taking a look at AFI traffic now, we've got an accident on the 10 near downtown LA. This is the eastbound side of the 10 right at Grand Avenue. This accident reportedly blocking the 3 right-hand lanes. I say reportedly because we understand that this accident may have been cleared. We'll keep you posted on this, and we'll certainly have details on the next report. In the meantime, no delays on the east end between the East LA interchange at the 110 and the East LA interchange if you're traveling east. We have a big problem on the left side, 12 by southbound before Santa Monica Boulevard. A trailer became on this. You'll find that trailer blocking the 3 right-hand lanes. So that's what's in sunset. AFI and the sky don't get there faster. I might say.
This report is sponsored by Tire Rack. Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack speaks survival aids designed to save lives. For 1 day, hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control. 2 exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive. You know what makes the website look great? Visuals. Not only do they bring traffic, but they also give your website the best look it deserves. At GreekSign.com, you can get images of anything. I'm talking about top-notch professional soft photos and illustrations for
car scenes. As an actor, I have to imagine that was such a fun guest star to come on the show and work with you and Rain in those scenes. He was so good too. It's just the voice of reason between these two absolutely ridiculous people. He had some of my favorite lines. So our other guest star is Donna's husband, Shane, who was played by Larkin Campbell. Larkin has appeared in Passions, 24, Criminal Minds, Grey's Anatomy, our big competition, and also House. Finally, our guest star Tina Huang, who played the reporter at the end who confronts Michael about the exploding printers. She was a regular on the TV show Arrow. She also had a recurring role on Law & Order LA. That was a short-lived spin-off of the Law & Order series. But I kid you not, she has also appeared on House. So there were guest stars in the house. Nice. Well, that's all I got for Fast Facts, but I was very tickled when I was looking up all of the actors' resumes, and they had all been in House, different seasons. Were you tickled by the fact that they had this crossover show, or that you saw an opportunity to make a pun? Both, lady. Well, let's take a break, because when we come back, we're going to find a whole bunch of radon kits all over the office. Or are they ant traps? Or are they the little thing you turn upside down and it goes moo? Or are they none of the above? We'll be back. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future. Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced. And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now. Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks. Yes, it's our fave. Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gorton's are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid. Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years. Oh my gosh. That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then lime mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code Office Ladies Free. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year, we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Toby's happiest day. 100%. Well, it starts as Toby's happiest day. Yes, absolutely. It starts that way. He's in the conference room. You guys, he is holding court about one of his favorite subjects, radon. He is explaining to everyone that he'll be placing radon kits all over the office, and he urges everyone, in particular Michael, and he's snapping at Michael to please not throw them in the garbage. At 13 seconds after Toby is snapping at Michael repeatedly, I want you to look at Steve's face as Michael. The way he glares at Toby. I went back and looked in the script. You know this was in the cold open shooting draft for Secretary's Day. I had to know if this look to Toby was scripted. It was. It said, Michael gives Toby an annoyed look. And I want you to know, Jenna, we could not get through it. The first time Steve did it, we all erupted into laughter. It's in the bloopers. Well, we got a fan question, actually a fan mail flurry asking, where is Pam during this cold open? Was Jenna not available for filming? Why am I not there? When I watched this cold open, I actually thought the same thing. And then I remembered, like you said, this cold open was written for Secretary's Day. We actually shot it that week, and Pam was not back from her maternity leave yet. She returns after the cold open, so that's why I'm not there, and that's why I did not get to see Steve's glare. Oh yeah, that's right. Pam is on maternity leave. Well, that's a great catch. Michael is going to have this talking head, and he's going to walk around his office and talk about all of the radon test kits. The first radon kit he mistook for an ant trap. Then, of course, he thought it was the thing that you turn over that makes the cow noise. And he just keeps tossing them in the trash. The last one he tossed in the trash just out of spite. Well, I asked Randy about these test kits, and it turns out these are not real radon test kits. Fakey test kit alert. Fakey radon test kit. Yeah, Randy said that the real ones at the time were actually pretty large and quite pricey. And we were looking for something smaller that really did kind of look more like an ant trap. So Phil Shea bought some inexpensive, just electronic modules at Fry's Electronics for Toby to place around the office. And after we got them, we realized that they looked like the thing that goes moo. So that line was added later after our purchase was made. I was curious about that because it's so specific. And you know, it's an instant memory. We all have. We've all seen those things. For sure. Angela, we got a piece of mail from Brent M. in Vancouver, Canada, who said, I was wondering if you ladies knew anything about the radon gas fan theory. I didn't. I don't. The radon gas theory basically suggests that everyone in the office is slowly getting poisoned by radon. One of the side effects of radon poisoning is odd behavior, which may explain the characters' wacky behaviors in later seasons. So you can go to the Reddit fan theories thread, and you can read all about why the Scranton employees became so crazy in later seasons. And the theory is that we are reacting to the radon gas and that Toby was right. How many theories are there on this thread? Well, here was my thought about this theory, is that it's kind of at odds with Toby being the Scranton Strangler. I mean, wouldn't Toby want us to all die slowly from radon poisoning if he's the Scranton Strangler? I mean, it would be like he's slowly strangling us all to death. I mean, it's the slow play. Yeah. I mean, or maybe he's just trying to throw us off with his theatrics? Like he's pretending to care about radon, but he really is just going to strangle us all later? I don't know. It's making Toby really complex, if that's the case. It's true. Very complex killer. Well, Toby is going to say something that Michael cannot resist. He says that radon gas is silent but deadly. Silent but deadly. I mean, here comes Michael and fart noises. It's going to happen. I know. I mean, what did Toby expect? The group must be pretty bored by Toby because they're actually finding Michael's joke hilarious. Yes, until he goes too far. Yeah, he declares that if he had a gun with 2 bullets and he was stuck in a room with Hitler, Bin Laden, and Toby, he would shoot Toby twice. Then everyone's like, Michael, no. And then, of course, Dwight has to be Dwight and say that he could get all three with one bullet, and then he makes everyone line up to demonstrate. And that's how the conference room meeting ends. Yes, exactly. Well, I have a little something about this cold open. What's that? You know what was in Secretary's Day? We often moved our cold opens around. So here's what was in the actual shooting draft for this episode. The cold open featured Dwight, and he shares that he has 1 year's worth of provisions that can carry him through the chaotic first year of an apocalypse before cannibalism becomes accepted practice. After that, he'll be on Easy Street. But his provisions have a shelf life, so it's time to start eating and replacing everything that's about to expire. Then there's all this B-roll of Dwight eating smelly foods that have been stored for years. A jar of pickled okra, mackerel. The bullpen is grossed out, and Jim in particular gives Dwight a lot of grief. Did we shoot that? We did. I have a memory of it. We did, and there's a really funny blooper on this season 6 last DVD where you guys are all in the break room and Dwight is eating gross stuff, and he's going around and telling everyone how they would fare in this sort of zombie apocalypse. And Creed says, "What would I do?" And Dwight said, "Your skull would be used as a bowl." And Creed says, "Cool." You guys couldn't get through it. Rain, John, they would disintegrate every time Creed was like, "What would I do?" Every single time Creed said his line. Oh, that's amazing. Well, this episode opens with Aaron and Pam working together to unpack some shopping bags filled with ice cream that is named after songs by the Eagles. Yes, I loved the names of these ice creams. I kind of have a thing, Jenna, for ice cream flavors with fun names or crazy ice cream flavors. I just get so tickled by it. Oh my gosh, you are the marketing person's dream consumer. I know. I will buy ice cream just if it has a fun name. So Aaron explains that the Eagles are doing a theme ice cream in honor of the Eagles turning 60, the band, the Eagles. And the flavors are Desperado, Witchy Wamanilla, and then later we find out Cake It to the Limit. I had to know what were some of the craziest ice cream flavors out there. And according to the website Taste of Home, here are just a few that caught my eye. All right. So, Sam, Casey, let me know if you guys would try any of these. First one. Kraft macaroni and cheese ice cream from Van Leeuwen Ice Cream. It has cream, milk, cane sugar, egg yolks, and of course, tons of Kraft cheese powder. You can find it in Brooklyn, New York, and also nationwide. Lady Van Leeuwen's made a Grey Poupon ice cream that was just released recently, and I thought of you. Oh my gosh. I would not eat that, is the answer. That's a lactose intolerant nightmare.
I would, yes.
You would eat the Kraft mac and cheese ice cream. Okay, moving on. Cheetos Flaming Hot ice cream from Marble Slab Creamery.
No.
Hey, listen now. It's got
I won't eat a flaming hot Cheeto. Why would I want it in my ice cream?
It's got this sweet cream base with flaming hot Cheetos crushed.
Oh my God.
You can get it also in a milkshake.
Oh,
You can find it in Texas and Southeast states.
no.
I mean,
I'm gonna say yes, but I'm not proud of
You
myself.
guys, I'm getting sick. I don't feel well.
Sam is too. Oh, well, then get ready for this one. Thanksgiving dinner from the ice cream store in Delaware. It's composed of egg yolk vanilla ice cream studded with tomatoes, potatoes, and green beans. This seasonal specialty is topped off with hot sauce and granulated sugar. Thanksgiving dinner.
What do you think?
I mean, you only live once.
Oh my God, Casey.
I think it might just be an engineer thing.
Oh my gosh, wait, I have two more.
Hold on, I have a caveat. Can I lay down after?
Yes, sure.
You would have to.
If I can nap afterwards,
You
yes.
can wear sweatpants and lay down.
Then yes.
Okay, two last ones that caught my eye. Dill pickle from Dakota Drug Company in Stanley, North Dakota. It's got a soft chestnut color that looks like caramel or peanut butter. This brine spike scoop is sure to surprise.
I would try that just because it's one weird thing.
I don't think I would do that one.
Oh my gosh.
I'd be afraid it would ruin pickles for me. No, actually. And I know it's an audio podcast, so you can't see, but Jenna is contemplating hard.
No, I'm not speaking because my stomach is
Or she's gonna
hurting.
throw up. Never
Oh
mind.
my god. Okay, I'll quickly do the last one, Jeff. Lobster from Ben and Oh my god. What is happening? You guys just let the food be the food. It's delicious as it was made in its original form. It doesn't need to be turned into a dessert.
That one is in Falmouth, Massachusetts.
Casey, how did you know that? Have you had it?
I've been to that place many times.
Eaten it?
I have tried it.
Oh my god, how is it?
It's weird.
Does it taste like lobster?
It tastes lobstery. Yeah.
Is it like buttery lobstery?
It's a little bit buttery. I would say more of the kind of crabby aspect comes through.
You want to know why? Here are the ingredients. It's vanilla bean and butter based lobster that has been cooked and chopped.
Do you get the bib?
I don't know.
Then yes.
I don't know. Anyway, I took us on a tangent there because I find these ice cream flavors so fascinating. Well, I'll tell you this. Our ice creams were made up. The names were scripted. Randy Cordray said that Henry Sane built the graphics for the labels. And then, oh no, I'm going to take us down a road. Phil Shea got the ice cream cartons made at a place called Earl Hayes Press. And this is a very famous Hollywood business that mocks up printed items for TV shows and movies. They've been around for a really long time. We used them a lot. Randy sent me their website. Lady, do you remember when I had to go to the old-timey prop house and I just wandered around for like an hour? You called me from there. You were so tickled by it. I think maybe in another life I was meant to be a prop master because I love it. I looked at this website. It's all fakey labels for like made up food brands. Like they'll make you a fakey cereal, a fakey yogurt, fakey mustard, like anything, so that because if you show a real label, you have to get clearance. Yeah. So you have your graphics design person make you a fakey ketchup label and you then get it made into fakey ketchup at this place. They also do fakey newspaper articles, fakey tabloids, and fakey credit cards. Oh my gosh. Lady, I have a fakey Pam Beasley credit card. Oh, you kept it? Yeah, it was in my prop wallet. I have a library card and a fake credit card. I did not have a fake driver's license. But yeah, that is so cool. I'll take a picture of it and you can put it in stories. But I guess that's where they got it, was at this place. I love that companies like that exist. I just think that's so fun. That's part of like the movie magic stuff that Randy will share with us. I just love the whole process. I know, I find it fascinating. Aaron and Pam are going to have a joint talking head, and they're going to share their plan for how to handle Michael's broken heart. Yes, we're also going to find out in this talking head that Pam is exhausted because she was up all night with Cece. Lady, I had so much fun doing this talking head with Ellie. It's clearly the first time the two of you ever got to do a joint talking head. You were so tickled by it. You guys kept giggling and you were chatty. And it's in the bloopers. You have to hear it. You guys are adorable. You are clearly very excited to do this together. Wow, this is all for Michael. Sorry, okay. I know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Oh my god, are we at work or are we at a sleepover? What's happening? I know, you're like, it's so cute. Like, as I watched it, and I rewatched the bloopers a few times, I just smiled every time watching the two of you. Well, now Aaron and Pam are going to debrief the bullpen about their plan. So here's what they have going on. They are going to play comedy films in the conference room. They've got Mr. Bean playing. They've got Pink Panther ready to go. They have a sign-up list so that people can watch movies with Michael. Pam also tells everyone they need to keep their conversations light. Do not empathize with Michael because it just encourages him. And if you can't think of something to do, just make a random sound effect. And also they should laugh at anything he says that might possibly be funny. The random sound effect was my favorite thing. My favorite thing is that Toby walks through the door and everybody is like, no, get out. I have a catch from this scene at 3 minutes and 49 seconds. It is a proof of cold. You can see the heater under my desk. The light is on. Yeah, I saw it. Well, Michael's going to come in and he gets the warmest welcome. Aaron hugs him. Dwight compliments his tie. Everyone is laughing at his jokes. Pam offers him ice cream. Yeah, he's loving it, but he just kind of walks into his office. He doesn't seem upset. And everyone's like, maybe he's going to take this one better than the others. But maybe there's another reason why he's not upset, which we will find out soon. Well, lady, now Angela and Dwight are in the conference room, and they are reviewing their contract with their mediator. So, like I said earlier in my fast fact, the mediator was played by Bruno Oliver, and Aaron sure told us that he named him Mr. Barr after a friend of his, whose last name was also Barr, who was also a mediator, and Aaron consulted her for advice on what a mediator might realistically do in this insane situation. And Aaron also sent in an audio clip, and he shared a little memory about this runner, this storyline, which he really loved.
Hi, honest ladies, it's Aaron. Sure. What I remember about shooting the jump is that I decided to bring my son to work. And it's a little risky bringing a 10-year-old onto a set, even a friendly set like ours. But my son was having a blast. He didn't realize what a cool job his dad had at the time. I mean, now I'm sure his Bumble profile says my dad wrote for The Office, but then he was just meeting really charismatic, funny people and eating a lot of fun food. And Rain came up and was charming my son. But at one point, Rain leans over to him and says, "Hey, listen, buddy, I need to talk to your dad for a minute because this negotiation scene, it's not hitting on all cylinders." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, son, have a cookie. I mean, in fact, have all the cookies you want. I'm going to go talk to Mr. Wilson. Because if he thinks the scene's not working, the scene's not working." And Rain's like, "I'm not saying it's not working. I'm just saying some of the bits feel a little forced." So basically, Rain and I negotiated the negotiation scene with my son as the mediator, chomping on a cookie. And I did do a hectic rewrite over lunch, none of which got in, if it was any better. That's the beauty of the documentary style. Pro tip, if you're going to make a hit show, make it documentary style, because then you just keep the parts that work, like Angela with red teeth because of her beat fast.
Oh my gosh, Aaron, I cannot believe you did that rewrite. I do remember Rain pulling him aside. I remember we were going through stuff, and there were so many more scenes between Dwight and Angela. If you have the DVD box set, they're in deleted scenes. And there's also a bunch in the bloopers because we couldn't keep it together. In fact, the very first time we meet the mediator, the very first few sentences, we just started laughing. Here it is. It's in the bloopers.
White shredded, Archie Bar. I'm sorry? Archie Bar.
That's his name, Dwight. And then we have a joint talking head where Dwight and Angela share that rather than spend all day in court, they've decided to mediate this childbearing contract dispute. And they go back and forth. Dwight's like, alleged contract. Angela's like, alleged? I could own your farm by the time we're done with this. We couldn't get through this talking head either. Rather than spend the whole day in court, we decided to settle our dispute using the mediator. It was one of the options spelled out in our childbearing contract.
Alleged contract?
What are you talking about?
The contract is alleged.
You wrote the contract, right?
Your notary was out of date.
Sorry.
These baby ones are so hard.
We had so much fun. Just the idea that Dwight and Angela would have this contract in the first place and then be disputing it and involve a mediator. Rain and I could not stop doing bits. We got to do stuff that was scripted. We got to play around a little bit. It was just the best. That must have been so much fun to shoot. I mean, I loved every second. And there's so
Our
many
baby
deleted
rests
scenes.
here.
Well, Dwight is really trying to pick apart this contract. He's trying to find some way that maybe Angela is in breach of contract to make it null and void. And the first thing he brings up is whether or not Angela has been following the beet juice cleanse. Apparently, I guess to prepare your body for baby, you were supposed to do a beet juice cleanse. But Angela is like, oh, no, I'm doing it. Look at my teeth. and your teeth are red, and they're really red. If you go to 5 minutes, 7 seconds, you'll see. Also, a fun little game, if you want to rewatch this episode, is you can see when my teeth are stained and when they aren't. We go back and forth within the same scene. I noticed that. Well, we had a fan question from Cameron D. in Richmond, Virginia, who said, "What did you use for the beet-stained teeth? Angela, was it gross? Were your teeth really stained?" And Leanne H. from Lake Stevens, Washington said, "As a dental hygienist, I was wondering how Angela's beet-stained teeth were achieved because the color looks similar to a dental disclosing solution used to show patients where they are missing plaque with their brushing. I'm wondering, did you get your teeth really dirty and then use this solution?" No, Leanne, I didn't do that, but I will tell you, Kenneth Paul, who did my makeup, we did a few tests on my teeth. He had like a cotton swab. He also used like a little brush, and it looked like a red food dye. It had no taste, so it didn't taste gross, but it really made my teeth red. And I thought we knocked this out of the park. I thought the teeth looked really red. Kenneth Paul was happy with it. Even when I walked to set, I would forget that my teeth were stained, and I would start talking to people, and people would wince. They'd go, "Ah!" And I actually became self-conscious while I had my teeth stained because everyone had such a reaction to it. But I remember they wanted my teeth even redder, Jenna. Yeah, I guess this was a rather involved gag. Randy Cordray said that yes, in person, it was reading if we were speaking to you, but I guess like when they were looking at it in editing, it just didn't look red enough. So they actually sent the shot of you showing your teeth to a visual effects company called Encore Video, and they added red to your teeth in post. Well, it really made me laugh. I had forgotten just how much of a visual gag it was until I rewatched it, and I was like, oh my gosh. I got curious about the beet juice cleanse because I assumed this was just like a joke because of Dwight having a beet farm, but I guess it's actually a thing. What kind of cleanse is it? Well, according to justbeatit.com, BEET, I love it, quote, "an epic detoxifier that eliminates toxins from the liver, beets promote healthy liver function." And according to tastylicious.com, beets have several essential health benefits that can help detoxify your body and give your organs and immune system a much-needed boost. Aside from being healthy and packed full of vitamins, a beet juice cleanse has been known to help a range of conditions and ailments. And it is the perfect food to prevent aging and to battle inflammation. Well, now I'm thinking we need to do a beet cleanse. I mean, after drinking your beet juice vodka, lady, I don't know. You really were not a fan. It's just that it was so dry. It's very earthy. Well, what I want to know is there a beet juice ice cream? Has anyone done that? Where's that flavor? I'm positive there is one out there somewhere. I would try that. You would try beet ice cream. Probably not the same health benefits as a beet juice cleanse. Incidentally, I could not really find any instructions for a beet juice cleanse. I could just find that beet juice is good for you. Well, now in the kitchen, Andy, Jim, Pam, and Phyllis are discussing how Michael just seems okay. You know, has he evolved? Has he matured? He's not crying. He's really handling this breakup well. I know. And Jim's like, so what? He just matured overnight? And Andy's like, that's what happened in Big. Yeah. Well, Pam and Jim are going to make an announcement. This was so well done. I thought you and John crushed this moment because you look so weary. And inviting Michael to come to your house and play with your baby, and you order food to go from Hooters. You look so pained as you're saying all of it, Jenna. It just cracked me up. It reminded me of the scene where Pam is trying to get Michael to talk to her, so she tells him that she needs to discuss her sex life with him. Yeah, they really know Michael well. They do. Even after all of these promises, Michael is going to take a rain check. And that is when Pam says, "Are you still seeing Donna?" She yells it across the bullpen. I wrote down the time code, 5 minutes and 56 seconds into the episode. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was like, wow, Pam. I have something to say about this scene. One of the things that Pam offers to do with Michael is play Rock Band. She says they'll play Billy Joel songs on Rock Band. Now, first of all, Billy Joel songs were never on Rock Band. He hadn't given permission to use his songs, so this is something that we made up. And the reason that I would know this is because I got really, really into Rock Band for a while. And I don't know if you remember, but I used to come to set and I used to talk about it. And I even had some folks over to my house for a barbecue to play Rock Band. And I kind of like to imagine that maybe that's how Rock Band made it into this episode. I do remember you having to sing for Rock Band. I was not part of it. I know, lady, I know that you couldn't, because it was a late night thing and you had a child. And I was still a baby. You were my friend who was still playing video games late at night. Exactly. I'm sure this was me at my most annoying for you as a new mother. But you did love it. It had to have made its way in because of you. I'm going to co-sign on that. Okay, thank you. Well, now Michael is going to have his orange lips talking head. Yeah. What is that? I noticed it too. Yeah. He has this talking head where he says he likes Donna, and if it's wrong to keep seeing her, he doesn't care. And he has orange lips. And the message boards after this episode had all these comments. Why did Michael have orange lips? Or were there any fan theories? Because I have one. There was a fan theory. First of all, there was no mention of it in the script. But the one fan theory is that his lips are stained from kissing Donna, who wears red lipstick. Okay, here was my theory. Okay, so later in the episode, he comes in with all of these oranges. And I wondered if maybe we shot out of order and displayed a bunch of oranges. Oh my gosh, lady, I'm gonna go with you. I mean, I don't know. Well, how many oranges do you have to eat for your lips to take on some color? But that's all I could think of was, well, we really did eat a bunch of oranges. We did. You might be right. Well, the bullpen is really going to confront Michael on having this affair. Even Meredith is like, hey, I've never cheated, been cheated on, or used to cheat with. She has a whole talking head where she says she asks everyone in the room if they are in a relationship. Yeah, she has standards. But out in the bullpen, Michael is going to defend himself. He says, we are the Paris of northeastern Pennsylvania, and in Paris, it is rude for a woman to have any less than 4 lovers. He's just one of Donna's 4 Parisian lovers. Yeah. And he also says her husband is like a scummy sports guy. And Andy's like, wait a second, Michael. Are you making assumptions here? And Michael just doesn't want to hear it. I want to point out at 7 minutes, 3 seconds, there is a great shot of the whole entire bullpen. And if you notice, Dwight and Angela are not in this scene. Well, are you in the conference room? Yes, we're in the conference room, but it meant that Rain and I had part of the day off. Oh, because we don't even see you in the background of the conference room. That's right. Lady, whenever I would get a script where I clearly had a storyline that was like segmented off from the other storylines and I knew that I would have days off, I would get so excited and I would go to Randy or to Jenny O'Keefe, who planned our schedule, and I would say, what day are you going to shoot the stuff I'm not in? Because that was the day that I could like go to the doctor. You know, you could make your doctor's appointment. Or whatever you needed to do that were like things that have to happen during daytime working hours that we could never do. Yeah. Andy is going to share that he is a cuckold, which is a Shakespearean term for a man whose woman is cheating on him. And you know what? He lived it and he doesn't ever want to do it again. Yeah, Andy has a very personal attachment to this issue with Michael. He is going to kind of take it on. Yes, he's going to confront Michael about it in Michael's office. Andy says, in any cheating movie, the person getting cheated on is the hero. You're Ally Larder. I'm Beyonce. To which Michael says, I am Beyonce, always. Yeah. We had a fan question from Cassie M. in Brisbane, Australia. When Andy goes to try and talk Michael into understanding that what he is doing is wrong, he references the Ali Larter and Beyonce movie Obsessed. Well, that movie has Idris Elba, aka Charles Minor, in it. And I just thought it was funny that The Office was in a world where Idris Elba exists and Michael knows him from the movie, but also Charles Minor exists as a completely different person. Oh my gosh, we're in the Matrix. We are. Well, somehow Andy is going to convince Michael that they should go meet Donna's husband, that they should scope him out. And Michael thinks that's great because then Andy will see what a bad person he is. Yeah. Michael says he can't wait to see this jerk who's making him cheat on his wife, and that he should punch him in the face for what he's making Michael do to her. Yeah. Well, listen, should we take a break before we go to this baseball game, lady? Yes, because at the baseball game, we're going to meet Andy's alternate persona, Trevor, and I can't wait to share with you about Trevor. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OFFICELADIES at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OFFICELADIES at liquidiv.com. We are at a baseball game. Andy is really into it. He's singing. He's making up sort of like baseball commentary. Michael's like, can you just act normal just to get a little blend in? And he's like, I am not blending in. Yeah, kind of true. I mean, you want to show support of your team. At 9 minutes and 21 seconds, I have a couple of cool background catches. There are 2 background actors sitting next to Andy and Michael wearing custom Scranton Wolverine t-shirts. And behind Michael and Andy, I spotted a background person who is having their best day ever. As someone who was a background performer, I saw this person and I thought, that's a great gig. I would have been so happy to have that gig. Lady, they have their earphones in. They only have one in, you know, so they've got one ear free to listen to the action, and then they are probably just listening to whatever, a podcast, their favorite music. Their job that day was to sit on a bench behind Ed Helms and Steve Carell and just listen to whatever they wanted to all day in the fresh air and sunshine. Yeah, when I was on 90210 as a background performer, I would get very excited when we would have sorority meetings because we were just indoors in the air conditioning and I just got to sit there. Yeah. Well, lady, you know what I'm just remembering now? And I can't believe I didn't bring this up earlier. My best day as a background performer was the day that I played a field hockey player in a phone commercial. And it was shot outside of the city. And so I actually got to ride on a bus with all the other background performers. We stayed overnight in a hotel. They just gave me like a random roommate. Yeah, but it was like a little vacation. And then the next day, I pretended to be a field hockey player because I was able to put that down on my background casting list because of my high school field hockey experience. But I don't think I would have qualified for Smitty's. I was going to say, I was not professional level field. Barbara would have hung up on you. She did hang up on me earlier today. Back at the office, Jim and Pam are completely asleep at their desks. Yeah, and they get busted. Well, Jim was supposed to be the lookout. Gabe says, come to my office, which cracks me up because he doesn't have an office. He just has a desk outside of the break room. Yeah, but he's like, please come to my office. And they're like, oh, crap. Yeah, he forgives them pretty quickly because they take responsibility, but then he starts droning on. And Pam and Jim start dozing off while he's talking. This is such a relatable moment. We have all been in some meeting and just fighting to stay awake, fighting to keep your eyes open. Well, sleep deprivation is a real thing. I have suffered from it. Lady, I'm sure you've suffered from it, right? Yeah. Well, according to the Sleep Foundation, a third of adults suffer from sleep deprivation, like at any given time. So let me ask you, how much sleep do you get per night on average, would you say? Oh gosh, it just depends. I mean, we still are at that age where if you have a kid that can't sleep, they come in your room, anywhere from 5 hours to 8 hours if I'm lucky. They recommend that adults get 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night. Here are the primary signs of sleep deprivation. Slowed thinking, reduced attention span, worsened memory, poor or risky decision making, lack of energy, and feelings of stress, anxiety, or irritability. Yeah. You are also more likely to crave junk food and gain weight if you aren't getting enough sleep because you start eating to kind of like compensate for the energy that you didn't get at night. I mean, yeah. Well, I can definitely relate to the irritability because I feel like, I definitely get grumpy when I don't get sleep. Yeah, I get grouchy if I haven't had enough sleep. And I also get grouchy if I haven't had enough to eat. So you do not want to catch me on a sleep-deprived day while I'm also hungry. That would be bad news. I feel like I've been with you on one of those days. Oh, lady, I'm sure you have. It's a travel day sometimes. We don't get food when we need it, and we're tired. Yes, exactly. I love that their meeting with Gabe ends with Gabe being like, okay, so great. And they're like, what? What was he even talking about? They have no idea. They've just agreed to help him do something, and they have no idea what he said. Well, over in the conference room, the mediator says, I have to tell you, this is a solid contract. And Dwight is shocked that he could not find any holes in this contract. Not only that, the mediator says, listen, I can't force someone to have a child with another person. So, Dwight, you have to pay Angela $30,000 in damages. Yeah. Dwight refuses to pay Angela. He doesn't have that kind of money, he says. I mean, he has it, but it's buried very deep, and he would have to dig past a certain person to get it. So Angela presents him with an alternative idea. How about they have intercourse to completion, 5 individual times rendered at her discretion? And Dwight agrees. The mediator's like, this is getting dangerously close to prostitution, so I might have to step back here. I want you guys to know, Phil Shea made us procreation punch cards that you have and put in our book. That's right, that I still have. It's in our book, The Office BFFs. 4 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. Woohoo! Yeah, it tickles me. I open my desk drawer. I keep it right in my top desk drawer. I see it almost every day. My procreation punch card. NBC.com at this time also shared Dwight and Angela's procreation contract. What? Yeah. It's in web archives. You can still see it. There is a lot. It's pages long. Oh my God. I'm going to read you just a few things that were on this very long and detailed contract. Number 1, if the child is breached, he must be turned around in the womb via mind power. I'm guessing Dwight wrote that one. Number 2, should the child have mutant powers, parties agree to send the child to a school that aids the child in harnessing his talents for good. Okay, I think Dwight also wrote that one. Number 3, see if you can guess who wrote this one. Child shall not have a puppy, dog, nor any toys shaped like puppies or dogs. Cats should be treated with high regard, and all other animals regarded only for their usefulness and meat. Yeah, I think that's a combo, Angela and Dwight contribution. It is so funny to me how detailed this contract is. You know, our writers had a lot of fun with it, and it's still archived on the internet. I could not love that more. I would buy that as a little mini booklet pamphlet thing if someone would print it. Well, speaking of cats, Dwight is going to have a stipulation that their intercourse cannot take place in Angela's lumpy bed. This is one of my favorite Angela speeches. Fans quoted to me. I thought we should hear it. Those names are Ember, Milky Way, Diane, and Lumpy. We had a fan question lady from Abby S. in Atlanta, Georgia. What does Abby want to know? Abby would like to know why Angela does not mention Bandit, Princess Lady, Mr. Ash, or Petals. She only mentions Ember, Milky Way, Diane, and Lumpy. Is this because the other cats are not allowed to sleep in the bed? Oh, I think Princess Lady has her own bed that's right next to Angela's bed. I mean, there might be some senior cats that have special needs. There is a system. Don't doubt it. All cats are sleeping perfectly where they're supposed to, and they are treated very well. Okay, good. Thank you for clearing that up. Back at the baseball field, Andy says it seems like Donna's husband, Coach Shane, is really well liked. And Michael's like, oh, look how he high fives people. He probably does that to Donna. Donna, you did the dishes. High five. Michael is really trying here to find fault in Coach Shane. The next scene at the baseball field is super cringy because they are going to speak to Coach Shane. It's awkward. It's so awkward. Andy can't stop talking. He's, what you're later going to find out, he's playing his character, Trevor. He's also going to introduce Coach Shane to his friend Sheldon. Yes, and then Michael and Shane are going to have a very awkward handshake through the fence. At 13 minutes and 6 seconds, we had a fan catch from Joshua P. in Cincinnati who said, "What is the story with the bleachers at this baseball game? Earlier at the game, there are several rows of bleachers behind Michael and Andy, but in this scene, they suddenly disappear and you can see just background behind Michael. Were these scenes shot on different days or in different locations?" Well, this is a really good catch, Joshua. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh my gosh, they are on different bleachers. That is because in the script, it was scripted as such, quote, "Michael and Andy now take seats closer to the foul. And this is so they can talk to Shane. But we cut out the part where you see them move. So it looks like they sort of instantaneously are sitting somewhere else. Well, Michael is going to have a talking head and his back is going to be to the field. He's going to say his heart is racing because he just shook the hand of this man who is having an affair with his wife. And you know who else does that? James frickin' Bond. During this talking head, Jenna, there was a pop fly that was hurtling towards Steve, but his back was towards the field and he didn't see it coming. It's in the bloopers. Randall Einhorn quickly steps forward and grabs Steve. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then, of course, they're all like, everyone okay? Everyone okay? And Steve does a funny bit because the way he ducked, it looks like an awkward dance move. He's like, ugh. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I thought you were going to say that Randall Einhorn reached out and caught the ball. Oh, that would have been amazing. Just with like one bare hand. Yeah, that's very Randall. So Andy's plan of trying to shame Michael does not work. Michael is emboldened. He returns to the office. He's throwing out orange slices. He hits Oscar with an orange slice. Oscar says, "Why would you throw something wet at me?" It reminded me of Pam's line, "Please don't throw garbage at me." Me too. We find out he stole the orange slices from the team. Well, it's not the first thing he took from Coach Shane. Ugh. You know, by the way, at 14 minutes and 52 seconds, we're going to see that orange slice hit Oscar's shirt and it leaves a wet spot. Yeah. But at 15 minutes, 30 seconds, Oscar has another line. And I noticed it, as well as Christian B. from Chattanooga, Tennessee, that Oscar no longer has a stain from the orange hitting him in the shoulder. I caught that too. It has magically disappeared. Well, this is when Andy tells the group, you know what, he doesn't condone this affair. He even tried to get Michael to meet Coach Shane. Here is the deleted storyline that I loved so much. Andy actually had more to say to the bullpen that got cut. Here's what was in the shooting draft. Andy, I just want to say that I do not condone this, and I tried everything to stop it, including adopting a persona of Trevor, a nosy but affable stranger who asks super leading, guilt-tripping questions. And then it would have gone to a talking head where Andy explains who Trevor is. You have to hear it.
Exactly. Who is Trevor? Well, he's a regular guy with a passing interest in high school sports. Bit of a foodie, loves documentaries. If you were to ask Trevor who he is, he'd probably just say, I'm a dad. But with layers, he's actually inquisitive, which gets underneath those layers. He's just a delight.
I agree. I love Trevor. I love Trevor. I think Andy wants to be Trevor. Now Kelly and Ryan are having just one of their silly arguments in the kitchen. Michael's going to enter and just take Meredith's birthday cake and just start eating it. Jenna, this is in the bloopers. I think there's like 5 takes of Steve eating that cake. And they kept laughing because he had to talk with such a big mouthful. But it cracked me up because you really see how many takes that we do sometimes. And Steve had to do take after take, taking this huge bite of cake. Steve is very, very funny when he talks with food in his mouth. He really is. He's a very funny comedic eat talker. I don't know what that talent is, but he should put it on his resume. I noticed in this scene that the cake box says that it's from Fresh from Mom's Bakery, but I could not find a local Scranton bakery with this name. It made me wonder if it was a fakey box that we had made from the fakey food making people. I bet it's fakey box. It was a real cake, and I did notice it was not an ice cream cake, so we didn't make that mistake again as the party planning committee. That's right. Ryan is so enamored by this version of Michael. He's like, wow, Michael takes what he wants. And this inspires him to march up to Erin's desk at front reception and tell her he finds her attractive, he wants to sleep with her. She's like, what about Kelly? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, is this a joke? And immediately he backpedals and he's like, yup. This would have rounded out the Ryan threesome storyline that started in Secretary's Day. It was in the deleted scenes that I shared about. He just was determined to have a little tryst with Kelly and Erin. Our next montage is explained in a Dwight talking head, where we learn that Dwight is going to try to sabotage his sperm count by doing a number of things to his testicles. Yeah, he's gonna hold a microwave that's microwaving something to his crotch. He's gonna bang on his balls with drumsticks, throw yellow pages at his crotch, and also bounce harshly on a bicycle and then crash into a door. I was curious if any of these things would reduce his sperm count, and oh gosh, I'll tell you, Dwight is doing all the wrong things. What should he be doing? Well, first of all, I believe he's microwaving a cup of coffee. If he wants to reduce his sperm count, he should drink lots and lots and lots of coffee, because too much coffee can reduce your sperm count. Also, he should try to make his crotch very, very warm by sitting in a sauna. These are according to Chicago Medicine. Warm crotch. Warm crotch. Also, if he ate too much of certain foods, like foods high in soy products or high-fat dairy products, that could reduce his sperm count. Yeah. So, well, Dwight, you didn't have to bang on your balls so much. You didn't. Your sperm is going to be hardy. Incidentally, another thing that I read is that, you know that myth where if you ejaculate less, you'll have more sperm? Maybe the sperm will be more potent when you do want to conceive? Have you heard that myth? You know, like you're trying to conceive a child and so don't masturbate? Right. Okay, because you want to save it for the baby making? Save it up. Yeah, no. You should ejaculate more. Oh, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't like save up the sperm. It's not like a little bank. You don't have a bank in your testes. That's right. So actually, you should ejaculate daily, and that will increase your sperm count, folks. So really what we needed was a scene of Dwight drinking coffee with soy milk and a sauna. Yeah, that would have worked. Well, the printer is out of paper. Michael isn't even going to add more. Creed, like Ryan, is like, wow, he don't give an F about nothing. Yeah, exactly. Michael's going to say he's got big balls. But Phyllis is going to be the one who I think finally gets to Michael. The scene is so funny. Phyllis not making eye contact with Michael cracked me up. Michael's going to pretend like it didn't get to him, and he's going to leave the office, and he's going to start driving to a motel where he's going to meet up with Donna. I have a little background catch while he's driving and thinking, you know, he's really contemplating what's happening. Yes, his seatbelt is still frayed. Remember in Secretary? Hey, I love it. Yeah, we talked about a deleted scene where Michael tells Aaron when he's stressed out, sometimes he chews on his seatbelt. Well, I thought that this driving location looked new. This did not look like our usual driving street without the palm trees. They're rolling hills. I asked Randy about it, and he actually said, "Good eye, Jenna," which made me feel proud. And he confirmed that it was a stretch of road in Santa Clarita that was next to the baseball field on Rockwell Canyon Road. Well, that explains it. Guys, Michael does not make it to the motel. He leaves Donna high and dry. We see her sitting in her car waiting for him. Do you know what that hotel was, Ange? No, but it had a bright orange door. Yeah. Do you know the Tangerine Hotel in Burbank? Oh, you would know it if you drove by it. Yes, I do. That was the hotel we used. Oh. And it has the bright orange door. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. Randy told me that. I was like, yes. Oh, I knew it, but I didn't know how I knew it. It's still there. Famous hotel. Michael's going to have a talking head where he tells us that he feels good. He broke up with Donna and he knows he made the right decision. But then, of course, he broke my heart a little bit. He had to choose between happiness or living with himself, and he chose living with himself, which means he had to give up his happiness. Yeah. And now he's going to be, lonely again. Yeah. But he does the right thing. He does the right thing, and he's going to go back to the office and grab his ice cream. Pam and Jim don't know if they can make it through the rest of the day. They're really struggling. And Daryl tells them where they can go to sleep in the warehouse. There's this little secret spot. Daryl loves it so much, sometimes he thinks about it when he's at home trying to go to sleep. I don't know if this was on the bloopers, Angela, but we could not get through this scene with Craig. Craig was like wistfully talking about the sleeping spot, like his voice. He's like, sometimes I think about it, it's so warm. Like, we would laugh. It was so funny. It's not in the bloopers, but there is a really funny Daryl talking head in the bloopers from this episode. It was deleted, so it's not in the episode, but Daryl shares that he used to cheat, but then he watched the movie Love Actually, and that really set him straight. It really got to him. And he kept laughing through it, and it's really funny. Well, I guess Angela has picked one of her moments, one of her 5 moments with Dwight, and they are going to rendezvous back in their meeting place in the warehouse. Dwight says, Angela, are you warmed up? She says, no. And he goes, why is that always my responsibility? And then they go in and they shut the door, and she goes, what have you done to yourself? You start hearing some noises. He's like, no kissing. This is a really awkward thing to overhear, and guess who's overhearing it? Yeah, Jim and Pam. Poor Jim and Pam, all they wanted to do was go to this special little sleeping nook that Daryl told them about in the warehouse, and now they're overhearing Dwight and Angela. So I have to tell you, getting to our sleeping spot was actually very complicated. Yeah, you guys are up really high. Yes, we are actually up on a shelf in the warehouse. It's a special thing that they built. Randy reminded me that we actually had to practice getting up there using a scissor lift. Wow. And it involved a whole rehearsal the week prior with a Universal Studios safety officer named Ian Bass Gillespie.
Shut the
This
fuck?
person was in attendance to sign off on our use of the scissor lift, and it was a big deal. But we made it up there, and we're laying truly up on this high shelf in this little nook. And I will tell you right now, it was so
The account has
comfy
been
cozy.
suspended.
It was everything that Daryl advertised it to be. And it was a dream to just sort of get to kind of nap for part of my workday. All I could think about when I saw you guys up there was, what if you have to pee? That's what I always think. Like, could you imagine that? That's why I never want to sleep on the top bunk of a bunk bed. I know. Well, we had a fan question from Michelle S. in Melbourne, Australia that I thought was very wise. Michelle said, the spot where the warehouse guys take their naps is right above Dwight and Angela's sex spot. Does this mean that the warehouse guys know about Dwight and Angela's affair? I mean, they've been there the whole time. I think the warehouse guys do know about your affair. For sure. I don't think you guys are hiding it from them at all. Clearly, we haven't been hiding it very well from anyone. Exactly. Well, the episode is going to end with Michael exiting the building, and he's approached by a news team. The reporter says, Michael Scott, do you want to make a comment on the rumors? Michael sighs. He's like, I have done some very bad things of which I am not proud. I would like to publicly apologize to the coach and the players, and I vow to never listen to my bodily instincts ever again. The reporter is confused. She says, I'm talking about the Sabre printers that catch on fire. And Michael's like, oh, okay, I was talking about, wait, what? Yeah. So Randy told me that this was like a standards and practices issue. This scene. Why? That's what I asked. He said that they wanted us to create a fictitious news channel. They didn't want us to use the real NBC affiliate, which is WBRE. But we had established WBRE in the show before. So they had to get a signed clearance agreement from the real WBRE in Scranton. And eventually we were given a pass so that we could use the actual call letters in the show. Oh, yeah, and you can see it very clearly on the microphone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, this is going to set up a huge story arc now for Michael. He's going to end up being the spokesperson for Sabre. Joe is going to come back. It's all going to go down next week in The Whistleblower. Yes, the season finale, Whistleblower. Well, that was The Chump. Thank you for rewatching with us. Thank you so much, Aaron Schur, for sending in those audio clips and sharing with us about writing this episode. Thank you to Randy Cordray for always giving us awesome behind-the-scenes details. And I would like to thank whoever put together that blooper reel on the Season 6 DVD, because, much like Trevor, I am finding it delightful. I would like to thank my engineer, Casey, here in New York. We did this podcast with me in New York and Angela in Los Angeles. Casey and I might take off right now and get some of that lobster ice cream. Okay. I'll report back. We'll see you next week. We'll see you next time. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Cree Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Motherfuckers throwing out gang signs.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours
The
this
account
year
has
by
been
saving you
suspended.
time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership
Oh,
with
yeah?
benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members
I
get
get to
$50
shit.
in Walmart cash to get what they need to help
Alright,
save their
but do they
resolution.
get to
Terms
shit?
apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each
Where's
Dunkin'
Lucky?
cold K-Cup pod is packed with
Kisses
the
and hugs
smooth,
and kisses
Dunkin'
and hugs
flavor
and
you
kisses
crave.
and hugs
Pick up a
and
pack of Dunkin's
squeezing
cold
them and
K-Cup
giving them
pods and enjoy.
baby tickles and all kinds of love. Man, make a shit.
Vietnam? Yes. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I didn't want to be there. Yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of friends who were there, and not one of them wanted to be there. No one jumped into the fray there voluntarily, at least the ones I know. All right, so something got lost in the mix, and I don't know enough about it, but you get to call. You certainly get to call and find out what the hell's going on. And the good news is for you, even though I don't know what the hell's going on, because I just don't, there are tons of veterans organizations out there that will help you straighten this out. And all you have to do is look them up. Veterans Help, pensions, all of that. And they don't charge you. They help you for free. And you need the help on this one because the government here is saying we overpaid you. And we want all that money back. And how much are they asking back, by the way, Joe? Oh, God. It's like, what, over $1,000 a month for 7 years? Okay, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money. That is the problem. But again, it's a question of going to one of these veterans organizations out there and just say, hey, I've got a real problem on this. Brian. Hello, Brian. Hi, Bill. My friend was in a car accident. Nobody was going fast. Nobody was seriously injured or anything. No ambulance was called. He spoke with the insurance company. No medical claim by the other person was ever filed. 9 months go by, and he gets a summons for $20 million. Yeah, of course he does. I'm surprised it wasn't $120 million. Yeah, that means absolutely nothing. So what will happen is, I'm assuming he has car insurance, correct? Yes, he does. Okay, just turns it over to his insurance company and say, here, you take care of it. And believe me, the attorney on the other side, who is an idiot, clearly is saying, you shoot for the moon. You throw a figure up there. When I was doing surrogacy, I had a partner who was doing personal injury as part of the firm. We were a two-person firm. You had to put some kind of number on the lawsuit. And today you can put a number on, or you can say according to proof. I'm suing you according to proof, and I'm hitting the jurisdictional limitation. What we used to do is open up the phone book. Remember when they had phone books? Yeah. We would simply open up the phone book to any page, close our eyes, and put a finger on a number. Any 7-figure number was fine. We didn't care. Because the case is worth $5,000 or $15,000. So,
hey, new news, Yoshi, new news.
No injuries. They're not going to offer much. They may tell them to go pound sand. Or they'll offer
Yes, and I do the same. Oh my God. Gotcha, bitch. Yes, and I do the same almost every day for the past 2 weeks. I also reported it. Give me in on this. Give me in on this. Search. Thank you for the 411. Hope others pay attention. I blocked all. I found thankfully no one showed.
This is crap over. This is crap. You got a sleazeball lawyer. You know, he's fine. He was fine. Have him laugh at it. Now he's got to answer the complaint, and turn over the insurance company, and they do it. So there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Bing, bing,
All right,
bing.
before we take a break, I want to tell you about bad breath. Maybe your bad breath. And it doesn't matter who has bad breath. You, your friends, coworkers, loved ones. Simply put, it's the food that you eat that causes.
What's this guy's name?
The better the food tastes, the stronger the breath.
What's the other
Let me
guy's name?
introduce you to Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints.
Die Hard 45 RG. Listen!
It's actually a breath freshener that you swallow.
I can't find it.
Clinically tested against the toughest offenders, garlic, onions, who doesn't like that? Even smoker's breath. You pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck on the minty coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. It doesn't just cover up the bad breath, it really
What up, gangster? What up, Simba? What up, pimp?
so Zellman's bites bad breath in your mouth, and then goes down to your gut, and then it really goes to work. And I use them all the time, and I absolutely love them. People still hate me, but at least I have great breath. Zellman gives you a money-back guarantee that I know you'll never use. You'll have confidence in long-lasting, fresh breath. There is free shipping if you order 3 packs or more, and you're going to want more. I know that. I've known the folks behind Zellman.
Die Hard 45 RG.
I proudly stand by Zellman. And their breath is great, too. Go to Zellmans.com, ZELMINS.com.
Is he blocking?
Use the code HANDLE15 at checkout. You'll get 15% off.
Nope.
Zellmans.com.
Psych, bitch.
The code is
Alright, next one.
HANDLE15 at checkout. Zellmans.
Where's your other friend? KB Connor.
This is Handle on the Law. Now let's check in with Brian Baruman in the KFI 24-hour news center.
Journalists with the LA Times have walked out of the newsroom in a one-day protest of potential layoffs. Metro reporter Sonia Sharp says management won't confirm the exact amount of layoffs to come, but the union suspects about 100 jobs will be cut.
We don't have any information, and most of the information they share with our bargaining committee has been in closed session, meaning that they cannot tell us. It is off the record.
The Times says the cuts are being caused by a growing budget deficit. Reporters rallied in downtown LA yesterday for the first unionized strike in the paper's history. A woman charged with attacking Charlie Sheen at his house in Malibu has pleaded no contest. Full records from yesterday show she was placed on 2 years probation with conditional release to a substance abuse treatment program. The criminal protective order was also issued. A $4.8 million settlement will be paid to 6 girls who claim abuse by a water polo coach in Orange County. Lawyer Morgan Stewart says Bahram Osray first worked at Irvine School District before moving on to Anaheim School District.
Just before he got terminated, he started getting a pool and sexually abusing players, which we had 2 players from Irvine Unified that came forward.
Irvine District says complaints like that are taken seriously. Anaheim has not responded to comment. USA and International Water Polo settled another lawsuit for almost $14 million. Osray was sentenced to 2 years in prison. The price of gas continues to go down in LA County. The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.57. That's the lowest price since February of last year. In Orange County, the average price is now $4.46 per gallon. And scientists have discovered at least 40 species of octopus near Costa Rica. Officials with the Schmidt Ocean Institute announced the findings Tuesday, saying an international team uncovered the new species during 2 expeditions last year. The team was looking at seamounts off the Pacific coast where they collected more than 300 sea specimens. Taking a look at KFI traffic now, we've got an accident on the 710 in Long Beach. The Long Beach Freeway, 710 northbound Connector Road to the Boulevard northbound. Apparently a car hit the K-rail and that vehicle found the left shoulder of the transition road. Another Connector Road problem near Gardena, 110 northbound, right where it looks like
Remember Gardena?
91. It's an accident involving a vehicle that went over the side of this transition road. The Palva Pass, 405 northbound before Spurfall Center Drive. Good news here, an accident involving an overturned SUV cleared from lane. KFI in the sky. Don't get to there faster. I might more. For over 10 years, I have recommended the Light Source Whole House Water Filtration System, delivering highly filtered, delicious water from every single tap in the house. Tap water just doesn't cut it. It's safe, but boy, it tastes horrible. The Light Source system, totally different. Filters out chlorine, other contaminants, and needs absolutely no maintenance. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
That's my weather from KFI. Showers off and on. Low to mid 60s at Houston, upper 50s to low 60s in Metro LA and OC. Mid 50s to low 60s in Union Valley.
1 for next week. It's going to be sunny in the mid-70s by Friday. TV local, live from AFI, 24-hour newsroom. Brian Lewis.
Hey there, savvy marketers. Feeling lost in the marketing jungle? Well, fret not. Braze is your trusted compass in the world of customer engagement. Imagine a tool so smart it makes marketing a breeze. Braze will help you personalize every step of the customer journey with dynamic user segmentation, cross-channel orchestration, and storing results. Whether you're a small, mid, or enterprise-sized business, Braze is the right fit for you. Visit Braze.com. That's BRAZE.com.
Herb Alford and Lonnie Hall live at the Musco Center for the Arts at Chapman
You want a brass, baby?
January 28th. Experience that classic Tijuana Blues sound you know and love. Herb Alford and Lonnie Hall live at the Musco Center for the Arts at Chapman University. Tickets available online at Musco Center.
Man, I took a dump allegedly, and it was like execution style against the porcelain of the toilet. It was amazing, allegedly. For real? For shit, dog.
It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials at AFI AM 640. AFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Saturday morning. I'm here until 11 o'clock with the legal show. After that, the tech show with Rich DeMuro. And this afternoon, 2 to 5, it's Neil Baker, foodporn. So Saturday is a lot of fun. Phone numbers here, 800-520-1534. And that's for figure out how to get it. 800-520-1534. Welcome back. Handle on the law. Where's the legal advice? Lou! Hello, Lou. What can I do for you? Oh, fine. Okay. So, I accidentally didn't unpack all my ammo from backpack. Put that backpack in Mexico. PSA here did not detect my ammo. However, the Mexican authorities did, which resulted in me having to go to prison and paying a fine there. Oh, how long were you in prison? Hold on a second, Lou. How long were you in prison in Mexico? Almost 3 days. Mexican jails are a lot of fun, aren't they? And how much was your fine? The fine was $5,000, but my total expenses and everything ran about close to $10K. Ooh, okay, got it. So that wasn't fun. All right, so what's your question? Do I have grounds for suing TSA for
No, you dumbass.
So, okay, so you want to sue the TSA because they didn't discover ammunition that you were sneaking into Mexico, as far as everybody is concerned. I know that it was an accident and you just didn't think about it, but wouldn't anybody get caught saying that? I didn't know. I didn't try to do that. So you think that the TSA somehow should be responsible because they didn't catch you, right? Correct. So, yeah. Well, what do you think? If I'm asking you the question, hey Lou, welcome to Lou on the Law. Okay, Bill, what can I do for you? Lou, can I sue the TSA because they missed me taking ammunition to Mexico where I got arrested? What do you think? What would Lou say? Lou would say, I have no idea, Bill. Okay, I'll tell you what Lou would say. You have absolutely no case, and that may be one of the dumbest questions
It is dumb. He's ever been asked.
I've heard in a very long time. Terry, hello Terry, welcome. Good morning. Yeah, a few years ago we had a trust drawn up, and the attorney recommended an AB trust. You know why? The attorney. 2 months ago, got an email from them saying that they're obsolete now, and we should come in and have it changed to a standard trust. Do I need to waste the money doing that, or can I just leave it as an AB trust? I don't think so. I don't understand. I don't do trust in the States, but I have not heard of change in AB trust. It's basically a rollover trust. It says all of the assets that you can put in a trust now go into the trust, and then whatever's left is distributed via a will. For example, let's say you have jewelry. You put that in the trust, you can, but you can also say, hey, whatever jewelry is left, whatever's left in the house goes to X. So that's my understanding of an AV trust. I would call another attorney and just ask the question. It's real sad. My concern was all going to say, well, of course you need to change it. And I don't think so. No, you know what? I don't think so. You try looking it up, do a little bit of research on the internet, but there occasionally there are lawyers who are ethical. Now I understand that's like finding diamonds. I understand it's very, very, very rare when you pull a 4-carat diamond out of the ground. But there are, you call a couple of people and say, hey, should I, not my attorney telling you, just, hey, I have an AV trust, is that obsolete? And if they say no, you just leave it alone. That's what I would do. All right, Michael, you're up. Welcome to Handle on the Law. Yeah, Michael, you there?
He's sleeping.
Yeah, Michael's been waiting a little bit of time. Michael, are you there? I'm going to give you a break because you've been waiting quite a while. Are you there, Michael? Michael may be listening to the radio and we have a delay. So I'm going to put Michael on hold. I'm not going to hang up in 5 minutes, which I normally do. So when he comes back, just tell him to turn the radio off or flush the toilet or wherever the hell he is. Maria! Hi, Maria!
What up, Prince Slime? Oh, that's your boy Slime Boy. You guys, like for the last 2 weeks. Really? Yeah, has it been 2 weeks? Something like that. For Riz? Fire these things up like it's my job.
Okay, you called the warranty department. Is that, I don't understand. Is it the insurance company of the folks, the plumbers that did the work on the pipe? Would you quote
You know,
the
where's my
warranty
pipe, girl?
department? Did you call
I got a pipe on my chicken mouth.
No,
Girl!
I understand. Did you call
You'll be a woman.
their insurance company? Okay, I don't understand how, if I have a company and I'm putting in, well, I guess so. Okay, I don't know if I call it a warranty department. All right, so you call them up and you said they give you a warranty. I don't know if they have a department for it, but okay. And they just said, no, thank you, we're not fixing it, right? Exactly. Okay, got it. Have you fixed it? Yeah. Okay, how much did it cost you, Maria? Okay, now, that's a simple one. You can turn it over to your insurance company and let them deal with it. And you're not going to fix it immediately, of course, so there's not going to be any issue there. How long has it been since you had to repair that pipe? Oh, good. Okay. So usually you have 30 days. Most insurance companies have to make a claim within 30 days. Call your insurance company first and see if they deal with it. They may not. They may say it's excluded, and then you go straight after the turf company for small claims court. Straight out, and you just bring the receipt from whatever plumber fixed it. You're right there, fix broken pipe, whatever it is, and then $2,000, and you show you paid for it. And I don't know what that turf company is going to say as a defense. So I have no idea, but I got to tell you, I can't think of one.
It's the contract they said that I signed that has will let me know first before I start to get served.
You know what? It's an emergency situation. And that may be true, but it's an emergency. You take it to small claims court and you say, these guys puncture it. I don't trust them. That's what I would say. You're in front of a judge, and they're going to bring that up, saying you have to let us fix it first. Well, the argument is, Your Honor, I don't trust them, and I had to call a plumber right there. Did you call the plumber immediately to fix the pipe? Okay, and what? And let me ask, what? When did you do it? What? Was it a weekend? Was it after hours?
As soon as a water company gave us a notice saying you probably have a wedding.
Okay, and so when did you call the plumber? Was it a weekend? Was it after hours?
It's a Monday.
Okay. All right. Well, I gotta tell you, they have a defense just that alone. Just the fact that you said you agree that if there's a problem, you call them first. And again, I would say I didn't call them because I don't trust them, because look what they did, and that's going to be their only defense. You got nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose, Maria. The worst that happens is the judge splits it down the middle, or gives it all to you, or says no. Yeah, but hang on. You're also, if you lose, then you're going to pay the defendant's filing fees, or whatever it takes to answer the complaint, and you're going to be out. But I would still do it. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. This is Handle on the Law. Let's check in with Brian Baruman in the KFI 24-hour news center.
Dozens of hotel workers are protesting in Santa Monica outside the Le Meridien del Pina, claiming the hotel is using unhoused refugees to replace striking hotel workers. The small plane has made an emergency landing on a highway in Virginia after taking off from Dulles Airport, and Prince Harry has dropped a libel lawsuit against the publisher of a British tabloid, Daily Mail. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the clock next.
If you are looking to sell your house, it's not easy. The news this week is that, very difficult to sell your house. Fortunately, no one's buying. There's inventory issues, but the big mortgage rates are so high that your house is probably out of reach. So let me suggest a way to sell it very quickly for a fair price, and that's what directbuyers.com does. And the hassle factor is zero. You're not going to pay a commission. In fact, no one's going to walk through your house even. You only have to have the protective buyers walk through, and the place has to be spotless. All the hassle that comes with it is gone, done, directbuyers.com.
Harvey Birdman, attorney, Omaha, Vic. For Riz? For Shiz, dog.
What you get, and they'll never lowball you. Visit directbuyers.com, directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com.
When you think Wendy's Biggie Bag, think your go-to meal deal. Because of your choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich,
JVCs, baby. They're juniors.
and a small soft drink, Biggie hits every time. So grab a Wendy's Biggie Bag today.
Is that why you just wolfed down 4 fucking cheeseburgers? They're juniors.
Taking a look at KFI traffic, on the 5 in Santa Clarita. The Golden State Street, 11-5 southbound at Lyons Avenue. This access on the right shoulder, but you have a slight backup from McKean Parkway. Up ahead, 5 southbound closed from Los Feliz Boulevard down to the 110.
Is that why you just wolfed down 4 fucking hamburgers? They're juniors.
110 northbound, right to downtown, also slow going from Century Boulevard up to the 4 level. 710 northbound, connector road to the 405 northbound. It's an accident, could be in lane to the connector road. AFI in this time, they'll get to there faster. I'm Mike Morin. This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment, and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now, it's warming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Are you suffering from back pain? Pain in your legs or feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping? Pain when you walk? Numbness, prickling, or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. Oh, I gotta pay how much? Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, as the car service at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 15 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmission, and a whole lot more. Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, the case of a teenage girl who was found murdered in 1979 in Las Vegas. She was just brutally beaten as well as stabbed multiple times. We speak to a detective about the case of Sahara Sue Doe, her California connection. Unsolved with Steve Gregory tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. And this is KFI. Don't handle here right up until 11 o'clock. Phone number 800-520-1534. Pretty good today, but we've had a couple lines open throughout the entire show. So if you want to call in, please feel free. 800-520-1534. And this is Handle on the Law, where I give you marginal legal advice and tell you you have absolutely no faith. Hello, Maureen. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm calling. I booked a cruise to Egypt, 3 days in Cairo, and then down the Nile for January of 2025 with a very high-end cruise line. Anyway, what happened, you know, all of these now have gone to a security rating of 3, which is not recommended to travel. The cruise line has not canceled the trip. In fact, they're still running the boat with about like half the people. I don't want to go. Now, if I don't go, I have 2 options. I lose $2,400, or I can book a different cruise with them, which I don't want to do. Or if I book a different cruise, I lose nothing. Now, the whole deal, if they cancel, I get all the money back.
Right.
But so far, they haven't canceled.
Right.
And I think they say security is our top priority.
Okay, let's start with the fact that this is a year down the road.
It's 11 months.
Okay, 11 months. And you're talking how dangerous it is because of the Hamas-Israeli war, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good enough. And so give me back my money, and they're going, it's 11 months from now. And let me give you a stat. I'm going to tell you a story. Here's someone I know, he's very close to me, who booked a trip. By the way, that person is very close to me. And I was to go to Egypt and Israel this past holiday season. And the war was going full blast, as you know. And I was going both for Israel and for Egypt with a few days in and 3-day Nile cruise, so it's almost identical. Wow. And so because the war was going on, I mean, in the middle of it, missiles were flying. Israel had invaded Gaza. I mean, people were dying. I canceled. Okay? Now, Israel immediately refunded my money. Egypt said no, because they didn't start the war. That was what they said. And here we are, I don't know, 3 months later, and I'm still arguing with the folks in Egypt because they're saying, we're not in the war. We have nothing to do with it. And they gave the same offer. And that is you could lose your money or book on another cruise. And you're with a very high-end company. So why credit towards another trip with these folks? Right. Right. So, yeah, you have no case at all. Now, you might have a case if you're talking 11 months from now and Egypt is in the middle of some kind of a war, which they are not. Right? Yeah, not at all. So people aren't dying in Egypt. I don't think there's been one death, one injury as a result of the Hamas-Israeli war. So I think it's legitimate. They're saying no to me. And using that argument, and I'm going, how the hell do you go? It's a big company. Go, how the hell can you go to Egypt right now? And that's what they're telling me. And it was a combination. It was Israel and Egypt. So they've refunded the Israeli part. They thought that's a little bit. Yeah. So grab the credit. By the way, which company we talking about? Viking. Oh, Viking is absolutely one of the best companies out there. Let me tell you, I don't care where you go with Viking, you're going to have a great time. They are a world-class outfit. So
This person has the best thing.
Grab the credit because you'll absolutely lose. You haven't paid the full. I understand. No, I understand. You can cancel. You're not going to be liable for the full. All you're going to do is suck up the $2,400 deposit that you pay. And if you're prepared to suck it up, then okay, then you cancel and no harm, no foul. But if you want it back, you're not going to get it back in money. It's not going to happen in cash. What about, okay, we have to July 27th, we have to pay. Okay. Yeah. And so maybe they will start to. Maybe they will.
House plants are big.
So you have until July.
Have you ever had a house plant?
July 25th, probably. And then you can go ahead and say, I'll take the credit.
My grandparents would. How about your mom?
You go ahead.
Like, how long does it have to stay alive? That'd be a question. Why? We never had like one plant that was alive for like 100 years or something. But we had flowers and stuff. Really? Like a plant like that? Yeah. My mom would get those, or my get them from her, or my dad get her, or something would happen, and so. And then we just plant it outside, though, usually.
I'm on the floor in a fetal position and going to urgent care when I get a paper cut.
Okay, so you joined it. Okay, cool.
Serious chronic pain. And if you know someone or you live in chronic pain, let me suggest listening to the Pain Game podcast. It's a show about living in and with chronic pain and trauma is connected. It's funny, encouraging, inspirational, educational, happy place, which I love. And it's not about whining, it's about shifting your mindset, and that's what's important. I've known the host, Lindsay Stacano, for many years, and she deals with this 24/7 and heroically. Her guests range from experts in the field to lawyers to stay-at-home moms who have either lived with, dealt with, dealing with, or treated people living with pain and suffering and the trauma. show is raw, real. Every episode ends with a message of hope. And this is counterintuitive, but this actually does work. You'll understand the show is about giving pain purpose. A new episode drops every Tuesday morning. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. The Pain Game Podcast. The Pain Game Podcast. This is Handle on the Lawn.
More stimulating talk with no login required. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Not going away. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Alec Baldwin has been indicted by a grand jury on a charge of involuntary manslaughter for the 2021 shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. ABC's Jason Nathanson says the initial charges against Baldwin were dropped when new prosecutors took over the case. They reserved their right to refile the charges, though, which they did. Baldwin's lawyers say they look forward to their day in court. Baldwin was holding the gun that fired and killed Hutchins on the set of Rust in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Federal prosecutors brought the case forward this week, months after getting a new analysis of the gun.
I agree with that. People who do well on this fucking thing are people who make the most.
The feds over the rape and murder of an autistic woman. Brian Playpool said that DHS and DHHS followed proper protocols at the border. They would have discovered Kayla Hamilton's accused killer was MS-13. Playpool said his lawsuit aims to stop another similar murder from happening. We will no longer tolerate them playing Russian roulette with our lives. Hamilton was allegedly raped and strangled in Maryland in 2022 by her roommate, who's an illegal teenage immigrant. The minor is set to go on trial later this year. In downtown LA, Blake Troll at KFI News. One person has been shot and killed at a bar in San Pedro. LAPD Captain Jamie Bennett says 2 other people were shot at Matista Bar also just after midnight. The suspect is still at large. Officers were at scene quickly, but the person responsible wasn't among the people who were still inside the location. So we're continuing to investigate, trying to identify that person. He said a female shooter walked into the bar, shot 2 people, and then left. 2 school districts in Orange County will pay $4.8 million over a water polo coach and elected 9 girls. He is a monster. Lawyer Morgan Stewart says the lawsuit settlement claims 6 girls were abused by the wrong coach Raper at Irvine School District before he moved on to Anaheim School District. Multiple people testified they didn't want to hire him because of his reputation, yet they hired him anyway. And then over the series of about 2 months, he sexually abused players in the pool. Irvine School District says there were no complaints during his employment. Anaheim School District has not responded for comment. USA and International Water Polo settled another lawsuit for almost $14 million. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. An LA City Council committee has approved a motion looking to address inequitable internet access. Councilman Marquis Harris-Dawson says they want to update a city law to broaden investigations into discrimination and possible cover-ups. It would create a program to educate residents about the digital divide and create a procedure to forward claims to the
What in the fuck is this
motion now
thing
heads
called?
to the full council. And tomorrow marks 1 year since deadly mass shooting in Monterey Park. 11 people were killed and 9 injured during the random shooting inside the Star Ballroom Dance Studio. We learned that the public's reaction to the mass shooting or active shooter is going to be what we saw that night, kind of more of a mechanical zombie-like instead of people running and screaming with their hands up. Monterey Park Police Chief John Weiss says he and the department learned a lot from the attack on the evening of January 21st, including the challenge of releasing as much information as possible to the public. I had a description of a man, Asian.
I had a pony.
Some put him in his 20s to 30s, some people 60s, 70s. We know now he was older with dark clothing. That's not a lot to go with in Monterey Park, where the population is predominantly Asian. Police say the shooter was 72-year-old Toucan Tran, who had legally purchased 3 weapons back in the 90s. The day after the shooting, Tran killed himself after being surrounded by a SWAT team in Torrance. Weiss says the incident brought his agency closer together with the community. It's going to be a healing process for everyone. Steve Gregory, KFI News. Taking a look at KFI traffic now, we have got an accident on the 710 in Long Beach. Inside of the 710, just past Pacific Coast Highway, an accident took place involving a vehicle that went over the side of this roadway and right into a ditch. Now, not very far from there, 710 southbound transition to the 405 northbound. A solo accident clearing off the right-hand shoulder of this transition road. The only good news, no delays either direction of the 710 from downtown Long Beach up to the 10.
57 northbound at Temple is an accident involving an overturned vehicle that's blocking the two left-hand lanes. North 57, you're slow from the 60 left to the 10. KFI and the Skynos get you there faster. I'm on Mark.
I've got Morongo's ass in my hands, the whole casino's mine, with a tap and it's grand. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Download our app and get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo. Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Number 4.
Winter gift giveaway. Get a heated throw blanket when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 23rd.
3.
R&B Sensation 112. Live February 16th. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
The $36,000 high limit slot room giveaway. 2 high rollers get $500 cash every half hour. Friday, 6 to 10 p.m.
And the number 1 reason.
Come play with us because we're going off at all our bars with draft beer specials for the biggest pro football games of the year.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. Morongo, good times.
Look at weather from KFI. Showers off and on. Low to mid-60s at beaches. Upper 50s to low 60s at Metro LA and OC. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Inland Valleys. Upper 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley. Upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Showers are going to continue through Tuesday, but then it will be drier. Still kind of cloudy though. And then it will hit about the mid-70s by Friday. Right now it's 58 degrees in San Clemente, 60 in Orange, 56 in Truman Oaks, and 56 in Pasadena. TV Vocal, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Lewis.
KFI AM 640. We'll handle here on a Saturday morning, last hour of the legal show. And so if you want to jump in, 800-520-1534. And we do have some lines that are open. We have lines open all day, which sometimes we just don't. So if you would like some advice that I give out, 800-520-1534. And you'll get right in. 800-520-1534. And following this show, it is the tech show from 11 till 2. And from 2 to 5, Neil Savager, the Pork Report. And tonight, at 7 o'clock, Unsolved with Steve Gregory. And for the first time, Steve goes out of Southern California, and he picks up an unsolved case in Las Vegas. And as I've said many
That
times,
big parachute was
I think
amazing.
Steve show is absolutely simply the best in the country when he does, bar none. So that's tomorrow night. That's tonight.
It was like another world inside.
800-520-1534. This is Handle on the Law, marginal legal advice where I tell you you have absolutely no case. Right, this is a story out of New York, and it has to do with an anti-vaxxer. And it's still going on, by the way. The anti-vaccination, anti-immunization people, it's sort of become part and parcel of, I wouldn't say full-blown the conspiracy world. I mean, there are crazy conspiracy theories out there. One of them being, of course, that QAnon is the answer, and that the January 6th, the folks who overran the Capitol are heroes, and the election issue, election deniers, that's all conspiracy. This one has to do with the anti-vaxxers. And I think there is some legitimacy for people who don't believe in vaccination. I think they're wrong. I know people who, for legitimate reasons, react to vaccinations and just say, I'm going to take a chance on getting whatever we're being vaccinated against. This one has gone to sort of a new level. And this has to do with a midwife who's just been issued a $300,000 fine. And what she did was she created false immunization records for about 1,500 school-age kids all through New York State. And it started 2019 school year, right after the elimination of non-medical exemptions. There used to be a parent who could simply say, I don't want my kid to be vaccinated. During COVID, it was kind of nuts. And so most kids said, no, it's only medical exemptions by a doctor or someone who is authorized. I don't know if she was authorized to issue those immunization records. I have no idea, but I do know that she lied and created false ones for kids who were perfectly healthy and had no medical reasons for not getting a vaccination. She's a licensed midwife, Jeanette Green, and what she did is supply kids with a whole series of homeopathic oral pellets, saying that this is just as good, and it's sort of some kind of supplement, and then falsified the immunization records and the pellets. What she said, and other conspiracy people say these are as good. These supplants are not approved by the FDA at all, or the Department of Health. They have nothing to do with vaccination. They're just, it's in her head. And the other thing she says is that these pellets, these pills, are a substitute for the vaccines for diphtheria, hepatitis B, measles, mumps, polio, rubella, and a whole series of other diseases. And I don't know if you've seen Western movies or read books where you have the fake doctor in that wagon sells that snake oil. This bottle of insert name of Dr. Zoom's elixir will cure, and then you go through every single disease that has ever been suffered by anybody. That's what this looks like. So, okay. And she has HD. This is, she has not yet been, this is a civil fine. Although part of it, she can never again administer a vaccination, even legitimate vaccination. All right, let's go ahead and take a phone call. Nanette, you've been there for a bit. Hello, Nanette. Welcome.
Hi, I was questioning if as a tenant, do I have the legal right to pass my next rent payment to the landlord until he fixes or replaces the heater?
Okay, now you're talking, wait a second, you're talking about the entire heating system in the apartment, right?
It's in my apartment, yeah.
Yeah, you can. You tell them, hey, you fix this puppy. I cannot not have heat. And you fix it, or we're holding the rent. Especially if it is right.
It's only the good heat.
Well, he'll try. He'll try. And he'll file an unlawful detainer to say it'll be a 3-day notice to pay rent or quit. You ignore that, he then sues you to evict you, and you defend it and say no heat in the apartment. That's one of the issues that a landlord must prepare if there's a problem. Heat, especially in the winter time, then it becomes crazy.
Yeah, I'm really sick now. And also, the health inspector did come because
And what did the health inspector say?
well, the health inspector did send a letter with a report.
Nice. So, hold on. Okay. Good.
I asked the health inspector that question, and she said she doesn't know. And
Yeah, because they can't give you legal advice. They're not allowed to give you legal advice. You have to be a lawyer to get legal advice, or you have to be me. You're not a good lawyer. Yeah, you would
but you're expensive, right? If I need your service,
well, you don't want my service. Believe me, I wouldn't hire me for that. So let's start with that. There are, you don't have to defend, but there are organizations out there that you can find, especially if you are reasonably poor, or you're poor, and can afford a lawyer. You can look up, you can go on the internet and look up low-cost lawyers, evictions, all of those, and you'll be okay. You'll find someone to help you. And yeah, I think you're on top of this. You should be okay. This is Handle on the Law, and let's check in with Brian Berluman in the KFI 24-hour news center.
President Berluman Ruth Carrillo has pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor DUI charge from the arrest in November. She's still challenging Evan De Leon's from the LA City Council, though. One person was killed and 2 people were hurt from a cheese bar in San Pedro. Nobody's been arrested for that yet. and candlelight vigil will be held in Monterey Park to mark 1 year since mass shooting where 11 people were killed. It's happening tomorrow night. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 57th next.
No matter what business you're in, I don't know what business you're in, but I do know technology is one of it. And I'm going to suggest you incorporate NetSuite into your business. What NetSuite does is help all of us own businesses make more money, more profit. You get a snapshot of your business performance. That's just what at that moment you know exactly where you are at this moment, and now you can make better decisions. 37,000 businesses have upgraded their accounting and finance, inventory management, if that's what you do, and a whole lot more. And NetSuite's been doing this for 25 years. So with that information, with that help, you're able to manage your risk. You get reliable forecasts. You improve your margins, drive down expenses, increase revenue, replace the accounting software you've outgrown. So download the NetSuite checklist designed to help your business.
Look at this flag.
Yo, that's the NetSuite checklist. NetSuite.com/AFI.
What are you gonna do, Maggie?
NetSuite.com/AFI.
Temple Avenue, an accident involving an overturned vehicle has the 2 left-hand lanes taken away, and you're 12 between the 60 and San Freeway. Up ahead on the north side at Dia Verde, and a car that broke down that 12 vehicle from the center divider. Martin Grove,
Force this
fucker before you put a couple
to change your sign of conference.
also in the clock because we do see waiting north front from the west on 3 starting at Fairview after AFI in the sky. Let's get to their faster. I like the Crown and Pilates Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn's Pilates.
And enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds. Because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello. Are you being a whistleblower, Angela?
I was trying. I have the most pitiful whistle.
Hello and welcome to the finale of season 6, Whistleblower, also episode 26.
This was such a big season.
It was crazy. I want to start off today apologizing if I sound a little nasally.
Sounds sick.
I'm working out some head congestion.
Oh, you've been giving
Just
him,
a little bit
giving
of
him
stuffy
whistle.
nose. I know. Can you hear it? I feel like you can hear it. Lee said you can hear it. He said I should acknowledge it when I got on air.
I can't hear it. It doesn't bother me,
Well,
lady.
Well, he
Fuck up.
said
I can
just
hear it.
right off the bat, if you just acknowledge it, then you know it's fine.
It's like when I had food poisoning. I was like, hey, we're talking to Ellie. I also sound like I just crawled out of the bathroom.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. It's been said. Now moving on to Whistleblower. Yeah. This episode, which was written by Warren Lieberstein and Halstead Sullivan and directed by Paul Lieberstein. I have a very short summary. It is 1 sentence long, but I think it really sums it up.
Okay.
An angry Joe Bennett descends upon Dunder Mifflin Scranton to identify which employee talked to the press about Saber's faulty printers, prompting the group to turn on Andy.
Lady, I have to say, I hadn't watched this episode since it aired.
Same.
And I really enjoyed it.
I did too.
There's so many great moments.
Well, there's a lot of Kathy Bates in this episode, and that made me very happy.
There's a lot of Joe and Michael, which I could not get enough of.
Same. I mean, they're 2 amazing actors doing amazing work.
Yeah.
All right, fast fact number 1. Like we said, this is the season 6 finale. It aired on May 20th, 2010, and was watched by 6.6 million households. Now, if I remember correctly, Angela, we were originally only going to do 24 episodes, and at the last minute, suddenly we were doing 26. This was confirmed by our writers, Warren and Halstead,
Yes, because we reached out to them for this episode, and they shared with us lots of fun behind-the-scenes stuff that we'll share and sprinkle through the episode.
Well, Warren and Halstead did share with us that the finale had this dual purpose of both having to wrap up season 6 as well as set things up for season 7. You know, in past years, our season finales have had some pretty big cliffhangers, and this one has a few, but they're maybe not as dramatic as other years.
Right, but you know what's interesting about that to me? If you have been watching all along, which we have now, right? We're watching every week. Just when Michael mentions Holly, that felt so huge to me.
Yes. Okay. So I remember that at this time, we knew that Steve would only be coming back for season 7, and that was it.
Yeah.
By the time we did this episode, we found out kind of a few episodes before the end of season 6. So the writers knew that season 7 would be his last. And Warren and Halstead shared that they had started brainstorming what Steve's last year might look like. And the big thing that they settled on was that they wanted him to ultimately find happiness with Holly, and that was going to be a seed that was planted in this season finale. But besides that, they only set up 2 other things. They set up that Dwight was going to buy the building, and we start to see Erin kind of warming up to Andy.
She touches his calf, kind of, and lets her hand linger there for a minute.
A lingering calf touch,
Yeah.
for sure.
Lingering calf touch.
Well, like you said, Warren and Halstead were awesome, and we've got some fun little tidbits from them for this episode. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Are you ready for fast fact number 2?
I'm so ready. Please tell me it's a location breakdown.
Of a private plane?
Yes.
It sure is, lady. We shot that private plane on location at the Van Nuys Airport on board an actual private plane that was not a set. We got some fan mail. People wondered if we built the interior of a fakey plane. No, that was a real plane, and it was very narrow. And our camera operators, that was a bit of a challenge to figure out how to shoot because they couldn't move any seats. They couldn't move any walls. They were just crammed in there. Our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, was friends with a senior executive at the aviation company called Castle & Cook. And because of that, we were able to use their hangar and the interior of their jet for a cost of only $10,000. Plus, we had to pay the Van Nuys Airport Authority a $5,000 usage fee.
Oh, the usage fees.
You know those?
Dang usage fees.
So Castle & Cook is a real aviation company, and it only exists in Van Nuys, California, and Honolulu, Hawaii. So you are not going to ever find this anywhere near Scranton, Pennsylvania. But Warren and Halstead shared that they were writing this script up to the very last minute, and by the time they got the idea to shoot on a private plane, they did not have time to change the Castle & Cook signage to something else. They couldn't make like a giant new hangar sign.
Yeah.
So they just went with it. Incidentally, Castle & Cook is part of the company that originally owned Dole Fruit.
What?
Yeah, they are one of the largest suppliers of Hawaiian pineapples.
Well, I guess they fly them on their planes.
I guess. Oh, who knows?
Who knows?
I would hope that if I'm on a Castle & Cook private plane, someone serves me some fresh Hawaiian pineapple.
And if they don't, you'll bring it up.
I sure will. I'll be like, you guys, you don't even have any canned pineapple back there? It's your thing. Well, listen, they didn't have time to change the big sign, but there are some really great details on the plane, thanks to our set decorator, Steve Rothstein.
I noticed one.
What did you notice?
Are those Joe's initials? There's like a little fancy looking, I don't know what you call it. It goes chair, like for your head. Like
Yes.
a cloth.
Yes.
What are those called?
I don't know what they're called. They're on the headrest.
Like a doily for an airplane.
Yes. They were little cloths on the headrest, and they were embroidered with JB for Joe Bennett.
That was my question. I was going to say, is that real embroidery? It looked fancy.
Oh, yeah. He had those made. Also, and I'll point out with a time code when we get there, on the outside of the plane, they do have a big sticker that is Joe Bennett's signature as a logo.
Oh, so cool.
Like she signed the outside of her plane.
I love little details like that.
All
right, are you ready for fast fact number 3, Angela? I know you are because you were a big part of making this happen. Yes, I'm very excited about fast fact 3. Fast fact 3 is all about our guest star, Nelson Franklin, as Nick the IT guy. You guys know that Nelson has appeared in 5 episodes of The Office, and this is his last one. And I believe, Ange, that he has the distinction of being the only actor to play 2 different roles on the show. I think that is correct. Now, you guys out there who are just the diehard Office fans might have some stats for us that we're not thinking of right now, but I feel like Nelson is the one that immediately comes to mind to me because he was in Job Fair. Yes. And then 2 years later, he has an arc as Nick the IT guy. And Angela, you know him. You worked with him recently on Black AF, and you reached out to him. Yes, we were co-stars on Black AF, and we got to spend all day together because our characters were writers, and we were in a writer's room, and we got to improvise, and we just had the best time together. Nelson is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. I was so excited to reconnect with him. And this is what he said about how he got his job on The Office.
Hi, Angela. Hi, Jenna. It's me, Nelson. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm such a big fan of your podcast, and obviously I love The Office, and I love you too very much. And so this is a big thrill for me. Thank you so much for having me. Let's get into these questions. Number 1, how did I get my job on The Office, and had I seen the show before being cast? Oh, hell yeah, I'd seen the show before being cast. It was my favorite show, literally my favorite show, and it was one of the biggest shows in the country, if not the world at the time, so it was a very big deal for me to get this job. And how I got the job, it was just a good old-fashioned audition. Went in and read for Allison Jones, of course, who we all like to reminisce about fondly and with love because she's the greatest. She deserves all the praise she can get. But I would also like to add that when I auditioned for The Office, it was for the job fair in season 4, and that was my first paid acting job out of college, if you can believe it. I was like 21 at the time, and it was insane. It was a big deal for me to get on the show. So yes, I auditioned.
I did not realize that we were his first gig. I had no idea. You would never know. No. I mean, I did that scene with him at Job Fair. I never suspected that that was his first television gig. I feel like I was way more nervous and obviously deer in headlights at my first acting gig. I know. I mean, Nelson, you were so composed. Yeah, such a pro. Well, listen, Ange, when you said you were going to reach out to him, I had to know, how is it that he ended up playing these 2 different roles on the show? And you asked him, right? I did. And here's what he said.
Yes, it's true. I did play 2 different characters on The Office, and I believe I was the only one. This is being confirmed by you guys, and that's amazing. I always wondered if I was the only one. So, as I said, the job fair, that was my first job ever. It was supposed to be like a little one-off thing. I was totally unknown, literally unknown. It was my first job. Maybe Taft-Hartley or whatever you call it. You got to join the union. And basically, Allison brought me back in 2 years later for the IT guy role because I was right for it. I'm basically an IT guy already. And I read and Greg and Mike Schur and those guys were like, oh, no, you can't be 2 people on the same show in the same universe. It doesn't work. It's too bad. We know that was his first gig, and we would have wanted to give him something bigger, but he already used up his one role, so it's not going to happen, and that was sad. And then they read more people for like a week, and then after a little while, they came back to me and were like, hey, you know what? Fine, you get the job. And what a thrill that was, being told no, and then being like, actually, remember when we said you didn't have that job? Well, now you do. And I said to Greg, what made you change your mind? And he said, no one's going to remember that you were the jobs fair guy. No one's going to remember that. It was 25 seconds at the end of an episode. Just don't bring it up to anybody who asks. No one's ever going to know. And I said, Greg, it's pretty feasible that a guy who was a graphics design person would then, pivot into an IT guy career. That's totally believable. And he was like, no, just don't mention it. No one's ever going to know. And boy, was he wrong, because, the Office fans are voracious. They know every detail of every second of every episode. So, yeah, I'm a folklore hero, basically, is the end of this question.
I love that so much. He was trying to justify it. Yeah. He was like, you know what? We'll have a little thing where maybe I got it. Pam's like, hey. And he's like, yeah, I'm in IT now. That's all it would have taken. in his one line, and then he's the same character.
Yeah, same guy. Now we know his name is Nick. I don't think, did we know his name before? I don't even
Job
know.
fair? I don't know.
I think he's just graphic design guy.
That cracks me up. And of course, we always ask our guests if they're still recognized from being on The Office, and here's what Nelson had to say.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like the number one thing I get recognized for. I mean, you know, The Office, as I said, it was just such a big deal. It's got the most fans of any show I've ever known. I mean, it's totally ubiquitous. People from all walks of life watch The Office, and so I get recognized constantly. And the other thing that happens is people come up to me and be like, "Wait a second, I know you. Are you Tom's brother?" No, you were at that concert last night. And then after I let them flail around for a second, and I say, "IT guy," and they go, "Oh, yeah, got it, all right," and they flip me off because they remember that scene.
He gets flipped off. It's hilarious.
Well, he's got a big moment at the end of the episode. It's pretty great.
I know. You get people saying, "Don't throw garbage at me." I get Save Bandit. He gets the finger.
Well, and you also asked him if he took anything from the show when he left, and I loved his response because it made me remember a thing that I had forgotten.
Okay.
You know, I wish I had. That seems like a great idea to swipe something, a little memento, but I didn't do it. I did take a cell phone picture of the like sort of whiteboard. There's like a dry erase board that somebody was keeping up with a second AD or something, where it would have the names of the guest stars that were appearing in the episode for whatever reason, and the handwriting was super bad. So I have this great picture of this dry erase board where it says like Kathy Bates, and then right under it says Nelson, and it's like written like a sort of like a drunk person wrote it on there. It's just a fond memory. That's the only thing I kept.
I remember that whiteboard, and you know what's crazy? In our final season, I was going around, I was just taking pictures of things because I just wanted to remember every detail.
Yeah.
I took a picture of the whiteboard.
You did.
Because it would have our numbers on it. Each cast member was assigned a number, and it would say like who's in the scene, who's on deck.
Yeah.
And it would have guest stars, and it would have all these numbers. It was like a code. Like we knew what it all meant, but somebody coming in to visit may not know.
Yeah, it's like how, I think so many baseball stats, I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
It's like that. And it was by the back door as you walked into our set, right there on the wall. So the minute you walked in, you knew who was in the scene, who was up next,
Who was in the background of the scene? Who was
exactly.
speaking. Yeah. And I mean, my gosh, if I saw my name on a
Next to
whiteboard
Kathy Bates,
I'd have a picture of that.
Yeah.
Well, he is just wonderful. I loved hearing from him, and we have more clips.
Yes, he's going to share a few more things about his time on The Office, and we'll be adding those in as we talk about this episode.
Well, why don't we take a break, and then we'll get into this episode.
Okay.
We would not make good whistleblowers, clearly. Not if it
Not if
involves
it
actually
involved
whistling. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay.
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
with white cheddar and the
Yes.
thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
This episode starts with Michael watching a clip of himself defending Saber on the local news.
Yes, and then Todd Packer calls because everybody's seen him on the news, and of course he knows this. Michael is so tickled.
Oh, he loves it. He's probably rewatched this clip over and over.
I want to say 14 seconds, Packer has a line where he says, "I want to pinch your tiny wiener."
Yeah, uh-huh.
The original table draft for this episode had the line, "I want to lick your tiny wiener."
Oh my goodness.
But standards and practices said no.
Okay.
So they had to change lick to pinch, and then it got approved. I have become fascinated by standards and practices. Who is that person that scrubs through our episodes
with a red flag?
Yeah, and is like, we're going to, no licking of the tiny penis, please. We need to change that.
I also would just love to have been a fly on the wall for their meetings about our show.
I know.
Are they email exchanges?
I mean, that is some digital clutter I'd like to get my hands on.
Same. While Michael is watching his news clip, did you happen to see the other news of the day?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's all listed on the right-hand side of the computer screen. Here are the news stories of the day in Scranton.
Okay.
Number 1, local teacher wrongly accused of pedophilia.
We're going to discuss that later.
Yes. Number 2, area business manager responds to allegations.
That's Michael.
And it's highlighted in blue because it's the one Michael's watching.
Nice detail.
Number 3, local zoo gets a baby otter. Number 4, last of 3 murder suspects arrested. Number 5, former fire secretary sentenced for theft.
Wow.
Number 6, expert, bill likely to be ruled constitutional.
Okay. Very vague.
I know. Number 7, ex-state rep convicted in bonus gate scandal. Bonus gate. I'm intrigued. Number 8, parents pack meeting to hear about drugs in schools. And lastly, if you notice, Michael's clip has 1,069 views.
Okay. Well, he's going to have a talking head where he brags about all of his views and all the people who are watching his clip. He even called the radio request line and talked about it on the air.
Yeah.
Well, we had a fan catch from Kelly W. from Cary, North Carolina, and many others who said, Michael says he called Froggy 98.7. But all of the stickers and the magnets throughout the office say Froggy 101. Was this a continuity error or just Michael not knowing what he's doing? We asked Warren and Halstead about this, and they said this was a goof. Yeah, they know that fans have spotted this. It is totally their bad, and they can't believe
that they wrote Froggy 98.7 and that none of us noticed. We've been surrounded by these bumper stickers for like 7 years.
7 years. There's one on the file cabinet by Phyllis's desk. Here's the thing, though. I think they wrote 98.7. This is my theory because there's a local Los Angeles radio station that plays pop music, like whatever the Billboard charts are, and it's 98.7. And I think that just went sort of from their brain right to the page.
It must have, but it's very funny to me.
Yeah, that everyone caught it, but we didn't.
Well, now Michael's going to run out of his office and he is going to declare DEFCON 5. Do you know why?
Dun, dun, dun.
He is the #2 most watched clip on the local news, and we cannot have that. Everybody has to watch his clip now.
Yeah, he said he wants everyone to stop what they're doing and watch his clip 11 times. But pretty quickly, Angela gets distracted by that cute otter.
And then everybody gets distracted by the cute otter.
It's everybody watching the otter, and it's making Michael crazy. But then I loved it because Michael goes to watch it. And he's like, I don't need it. And then he's clearly charmed by the otter.
Well, I got a little interested in him calling DEFCON 5 because, you know, DEFCON 5, it actually stands for the lowest state of readiness. It means everything's going great and nothing's wrong. DEFCON 1 is we are in the middle of a nuclear war.
I just remember it from that Matthew Broderick movie.
Yes. War games.
War games.
All the DEFCONs.
Yes.
Well, I did a mini deep dive on the DEFCONs, and I personally found it fascinating, so I'm going to share.
Well, let's hear it.
Well, DEFCON stands for Defense Readiness Condition. It is controlled by the President and the U.S. Secretary of Defense through the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the combatant commanders. And different branches of the armed forces can have different DEFCONs going on at once.
So many DEFCONs.
One person can be DEFCON 5 and someone else might be a DEFCON 3. Here are the different DEFCONs. 5 means lowest state of readiness.
Okay. For everybody.
Yeah.
Depending on wherever your DEFCONs are.
That's right. Got it. DEFCON 4 means increased intelligence watch and strengthened security.
Okay.
If you go to DEFCON 3, it means that we need an increase in force readiness above that is required for normal readiness. And the Air Force needs to be ready to mobilize in 15 minutes.
That means they're calling everybody. Hey, folks, you got to come in.
Yep. You got to be ready to fly in 15 minutes. Yeah. DEFCON 2 is the next step to nuclear war.
Oh, my Lord.
And armed forces need to be ready to deploy and engage in less than 6 hours.
Oh.
DEFCON 1 means nuclear war is imminent or has already begun.
We're all dead. DEFCON 1, we're all dead.
Yes, nuclear war is in progress.
Goodbye, planet.
Well, as of 2014, the worldwide DEFCON level has never been more severe than DEFCON 3.
When was that?
Since 2014.
Okay.
But the U.S. did reach DEFCON 2 twice. Remember, DEFCON 2 means next step nuclear war.
Was that with Cuba?
Yes, the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis and the 1991 Gulf War. We went to DEFCON 2 for a short period of time.
Yikes. I'm happy to be at DEFCON 5 with Michael.
Yes, even though he seems panicked by it. Yeah. DEFCON 5, everyone.
Well, I find that so interesting, Jenna. And I also, as you were describing all of it, I imagine you and I in front of a huge boardroom, all the different heads of the military, all their accolades, and you and I, kind of dressed like the we are, in front of a dry erase board breaking down DEFCON. Could you imagine if we were called in and you're like, here's DEFCON 4, and I'm like, yeah, everybody show up. Time to get dressed. Got to report to work.
Well, that's DEFCON 3.
Got it wrong. I draw an arrow to it from 4 to 3.
From 4 to 3.
From 4 to 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Something has gone very wrong if we are the people explaining the DEFCONs. I have to say.
It would make a great scene in Mom Detective.
It sure would. You could have a DEFCON home edition, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's more, I don't know what it is.
Chihuahua is out and there was reports of a coyote in the neighborhood.
DEFCON 2. Yeah. There's an imminent attack pending.
Yes.
DEFCON 2.
DEFCON 2.
All right. We did get fan questions for the scene. Should I pivot to those?
Yes, let's go back to the episode.
All right. Marnie W. from Dallas, Texas says, everyone was watching Michael's press release on a YouTube-esque website, but it doesn't look like YouTube. Was this a
Because it's not,
fakey
because it's
site?
the West Side.
Yes, it was, Marnie. It was meant to be the website for the local news. So it was, like a video playback. Randy said it was created by a company called Playback Technologies. They created the fakey website, and they also had to send a playback operator and a playback technician to make all the videos pop up on our various screens. And then we had a fan catch from Frankie C. in Seattle, Washington, who says, hi, Office ladies. My name is Frankie, and I'm 14 years old. I have watched The Office 5 times, and I have a question about the cold open of Whistleblower.
Okay, Frankie, what you got?
Michael asked the whole office to watch his video, and everyone's sound is playing at the same time. But you guys have mentioned in previous podcasts that Oscar was the only one to really have sound on his computer.
So true, Frankie.
So how did this work? Well, Randy said all of the computers ran the videos without sound, and they actually added that in later in post-production.
So we're fakey reacting to sound.
Yep, exactly. Real video, fakey sound. And finally, Randy said that the video of the baby otters was footage from the Monterey, California aquarium. But, the otters do not end up doing any of the things that Michael describes in his final talking head. That's why you don't see too much of the video, because it wouldn't match. It just kind of plays out on Michael's face.
Yeah.
In the most delightful way. Like, you really believe it.
Yeah, you do. Are you ready for one of the most amazing, commanding scenes of someone talking and just cutting up a piece of newspaper?
Mesmerizing? I watched it 3 times in a row.
Look what I wrote. I was mesmerized by the scene. I'm showing Jen on my paper, you guys. Jo Bennett is going to arrive, and she is coming in hot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She comes in with 2 lawyers and her dogs. It's a surprise visit. No one was expecting her. And she goes on to explain that the newspaper has run a story about Saber's cheap foreign printers attacking innocent Americans.
And while she's saying all of this, she's moving around the room. She's getting a pair of scissors. She's cutting the article as she has this dialogue. One of my favorite moments is when Kevin was like, I think I know what happened. And she goes, I don't think you do. And then he goes, now I'm thinking I don't.
I know, I loved that too.
But she's doing so much action while having all of this different emotion. It reminded me of that scene in Secret Santa when Michael had to go from Santa to Jesus all in one moment with his clothing.
Well, we had a fan question from Ann S. in Zurich, Switzerland, who said, can you explain Joe's insane choice to walk all the way over to Angela's desk to grab a glue stick, to glue the newspaper article to the picture of the office instead of using tape? I looked in the script, and all of this stage direction is meticulously outlined within the dialogue. There is like this whole silent play that is scripted out, and I thought I would read it.
Oh, great. And then I have a little tidbit about when she comes to my desk.
Ooh, all right. Here's what it said in the script. Now, mind you, within all of this, there's also dialogue.
Right, you're just reading the stage direction.
Yes. Joe enters with a couple of well-dressed lawyers. People are surprised. Joe pulls out a copy of the Times Tribune off Jim's desk and casually flips through it. Joe points to an article titled, Saber Defends Printers. As Joe speaks, she walks over to Dwight's desk and grabs a pair of scissors. Dwight looks like he might say something but swallows. Joe methodically cuts out the article. Some people nervously chuckle. Joe slowly carries the article toward accounting, dropping the scissors on Jim's desk as she walks. Dwight is about to grab his scissors. Jim pulls them just out of his reach. Dwight is furious. Joe starts rummaging over the tops of Oscar, Angela, and Kevin's desk looking for something. Finally, she finds it on Angela's desk, a glue stick. Joe walks in a circle toward Michael's office while rubbing glue on the back of the article. Joe slams the article onto Pam's painting. People look a little scared. Pam looks to Jim like, what the F? Dwight smiles smugly at Pam. Like, that's what you get. That was all in the script.
Yeah. And I remember us rehearsing it, Jenna. We rehearsed all of this because it was like a one-act play, and Kathy had to walk around the room and engage with all of us. I thought it was great when I rewatched it because you really feel her presence amongst all the workers, the way they staged her walking through the bullpen. But here's what I wanted to share. Here's my tidbit. If you go to 3 minutes, 6 seconds, that's when Joe crosses to Angela's desk for the glue stick. And this was the moment in rehearsal when Kathy Bates walked over to my desk and I was really cold and I had my heater cranked and had been cranked all morning. And she said, "It's like the Sahara over here." And I'll never forget it. I wrote about it in our book, The Office BFFs, because I, with my foot, went under the desk to try to turn my heater off. And I was like so embarrassed. I was like, "Oh no, Kathy Bates, like, my desk area is so hot." As soon as I rewatched it, I was like, "That was the time."
Yeah, I wondered if that was the time.
That's it.
Well, at the end of all of this, Michael is trying to tell Joe, listen, nobody in our office spoke to the press. It wasn't anyone here. But of course, Phyllis knows that it was Andy.
Yeah.
And she's kind of like, Andy, you better say it was you. Come on. And Andy threatens her with such like intensity. I know.
He said he would break her glasses, right? And poke them in her eyeball or something. What did he say?
Yeah, you know the little nubs of your glasses that sit on your nose? There's a name for them, and he says he's going to break them off and poke them in her eyes.
That's hardcore.
Well, he has a talking head where he explains that he is no whistleblower. In fact, generations of Bernards have made their money by silencing whistleblowers.
In fact, Woody Guthrie wrote a song about them. For those of you who don't know who Woody Guthrie is, he was, by all accounts on the internet and people who love folk music, one of the most significant figures in American folk music. He was, quote, a poet of the people. His songs captured the heart of hard economic time and war. One of his songs you might all know is This Land Is Your Land. This land is your land, this land is my land. You know that one. And incidentally, he was born today.
What?
In 1912. He was born on July 14th, which is the day we're recording this.
That is crazy.
I know, I thought so too.
We got some mail from Barrett G in Arkansas who said, have y'all heard the awesome song someone made from that snippet that Andy sang about his family being whistleblowers? It's actually really good.
No, I haven't.
I found it. It's by someone named Stormlight on SoundCloud.
Let's hear it.
Ashes they rose up, nothing they came. From utter damnation, Bernard was their name. The shame of their past drove them nearly insane. When all of it crumbled while others they blame. Desperate for money, but with nothing to show. They stoop to the lowest, first thing to go. Well, through the ones who won't tell what they know. We'll make sure they sleep with the fishes below. Oh, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Bernard, who had his silence today? Mr. Bernard, oh, Mr. Bernard, how will you make them pay?
I love the idea that the Bernard family are notorious for silencing people who are trying to do the right thing. He's like, there's no way I can be a whistleblower because we are silenced whistleblowers.
Yeah. Well, I love that song. My gosh, what a beautiful voice.
It goes on and on. It's really, really a good song parody. It's really excellent.
Well, here's a little tidbit from Warren and Halston and also Randy, because Jenna, you always reach out to Randy. And they said this song was not in the script. Randy said that Paul pitched the lyrics on the day And Warren and Halstead said Jenna Ed had such a great talent for coming up with a tune and being able to make up a song, and they could really rely on him. And so they found this on the day.
That's amazing. So Paul wrote the lyrics, and then Ed just sort of sang a melody, and there it was.
And there it was.
See, if you gave me lyrics, my melody would be so awful.
Oh, I feel like I only have one melody, and it's like that whenever I improvise any song, and it's the same, and it's not great. It's like sitting here talking to Jenna.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Ed is just an amazing
He's
musician.
a songwriter in your life, too, so it makes sense.
Well, Joe is determined to get to the bottom of this. She's going to find out who that whistleblower is. She has an amazing talking head where she talks about when her mom worked as a prison guard and something went missing. To find the guilty party, she would ask everyone what they would do as punishment to the person who stole.
Right.
And if they said, oh, you know, you got to like go hard on them, she knew they were innocent. But if they said, you know, maybe they had a reason, blah, blah, that's whose rectum would have been searched.
Her delivery on that line, that was the anus safe check, is so good. It's like brilliant comedic delivery.
Because she puts nothing on
Nothing.
it. She puts nothing on it. She never, ever, as a performer, looks like she's trying too hard. It's just effortless, and I love it. I do have a random background check during this talking head. Did anyone else out there notice how much unopened mail is at Dunder Mifflin? Lady, I actually did. There were 3 enormous bins of unopened mail just sitting there.
I'm so confused by the mail system at Dunder Mifflin.
Yeah, the cart that never moves.
Yeah,
But sometimes moves, but really never moves.
we don't have a mail
No.
at Dunder Mifflin. I don't understand if that's outgoing mail. I don't understand incoming mail. I don't understand how it's distributed.
I know. Well, apparently it just sits there by the conference room.
The next thing Joe is going to do is bring Michael into the conference room and ask what they should do when they find the whistleblower.
Yeah, she's starting her interrogation.
Well, Michael says they should just ship him off to Montego Bay, where they keep all of Al-Qaeda.
Joe gives a look to camera in that moment. That is so good. Well, here's an interesting tidbit about that scene. Halstead shared that at this time on the show, they were interviewing a new writer, Amelie Gillette, who was a very funny A-Club writer. All the writers were big fans of her, and she visited set the day they were filming the scene between Joe and Michael in the conference room. It was her first time on a television set, and Halstead said they wanted to give her a feel for what it would be like to work on the show, so she stood in the corner in the conference room, you know, with Veda and Halstead and Paul Lieberstein.
That was her job interview. Her job interview was great. We're going to chit chat with you. Would you like a little tour of the set? And then they brought her down to a conference room with Steve Carell and Kathy Bates.
I know.
Was she dying?
I know. Halstead said they just wanted to give her a feel of what working on the show would be like. But then the next year when she joined the staff, she told everyone how crazy it was to suddenly be on the set of the show that she had seen for so many years, and then only be feet, just a mere feet away from an Oscar award-winning actor, Kathy Bates, as she had this heated scene with Steve Carell. And Halstead said, in retrospect, I guess that is quite the introduction.
I mean, my gosh. That is bonkers.
When we reached out to Warren and Halstead reached out to Amelie because he was like, I remember you were there that day. And Amelie also shared this. She said it was completely bonkers to be in the same room with Steve Carell and Kathy Bates. All I could think about was telling my parents about it because they were huge fried green tomatoes fans. And when I told my dad I met Kathy Bates, he said, did you tell her we love fried green tomatoes? And I was like, no, it didn't come up that my parents love that movie. I think it's so sweet. She said she was fangirling the whole time.
That is so sweet.
Well, let's take a break because when we come back, Nick, the IT guy, is looking on everyone's computers.
Yeah, and Dwight is going to put him in a patchy percussion hold, which I looked up and it's not real.
You think?
So far as I could find.
We'll be back. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, we are back. And like we said, Nick, the IT guy, asked Dwight if he can look at his computer, and he reveals that he's checking everyone's hard drives for information on the leak. I have never seen Kevin take off so fast. Well, he sprints to his computer. He likes running. He's a runner. Yeah. You know, I was talking to Nelson because this is such a great scene, and I did ask him, I was like, you know, what is one of your favorite memories? And I was like, which scene is he going to pick? He's had some good ones. What he shared with me, I was totally surprised by, and I wanted you guys to hear it.
One memory that I definitely cherish is when I was shooting this episode, the whistleblower. I knew it was my last episode. It was a very bittersweet thing for me. I had taken another job opportunity, you know, to be the lead on a different TV show. But I had a lot of mixed emotions about it because, as I said, The Office is my favorite show, and I was really heartbroken to be leaving. So I was pretty emotional that morning, and I'm in there in the makeup trailer looking at my lines, and Zach Woods pops in. Zach Woods, who plays Gabe on the show, of course. And I was blown away. I was like, Zach? And just for a little bit of context here, I went to college with Zach. We were in the same graduating class. We went to NYU together. I was in the drama school. I got a degree in acting, and he was not in the drama school. He got a regular, useful degree. And I knew he performed. He did UCB, and he was so funny. He's an incredible performer. But I had no idea he was a professional actor. This is the first time I've seen him since college. I was like, Zach, what the hell are you doing here, man? That was quite a shock for me. If you just imagine one of your friends popping into your job and being like, oh, I work here now.
That's insane. I know. And also, you guys, again, this was a time before Instagram, before you knew what everyone's life was. Yeah, you could honestly be surprised by running into someone.
This is very similar to you walking over to accounting and Oscar sitting there.
100%.
Well, I love that we were his first acting job. I love that when he left us, then it was because he was going to be the lead in another show.
Yeah.
And as you know, he went on to have pretty big roles on Veep and New Girl and Blackish. And in fact, Angela, we got a fan question.
Okay.
From Sierra E. in Silver Spring, Maryland, and Deborah J. in Massachusetts. Can we please talk about The Office's connections to New Girl?
Oh, yeah.
Angela, Oscar, Kate, and Nelson Franklin have all been on both The Office and New Girl. Angela, what was it like working on New Girl?
It was such a blast. I had a recurring role. I was a school teacher, where Zoe's character also taught the same school. We had so many fun scenes. I also had some really great scenes with Damon. And that cast was so fun. And also the writers, it really felt familiar to me, like The Office, where you would do a scene, you would get it scripted. Maybe if you had an idea, you could pitch it, you know. I loved every second of being on that show. It was just great fun. And I'm still in touch with some of the cast members. Here's one memory, though, that sticks with me. And it's not from one of the regular cast members. I was leaving one day. I worked a half day. As I was leaving the soundstage, Josh Gad was walking in. He was doing a part as well. And we met sort of in the parking lot. We're like, oh my gosh, how are you? And we chit-chatted, how are things going? And he said, oh, I just got this really cool project I'm pretty excited about. I'm gonna be a snowman. I'm gonna be the voice of a snowman.
Oh my gosh!
It was Frozen. And he had just gotten the job and he was talking to me about it. And I was like, I remember thinking, oh, that's so cool. You know, that could be really cool. And it's Frozen.
Oh my gosh, he's Olaf.
He's Olaf.
Wow. Wow. Well, now we're going to move into Michael's office where Angela, Oscar, and Phyllis are trying to reason with Michael. They're saying everyone knows it was Andy and everyone shouldn't have to suffer because of it. And Michael just needs to say it was Andy. And you all are wearing pink and purple. It's like you had a club called Throw Andy Under the Bus, and the dress code is pink and purple.
Yeah. The next scene is between Dwight and Joe in the conference room. I love this scene. It has one of my absolute favorite lines in the whole episode. Dwight says, I don't want to waste your time and I wouldn't dare waste mine. It's like one of my favorite lines. I want to say that in a meeting. He says he didn't do it, and he doesn't know who exactly did, but he has a list of people she should fire.
Well, we got a fan question from Mary M. in Canada asking about that list. Here is what Mary had to say. Number 1, whose handwriting do you think that is? Is it Rain's? Is it Phil Shea's? Number 2, what are the numbers that correspond to each name? Michael has a 5, Jim has a 1, Creed has a 4. What does this mean? And finally, what's up with the order of this list? Why is Michael first? Seems like whoever wrote this list just looked around the room and wrote in order who they saw. I really need an explanation.
Well, Mary, guess what? I was going crazy about this list too. I was very curious. First of all, Jenna, there's no way that is Rain's handwriting.
No, it didn't look like Rain's.
Rain has chicken scratch.
It's probably Phil Shea.
Probably. But Mary, the numbers. I was like, what is this list? What are these numbers? I took a picture of the screen. I zoomed in on them. Mary, this is what I caught. Michael Scott, 5. Jim Halpert, 1. Pam Halpert, 3. Phyllis Vance, 2. Andy Bernard, 1. Stanley Hudson, 2. Creed Bratton, 4. Meredith Palmer, 3. Angela Martin, 2. Kevin Malone, 1. Then I saw Oscar, but I couldn't make Oscar, and Daryl and Kelly. I could see their names, but Joe's sleeve was blocking it. So that's as far as the list I could see. Everyone is rated between 1 and 5.
Is it their DEFCONs? That's the only thing I know that you rate 1 through 5 at this point.
No, but I went digging in the shooting draft because I had to know. Guess what I found?
What?
The answer.
I can't believe you found the answer to this.
Okay. In the shooting draft, the scene read like this. Dwight, I don't want to waste your time. I wouldn't dare waste mine. It wasn't me. People who misuse products don't deserve to wield a saber. Now, I don't know exactly who did it, but I suggest you fire the following people. Dwight hands Joe some papers. Joe says, there's a lot of people on this list. Dwight says, you can fire them in waves. That's what the numbers next to the names are. The waves.
Wow, so wave number 1 and then wave number 2.
So now look back on the list. Who's getting first per Dwight's list? Jim, Andy, and Kevin. Of course, I can't see Oscar, Daryl, and Kelly, you know. Second wave would have been Angela, Stanley, and Phyllis. Third wave would have been Pam,
all by myself,
and Meredith.
Oh.
And then the fourth wave would have been Creed, and the final wave would have been Michael. So even though he's number 1 on the list, he's number 5 in the wave.
It's the weirdest list. I love that you got an answer to that.
I know, it was so random.
Well, also in this scene, Joe asks if Dwight's being smart about his money. He's had a good year. And she says that he really should have his money turn into more money and he should buy property.
Yes.
That's what a smart person would do. Well, Warren and Halstead shared that when they had the idea that Dwight should buy the building, they needed a reason why he would decide to buy the building, and they loved this idea that Joe would plant the seed just by giving him some simple advice to buy property. So this was their way of planting that little cliffhanger, which is going to eventually pay off brilliantly. I mean, this little thing is going to grow into work bus.
I
I don't believe that
Michael's gonna ask
anybody
Andy
feels
if
the way
he
I
talked to the
do
press, and Andy's
about you
gonna,
now.
go overboard, swearing on his parents' grave, who aren't even dead yet, that he did not do it.
Backbeat, the word is on the
He's gonna
street, get the
guess some
fire in your
suspicion on
heart
Daryl.
is out.
I was very surprised that
I'm
Michael
sure you heard
confronted
it all
Andy with
before,
his
but you
office
never
door
really
open.
had a doubt.
Oh, the whole time
I
I
don't
kept thinking, I
believe
feel
that
like Joe could kind of
anybody
hear this
feels the way I
very
do
easily,
about you
just
now.
right around the little corner. I also noticed that both Dwight and Jim were not at their desks in the
And
background
all
of the
you
scene,
know, you
and I
have to
think
walk
part
the
of that was to
winding.
create a line
And
of vision
all
into
of
Daryl's
them
office
have the
because they could see.
dynamite.
They move right in there, and then Michael moves
There
in
are
there.
many
Daryl is
things
going to
that I
confess that he
would
actually
like to
did tell
say to
someone
you,
about the
and I
printers
don't know
catching on fire, and it turns
how.
out that she works as a copy editor at the Tribune.
Cause
Now she was
maybe
chatting at the bar. He's trying to hit on her. Yeah.
you're
Well, now
gonna be
Michael
the
doesn't know
one
what to do
that
because he
saves
swore up and
me.
down that none of his employees did this, and now he's
And
discovered that
after
maybe they did.
all,
Meanwhile, Joe is talking with Toby. I
you're
loved
my
this so much. This
wonderwall.
scene delighted me. She says, we know it wasn't you. We didn't find anything on your computer except his novel, his mystery novel. And she's got a few notes for him. To which he hears her out and then says, write your own damn novel. Talking head. But Word and Holstead shared something kind of fun with us. They said earlier in the season was the very first mention of the Scranton Strangler. And in this final episode of season 6, when Joe finds Toby's novel, after reading it, she says that the protagonist needs to help in hiding a murder, which appears to leave Toby irritated. An early egg, if you think Toby might be the Scranton Strangler. Did Joe indirectly help Toby figure out how to cover his tracks? Very interesting. There really is a lot of evidence pointing to Toby, I know. Well, in his talking head where he says, write your own damn novel, I have a background catch. Did you see the kind of like green foam dog bone thing on his desk that says Toby's Troops? Yes.
Someday
Yeah,
you will find
what is it?
me
It
company
says on
the
there also,
landslide
Toby Hanna Federal
in the
Credit Union.
champagne
There's a website, but
supernova,
it's not
a
working anymore.
champagne
But I found a post
supernova
online
in the sky.
that says Toby Hanna is a real federal credit union in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And in the post, this person says, a friend of mine that lives there told me the credit union used to call its members troops. Oh my gosh, Phil Shea got that from the Chamber of Commerce, for sure. And he put it on Toby's desk because his name is Toby. Very funny. Well, we have another whistleblower. I know. Apparently everyone who works here is real chatty. I love doing this scene. This was a scene of Pam and Jim in the stairwell. This was a stairwell right outside of Randy's office. So that was always fun because I would walk up the stairs and just go chit chat with him when we were, doing different setups. Pam says that she probably leaked the information. And I love her reason why. Yeah, she just needed something interesting to say to this other mom who had been chatting about her travels. And Pam's like, well, our printers catch on fire. I know. It's so funny. Pam is going to tell Michael now. Oh my gosh, his mind is going a mile an hour. It really is. We had a fan question from Shay T in Montana wanting to know if that line was scripted or improvised because it is one of my favorite lines and Steve performed it so well. Shay, that was scripted. Yeah, it's very funny. And it made me laugh every time Steve said it. Michael is spinning now because there are two whistleblowers. Yes, this is going to lead to an amazing meeting in Meredith's van. I want to break down the hand gestures, okay? Okay. Michael's going to walk up to Pam, and he points to Pam, he points to himself, then he points to Meredith, and then he pretends to drink something, then he pretends to drive, then he points to his wrist, and then he makes the number 5. And Pam's like, oh my God, I know exactly what he's saying. Here are the people who are going to meet in the van. It's not just Michael and Pam, it's also Daryl, and then suddenly Kelly. Yeah. And Pam says we're not going for yogurt. And Michael says no, Kelly is also a whistleblower. Well, while they're sitting in this van and they're discussing who is the whistleblower, what they're going to do, Pam is holding up a bunch of unpaid parking tickets. Daryl holds up a boot. Yeah,
You know, that's the thing they put on your tire when you haven't too many parking times. You haven't paid your tickets. Or also, incidentally, I looked it up, if your license has been suspended. Did you know that they're called the Denver Boot because Denver was the first city to use the boot?
I didn't know that, but my friend, when I was living here in my 20s, her car got booted.
Yeah, I knew people whose cars got booted.
I had to drive her down to the impound lot. She had to pay an enormous fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want to point out, I found it very interesting that Michael called this meeting in Meredith's van and not the Michael Scott Paper Company, which he is still leasing.
Such a good point, lady. I wonder if they wanted to call it in there, and Randy Cordray was like, I am not cleaning that out again.
Yeah.
I'm not moving. We just moved everything back in there.
Right.
All of our tapes. I cannot relocate it. How about Meredith's van?
Yeah.
There's got to be a story there.
Beneath the landslide.
Well, Kelly is like, of course she's the leak. She probably tweeted it, and this is when she sets up Woof.
Yeah. She said she spends the whole day talking. Video, chat, Skype, text, Twitter, phone, woof.
And then we go to Ryan's closet, and he's going to tell us what Woof is.
I will never get tired of seeing Ryan in that little closet.
It's so true. Ryan explains that Woof is a site he's launching and hopes that it will be the last word in social networking. It basically links up all of your communication portals, and he does a demonstration where he sends himself a woof, which then gives him a notification on all of his devices at once. Even Aaron notifies him via intercom. He gets a fax. It pops up on his screen, his phone, like everywhere. All goes off at once.
Everything goes off.
Well, a lot of people wrote in to say this was the first mention of Woof, and it is. Warren and Halstead said that this just started as a one-off joke for this episode. They kind of came up with it in the writer's room, but it is eventually going to become a whole episode in season 7.
Yes, I reached out to writer Aaron Schur because I know he writes the episode Wolf eventually, right? And he said he pitched the name Wolf, but someone else pitched the idea of it. But how he came up with the name was he said Twitter was just starting, and he thought the sound a dog makes instead of a bird.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Randy shared that they had everything rigged to go off at the same time, but that Ellie does not actually call on the phone. To time that out, they had her just standing off camera to do her line, and then in post-production, they put an effect on her voice to make it sound like it was from the phone.
Well, I have to point out one thing about Ryan in this scene. He has now officially combined all of his new looks. Did you catch it? It's glasses, suspenders, bow tie, orange watch.
Wow.
The only thing missing is his hat.
It's kind of like he's woofed his wardrobe.
He's woofed his wardrobe. Well, if Michael was freaking out that he had 2 whistleblowers, now his mind is completely blown because he has 3 whistleblowers. His solution to this is that they just smash all the computers, destroy the evidence.
Yes, but really, Pam says, I think you just need to convince Joe to go easy on all of us. And then, once we know our jobs are safe, we all confess at once. So this is going to be the new plan. Meanwhile, Toby is in the break room. His snack is stuck in the vending machine.
And he starts doing the thing where you kind of jiggle and try to move the vending machine.
Dwight offers to help him, but he gets a call in the middle. And then Toby's stuck just sort of holding up a vending machine.
Yes, they've tipped it forward. When I saw that, I was like, wait, was that in the script? It had to have been in the script because it's such a big prop move.
I couldn't figure out how he was doing it. According to thepromove.com, vending machines weigh between 400 and 900 pounds when they are empty.
Wow.
And you really can't move them without proper equipment. So I asked Randy Cordray about it. He said that Mike Thompson, our on-set special effects technician, rigged the back of the machine with a safety cable. And it went all the way through that back wall. And then Mike Thompson stood behind there. He said this was the area, Jenna, where our lunch tables usually were. That, I guess, really is only something we can visualize, Angela. But just so you know, Mike's standing there.
Yeah.
He's got this cord through the wall. He had manipulated so that the machine could tilt at a certain angle, but Mike was actually holding the weight. And so it could never fall. Like that cable was holding it, so it couldn't actually fall on Paul. And that's how they did it very convincingly.
So Michael's going to go up to Joe and he's going to be like, on second thought about this whistleblower, I think we make them work. Come in here and they just got to work.
Yeah, they get to totally keep their job. Yeah.
She's like, Michael Scott, what do you know?
Mm-hmm.
But he's not going to tell her.
No, she's going to bring him into the conference room and they just kind of face off.
Mm-hmm.
He will not tell her what he knows. There's a great moment where she says, Michael, speak.
Speak!
And then the dog barks on the couch. We had a fan question from Enoch N. and Sarah M. from Pennsylvania and others who wanted to know when Joe says speak and the dog barks, was that scripted or improvised? Well, I did not see it in the script.
I have an answer for you. Because Warren and Halstead told me that the dog barking and Joe saying speak were something that they came up with on the day.
Ooh.
And luckily for us, the dog trainer was able to get the dog to howl on command.
Well, I'm glad because that was a good bit.
I loved it. And Randy shared with us that the same Great Danes as before were our dog actors, Gabby and Guinness.
I felt like I recognized them.
Did you?
I did. I knew they were
You
the
could
same.
pick Gabby and Guinness out of a Great Dane crowd.
I don't know which one is which, but when they walked in the door at the very beginning, I thought same Danes.
Same Danes.
Well, at the end of this meeting, Joe is going to invite Michael to leave with her, and she drives him to a small airport.
I love how paranoid Michael is. He's like, I've got a dinner with chief of police. Like, what does he think Joe's up to? Like, just in case she's like up to something shady, he has some plans to meet with officials.
Meanwhile, Dwight is getting ready to wrap up his real estate deal because he's buying that property that Joe suggested, but he sees a sign while he's on the phone with his realtor. It says Scranton Business Park. He has an idea.
Make them an offer they can't refuse. Actually lowball them. Just get it done.
Yeah, he's going to buy the building. We had a fan question from Ashley S. in the UK. When Dwight makes an offer on the Scranton Business Park, 1725 Slough Avenue, was that a nod to the British show, which was set in Slough? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That has always been our address, and even on Michael Scott's business card from the pilot.
Yeah. Which you and I both took one.
Of course we did.
Of course we did.
Yes. Randy shared that big business park sign in the background that says Dunder Mifflin, that was put up just for that scene, and then it was quickly taken down. He said we never wanted to draw attention to ourselves. We did not want to have a sign that said Dunder Mifflin out on the street like that. Right.
Back in the bullpen, Gabe has concluded his investigation.
Yes.
He says Andy did it based on all the evidence, and everyone agrees.
Profile pic made me think it
Jim
was
does
one of
try
the
to
100
make
accounts
Andy
the
feel better,
rabbi
but
has.
Andy just throws him under the bus.
What's
By
that?
the way, Gabe didn't do a very good.
What's that? What are they saying? Profile pic made you think it was. God, they call me the rabbi. They're my fans. Other my fans. They're my fans. They love me. My dad, when we were wrestling, he'd have me in a headlock, and I'd be like, let me out. And he'd be like, you love it. You love it. And I'm doing nuggies. I'm like, bottler. West side alert. Let's go. Profile pic made me think. Elon Musk. ViralRabbi. Profile pic made me think it was one of the hundreds of accounts the rabbi had. I'm the rabbi. Yes, I do, and I reported it. Yes, I do, and say almost everybody. How do I view what they're saying? No one knows.
Is it funny to you? It's so funny shit I've ever seen in my whole life. My whole life is so funny. Why? Dog. These people hate me. He hate me. What's up? Everyone is around you and say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running games, say my name, say my name. You acting kind of shady, ain't calling me baby. Yeah, sudden change, say my name, say my name. You everyone is around you, say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running games, say my name, say my name. You acting kind of shady, ain't calling me baby. Better say my name. When I'm on, you know. When they let me know, you can name, you can name. When they let me know, you know, you can name. When they let me know, you can name. That's a very important song. Girls need to learn that. Why? I'll be the first person to say that I've never cheated on a girl. So I can speak on behalf of girls. Well, I just speak as a person, but I speak on your behalf like as an ally. I don't like people who cheat. It's not something I like. But that being said, I've known people, perhaps friends of mine, perhaps not, who were just like, I don't know, just, oh my God, just ridiculously cheating on their girlfriends. Let's just say, like, their girlfriends were hundreds of miles away, maybe thousands of miles away, and they just be on the phone, like, yeah, and they have some other girl right next to them, and they tell the girl on the phone that it's their boy, and they tell the girl on the phone that they're alone, and then at the end, they'd be like, all right, bye. They wouldn't say I love you, and they train these girls because these were like the top. They're like, yo, fucking not the alpha guys. There's no I love you. There's no I'll see you later, sweetie. There's nothing like that. So these conversations that they have on the phone are literally just yeah, sure, 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 please. That's it. That's the whole fucking conversation. So there's some girl around one end being like on the phone, like, oh, I want to fuck you, I want to suck your dick, blah, 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 blah. And this guy's just like, yeah, sure. There's other girls right next to him, like, get off the fucking phone so I can blow you. So what that song's about with Michelle Williams, one of the hottest names of all time, Kelly Rowland, and Beyonce Knowles, what they're telling you in that song, girls, is when you're on the phone with the guy, and he's pulling this, yeah, okay. That shit, you say my name. Why? Because if he's like, Michelle, this bitch gonna be like, who the fuck is Michelle? That's why you make them say your name. Next. Who the fuck is Khan? I knew about Michelle. I didn't know nothing about Khan. What's drink still? Some motherfuckers gotta be like, who the fuck is following me on Twitter? God damn you, motherfucker. Yeah, dude. Before you do this, make sure everybody knows about you. So how would you do that? You gotta find. Just look up that guy's account. What do you think it's called? Oh, Die Hard 45 RG. Hey, you little bitch. How do you like to get food, cunt? Every fucking day. Where's that one guy? Another day, another blocking of Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. That's my favorite one. Really? Oh, that was fucking hilarious. More. But no, how do I fucking search? I think I got rid of that search bar. Okay, so now what you doing, baby? I just think it's funny to follow that motherfucker. Oh, what are you doing? What you doing? Where you going? Nice shirt. Does it come in your size? How'd you like it if I came to where you work and knocked the broom handle out your hand? Wi-Fi calling. Yo, dog. They're talking about you. Like, hey everybody. Yes, I do. And same repost every day. This is a bot. Mr. PP. She knows. Yo.
A sign that said Dunder Mifflin out on the street like that. Right.
Back in the
Gator
bullpen,
grippers.
Gabe has some
The last time with you.
investigation.
Yes.
He says Andy did it based on all the evidence, and everyone agrees. Although Jim does try to make Andy feel better, but then Andy just throws him under the bus.
By the way, Gabe didn't do a very good job investigating because David Wallace pops in for a talking head where he says that he did it. He's like, he heard from an old client about their problems and he immediately started spreading the news. But he's not really here to talk about that. He wants to talk about Suck It.
He only wants to talk about Suck It.
Speaking of that talking head, Ange, we had a fan catch from Sarah H. in Williamsburg, Virginia, who said, as a dog-obsessed person, I always get excited whenever we visit David Wallace's house.
Every day.
because he has
Rabbi
a
Rothschild.
dog.
Every day. Rabbi
But in
Rothschild.
David's talking head, this is not the same dog as before. David originally had a golden retriever,
Let me
and
see them
now
short and
it
curly,
looks like
kid.
he has a
I
hound
know
mix
about
or
the
a
fowl.
pointer of some
Let me
kind.
see them short and curly.
Sarah
Let's
says
see,
this
do a
is
little
not a
hang time.
groundbreaking
Look at this
discovery,
hang
but I thought
time.
it was
Just
kind
hanging
of fun
over
that
the
the Wallace has got a new dog.
lid of
Well,
the
I
lip
have
of
an answer
the
for you,
fire.
Sarah. I thought I recognized this dog when I watched the episode, and I reached out to Warren, and he confirmed it. This was Paul Lieberstein's dog. His name was Dude.
Wait, this is Paul's dog in real life?
Yes, it's Paul's dog in real life. His name was Dude. He was the sweetest dog. I love that dog.
Oh my gosh.
He was like one of those big dogs who thinks he's a lap dog.
This is so funny because I wrote to Randy about this question and I said, what is this dog? Was Bob Dunn's animal menagerie dog?
No.
And he said, Jenna, I have no record of this dog. I can't believe it. I don't know who the dog is.
It was Dude.
Wow. I love it.
Well, lady, I think we stay in the bullpen because Nick is going to have such a big scene. Let's let all this play out, and then we'll go back to the plane where
Yes.
Michael and Joe are.
I like that. Yeah, Nick, the IT guy, he's going to say goodbye to everyone because he's going to Detroit with Teach for America.
No one can even remember his name, Jenna.
I know, and Gabe is like, this is not the time. I am talking about an investigation.
I forgot how badly the whole bullpen blows off Nick.
Poor guy.
He was just trying to say a nice goodbye.
I know. Nick is like, you know what? I've kind of had it. I've looked at all your hard drives, and he starts revealing all these truths.
Yeah.
And then he says, and I'll tell you what, Andy is the whistleblower. I saw it. He wrote a note to the press. Then he gives everybody the finger and walks out.
Nick gives the whistle, the
On
whistle.
the way out.
We had a fan question from Kyle T. in Houston, Texas. Did Nick call out other people that we did not get to see?
And the west side.
Yes, Kyle.
And the
he
west
did.
side. And
He has a dig at Jim and Pam that I remember from when we were shooting. Yes, I do too. So I went back to the script, and here's your answer. He says to Ryan, "You are not a photographer," and he says to Kelly, "You are not a size 2." Those made the cut. Yeah. Then he would have said to Phyllis, "You are sending flirty emails to your stepson." Phyllis! And then he says to Pam while pointing to Phyllis, "She thinks your kid is ugly." Then he says to Jim while pointing to Pam, "She hates that you can't put up a hammock without a handyman." A hammock? A hammock? My God, Lee gives me trouble about saying hammock. It has a freaking O in it, everybody. Hammock. How does everybody say it?
If you were on vacation with Jenna, you might go lay in a hammock.
It's hammock. You know it's hammock.
No.
Come on.
You gotta let this one go.
Wow.
Guys,
I can't believe I'm saying something correctly.
Here's the thing. I bought a hammock for our yard. And
You're not allowed to hang it till you know how to say it.
to put it up. And the whole time he was like, "Jadna, hammock." It has an O in it. HOMMOCK.
There's a lot of words in the English language that don't make sense. Let's talk about knife. It has a K in it. It's not knife.
I know, but that is a common silent K. That's a thing in our language. That is common.
Sing. You
Like
can't.
the PH is a F. You know? That's we
Hammock.
hammock.
Hammock. Anyway, and then he says to Andy, "And you told the press."
Well,
That's a.
That was not, in
I
our
mentioned
shooting
love song
draft.
with
It's something Nelson said.
Gwen Stefani. Come on,
And
don't be
I
a
know
douche.
what a fantastic improviser he is, so I had to ask him if any of his improvs made it into the show. I was curious if this one moment was improvised. And I love improv. And whenever, as an improviser, anything you say in the moment makes it in, you are so excited about it. It's like a little private moment of like, woo, victory. Yes. So I asked Nelson if he improvised anything, and here's what he said.
Angela is asking me if I improvised anything in this episode of Whistleblower, and yes, I did. I'm so glad you asked me that. It was a great moment for me. As you remember, I sort of, my big final vow is that I come out and sort of hostily quit my job and start calling everyone out, blowing the whistle. I blow the whistle on Andy for leaking the printer video, and then I start blowing the whistle on everybody. I'm talking to Kelly, and Ryan, blah, blah, blah. But the one I improvised is when I turned to Daryl and I say to him, "Daryl, why haven't you told anyone on Facebook? If people want to be your friend, you're on, and it was this really weird thing and just for the kids back home, back then in 2008 or whatever, Facebook was like Instagram. It was the good one back then. Now they're all terrible. But I didn't have anything to say to Daryl, but I'm a big Craig Robinson fan in general. I think he's insanely funny, and so I said that line, which seems sort of inconsequential, but it was really great because of his reaction. They cut to Daryl, and he's sort of looking like really ashamed of himself and embarrassed, and that made it all worthwhile for me just to get that out of him. I mean, that's the whole point of ad-libbing stuff, to get an interesting reaction out of your scene partner. Craig is an incredibly good actor, and I loved it.
I love that. I love that so much. Oh, it was so funny and so quick. And he's right. Like, Craig's reaction was perfect.
Well, when he flips everyone off at the end?
Yeah.
Randy told me that standards and practices made us pixelate his middle finger.
Both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And Randy said, quote, "which was absurd because it made it even more obvious. We fought this note, but unsuccessfully." Should we go back to the plane, lady?
Let's go back to the plane because these scenes between Kathy Bates and Steve Carell are so awesome.
I could have watched them for an hour.
Me too.
Yeah, it starts off with Michael kind of confiding to Joe that he's had just the hardest year of his life.
Yeah, his favorite restaurant closed down.
Yeah, his second favorite sucks.
Yeah. He bought a video camera to film, I guess, special moments, right, throughout the year, and he only had 12 minutes that were worth taping.
Most of that was just birds in his condo complex,
Oh.
which you would like to watch.
I would actually. I would watch that.
And then he sort of says he misses Holly.
And she says, "Who's Holly?"
Yeah. Well, then Joe tells Michael that, you know, she's bummed because she thought that as a businesswoman, she'd be breaking the glass ceiling, that she'd be a hero to little girls,
Yeah.
that they might even make a Barbie out of her. She says that the thing that she's really dreading is having to go in front of the press and make one of those apology videos.
Yeah. And Michael said, "I'll do it."
Yeah. He offers to make the apology video. She's like, "You don't have to do that." Lady, we had a fan question from Kim C. from Langley, British Columbia, Canada. In the plane scene, what do we think? Was Joe manipulating Michael so that he would take the fall and make the video? Or do you think she was really just sharing? That she was upset that they sold cheap printers? What do we think?
Well, I think she absolutely knew she was manipulating Michael, but I also think she did share a little bit. I think there's some half truth there. But as soon as she said, "Mama Joe," you know, when she was like, "Mama Joe thought so, Mama Joe knew," I was like, she's doing her thing she does, where she kind of compliments you, but then like kind of pulls you in to get what she needs.
It's really interesting because I really thought it was just a genuine moment of sharing and that she was completely surprised that Michael offered to make the video. I never saw her as manipulating him. Clearly, if Joe invited me to her plane, she could get me to do anything because I just bought it.
I thought that she did share some truthful things, but the minute she referred to herself as Mama Joe to him,
That was like, that was your
it.
clue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I hear that. Now that you say it, I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Because they're not buddies. She doesn't want him to come visit her in Florida.
No,
Why is all of a sudden she's Mama Joe to him? She
clearly,
needs something.
I want Joe Bennett to like me,
Yeah,
just like
you're
Michael. I am very Michael Scott when it comes to Joe Bennett. I'm like, please invite me to Florida, Joe Bennett.
Please take me on your private plane.
Please, I'll do whatever.
Well, a very smiley Michael ends up making a statement to the press.
Yes, he does.
And he says there will be no questions. Are there any questions? He's so excited
Yeah.
about this role. I will say this, Jenna. Maybe I didn't think she was sincere on the plane, but when Joe thanks Michael at the end for making the statement, I think she meant that thank you. She was happy. She didn't have to do that.
Yes. And she does say to him, "Is there anything I can do for you?"
Yeah.
And he says, "Yeah, you can transfer Holly back from Nashua."
And he sort of just says that off the cuff, but then she looks at him with all seriousness and says, "I'll see what I can do."
Well, lady, we had a fan question from Sophia M. in Louisiana, something I didn't think of. In Whistleblower, Michael asked Joe to transfer Holly back to Scranton, but in Secret Santa, David says that Scranton is the only branch that will be kept in the Sabre buyout. So technically there is no Nashua.
Oh, that's such a good catch.
I thought so too. I didn't think of it at all. But yeah. So now we're doing this rewatch in real time. I'm very curious. Where does Holly come from when she comes back? We will see. I'm sure you all already know. Well, at the end of the episode, everyone's kind of filing out. Andy can't find his bag. Phyllis says it's in the ceiling.
They're like hazing Andy. And Phyllis is like, "You deserved it."
I know. Randy told me that putting Andy's bag in the ceiling was a huge ordeal. He said, you know, our drop ceiling, we had a real ceiling with lights, but it was like, you know, it was suspended from the very high top of our warehouse. And if you opened up a little thing, you would have like seen this just cavernous.
Yes, it was like we were in an aircraft hangar.
Right.
And we had this low ceiling over us, but if you peel back the ceiling, it was like a catwalk.
Yeah.
Like little railings and bridges and things suspended in the air.
Yeah. So he said our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, had to design like a fakey attic, which was basically a black box. Tim James, our construction coordinator, suspended the box over the drop ceiling so that the camera couldn't see all that empty space that went up above the ceiling tiles. That little gag?
That little tiny gag.
That was many meetings and much construction.
Andy's going to get his bag, and then he's going to receive a calf rub, a lingering calf touch.
Yeah, from
Aaron.
Yeah, she says she thought he was really brave.
Yeah.
And that is Whistleblower.
Yeah, that is the end of season 6.
You know, lady, we did have this fan question from Natalie F. in San Antonio and Grace V. from Philadelphia, who were asking, but who was the real whistleblower? Because there really were a lot of possibilities. There's Pam, Daryl, Kelly, Andy, and David Wallace. I mean, Nick says it was Andy, but really, I feel like it could have been all of us or any of us. What do you think, Ange?
Yeah, any one of those people could have spoke to the right person that then ended up somehow coming back on them, right? They were all being pretty chatty about it. I think Andy is the one who, with great intention, wrote this email to the press. He said he didn't want, people's houses to burn down or people to be injured because of these faulty printers. I also thought it was interesting when I spoke to Nelson that Nelson said Nick, the IT guy, was also a whistleblower of his own because he went around and called out everyone in the office.
He sure was. Well, listen, a big thank you to Randy Cordray for all of his great facts this week, and also to Nelson Franklin for sending in those great audio clips. Nelson was most recently in the miniseries Gaslit, and you can find him on Instagram at Nelson Mode Squad.
And Jenna, before we go, I have one last audio clip from Nelson. It was so sweet, and I wanted you to hear it.
Thanks so much for having me, guys, again. And I want to say a special thanks to Jenna. As I mentioned several times, the job fair was my first job ever as an actor. And it was on my favorite show, and I was very, very scared and stressed out. And my scene was with Jenna, thank God, because, she's the sweetest, greatest person. So you made me feel very comfortable. And you let me thrive. So thank you a million times for starting my acting career on a good foot. I really, really appreciate it. And thanks for having me on again. Love you guys.
Nelson,
is that so sweet?
That is so sweet. I want to say again, I would have never known that was his first acting job. I
was so calm, cool, and collected.
I learned that here with his audio clips. He was great and is great.
Nelson, thank you so much for sending in your audio clips. It was so great to catch up with you. And you guys, we will see you back here for season 7
next week. See you then.
I like when the song goes it sounds like any days of mine is always
Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed, cured coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Love this song. Human beings, baby. No. Nobody can do the shimmy like I do. Nobody can do the shimmy like I do. Nobody can do the feeling
To start this episode, and we have all the details about it. Welcome to Office Ladies. Welcome to Office Ladies. It is season 7, episode 1, written by Daniel Chun, directed by Jeffrey Blitz. We've got some great fast facts today. We really do, and we did a real two-hander on the fast facts today. We did it together, and I loved it. I hope we'll always do it this way. I see what you're doing. Season 7, you're like, Ange, this is it. Fast facts have become a two-hander. Here is your summary. Summer is over. Once again, the cameras did not follow us over the summer for a reason we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Take the summer off. Dwight now owns Scranton Business Park. He did it. Michael has brought in a new assistant for the office, Luke, but nobody likes him. He's completely incompetent. Michael will not fire him because we find out that Luke is his nephew. Yeah. Gabe and Aaron are dating. Yeah, that happened over the summer when the cameras were off. Yeah, apparently Gabe, checked in with Andy first about it, and he said it was fine. Yeah, Andy is pretending like he's fine. And finally in this episode, Pam is going to play a trick on Dwight because she messed up this sort of long con prank that Jim was working on with Dwight's keys, and she wants to try to make it up to him. So that's what's happening this episode. Should we get into fast facts? Yes, see how excited you are? Because you are part of the fast facts. That's not why I'm excited. Look at your enthusiasm. That's not why I'm excited. You could have this every week. Stop. Fast fact number 1. This was our season premiere and also Steve Carell's last season. Like we said last week, before season 6 ended, the cast and crew knew that this would be his last season, but the news was officially announced publicly over the summer break, and there were a lot of opinions about it. Oh, yeah. Mostly people were saying that The Office would be dead without Steve. Yeah.
Anytime.
This news also put a lot of focus on our season premiere episode. In fact, it was seen by 8.4 million viewers, which was a big bump from our season 6 finale of 6.6 million. So almost 2 more million people tuned in. That's a lot. I know. The writers spent a lot of time over the summer talking about how to craft Steve's last season. Their big question was, why does Michael leave Dunder Mifflin? Yeah, because he loves Dunder Mifflin. It's his family. Exactly. Well, Paul Lieberstein said one thing they discussed was Michael getting fired at the end. And we had set this up a little bit with the problems with Saber and the printers. He'd become kind of like the spokesperson. Right. So there was discussion like maybe that was all going to cave in and he'd have to leave. Yeah, he'd be the fall guy for Saber. Yes. But ultimately they thought that was like not right by Michael Scott. They decided that they really wanted him to grow. They wanted him to find love. They wanted him to have a really positive and iconic goodbye. So I listened to the DVD commentary for this episode. By the way, you guys, I have a whole story about what it took for me just to watch a DVD. It was a journey. Amazing, because you were in Texas, visiting your family. Yeah, in a very small town. Anyway, I will save that because I have so much to cover, but I have to share later. Anyway, so I finally was able to watch this DVD. It featured Craig Robinson, Creed Bratton, writers Danny Chun, BJ Novak, and Paul Lieberstein. Danny, BJ, and Paul talked about this being Michael's last season and how they wanted to approach storylines for him. And I found this conversation so interesting. Jenna, we love the whole writer's process. We love it. And they shared that this episode kicked off a change in Michael because his coworkers were his family, and him bringing his actual nephew, his actual family into the office, he has to try to figure out how to separate work from family. And they also said that they just wanted to show Michael's growth as a person. Here, they say it better than I do. Let's listen.
Telling Michael that's mixing business and family, these are his 2 favorite things. Right. So he, of all people, would not see the problem here.
Just couldn't understand. And this came about from us talking about Steve's last season, then what are the stories that are kind of
the whole season
quintessential Michael stories that we just never told? And we were able to kind of have him grow in a way that he wasn't.
Yeah, the whole season we would approach Michael. Finally, letting Michael have grown a bit by the end of an episode, which we generally never did.
Setting him off in style.
Yeah, because we
wanted him to be like a more of a whole person by the time he left.
Yeah, we knew more or less how he was going to leave.
Yeah, often up till this season, Michael would just find a new level of denial to end it.
Right, and that would be funny.
Yeah.
But we could start firing off our Michael self-awareness gun because we knew we only had a few bullets anyway.
Yeah, I remember that there was this just overall idea of Michael growing into a man that could leave and marry Holly because they knew that was the end.
That was the goal.
Yes, but we only had one season to get him there now.
Right, and it is interesting now as we rewatch this whole season 7. You are going to see Michael becoming more self-aware, more aware of his actions and how they affect other people.
Really cool. All right, fast fact number 2, we have a couple of casting announcements. First up, Zach Woods, who plays Gabe, was made a series regular for season 7. Yay! We were so happy to have him. And speaking of Michael Scott's nephew, Luke was played by Evan Peters. And boy, did we get a fan mail flurry.
I bet we did. I mean, Evan's career has just skyrocketed.
Oh, yeah. Fan question from Olivia R. in St. Louis, Missouri. Hi, ladies. Did you know that Evan Peters grew up in St. Louis? Jenna, he grew up in the suburb of Baldwin. Do you know it? I just love all of the St. Louis connections on The Office because I am from there myself. Well, Olivia, yes, I know Baldwin because I grew up in Baldwin.
Wait, you and Evan grew up in the same part of town?
Yes.
Oh
in
my
Baldwin,
God.
Missouri, a suburb of St. Louis. Not at the same time. I am significantly older than Evan.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Possible I could be his mother. But yes, Baldwin, Missouri, home of Queenie Park. I'm sure he must have ice skated at Queenie Park, same as me. Great part of town. How about that? No. Another fan question from Sierra P. in Gresham, Oregon. I have to share a Monk connection. Monk was randomly on TV the other day and Evan Peters was on.
No way.
It was season 7, episode 2, Mr. Monk and the Genius.
No way.
Lady,
I have a connection to Evan.
Yeah, I've got a St. Louis connection. You've got a Monk connection.
Okay.
Also, lady, he was on House.
No way.
So we've got another guest star in the house.
Oh, you love that pun. It's like your favorite pun.
It's going to be my new thing. Every guest star, I'm going to see if they
were on House.
Oh, Lordy. Get ready for it, everyone. You've just got 3 seasons of me doing that. You're probably happy I didn't think of it sooner, and I'm sad. I'll tell you a little bit about Evan, guys. He moved to Los Angeles when he was 15 years old with his mom to pursue his acting career. He landed roles in film and TV productions such as Parenthood, One Tree Hill, The Mentalist, House, Monk. He's probably best known for his work in 9 seasons of the American Horror Story anthology and the X-Men film series
Quicksilver. He's Quicksilver.
I know. Evan also recently won a Primetime Emmy Award for his work in
New
Mayor of
ones.
Easttown.
He was so good
They're
in that.
multiplied.
I don't give a
Skynet.
spoiler,
Don't
but
give us
I'm
very
Skynet.
upset. I know. It wrecked me.
I'm
I
with
won't say
you.
what happened.
Won't say.
Oh, he was so good in that. With David Denman.
Crossover connection with David Denman. There's another crossover connection.
Okay.
The Office was not his first time working with Steve Carell. They were also in a film together called Sleepover from 2004.
I saw that. Is Steve like a mall cop or something?
Yeah, he's like a comedic security guard.
Yes.
And it's basically about these 4 girls who are having a sleepover and then they go on this wild
Night out.
like scavenger hunt. And then Evan is part of a group of guys
It's a very comedic role. Like, he's very goofy in it. He's one of the high school kids. He has an amazing dance number.
I saw that so long ago.
I don't think he and Steve had any scenes together in that, though. But there is also going to be, after he did his role in The Office, a future crossover connection, which is that he was in the movie Kick-Ass with Clark Duke.
Evan, you have so many Office crossovers.
I know.
You can also come hang out with us anytime, and you can talk all about it.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. We'll give you some shortbread cookies, and Josh will bake something.
Yeah.
And I'll make you a gooey butter cake.
There you
to
go.
Remind you of home.
St. Louis.
All right, lady. Do you want a sip of tea or something? Because
I will. I have made myself a wonderful iced tea because Lip Dub is about to happen.
that's right. Our Fast Fact 3 is going to be breaking down that famous lip dub cold open. We got so many questions about this lip dub. I think we should just go through them one by one. We reached out to a lot of folks to get these answers for you.
We did. We were busy.
It was fun.
It was really fun. I was also just so impressed with how quickly people got back to us. So thank you to everyone we reached out to. Jenna, list them off.
We reached out to Randy Cordray, of course, our cinematographer, Matt Sohn, our editor, Dave Rogers, Kate Flannery, Creed Bratton, and there was also a great breakdown with our writer, Danny Chun, and our first AD, Kelly Cantley, over on OfficeTelly.com. And Angela, you got some tidbits from the DVD commentary. So without further ado, let's get started.
Question number 1, what was the inspiration for this cold open?
Well, first off, lip dubs were very popular at this time. Crazy popular. The idea was like you and a group of friends, or a lot of times coworkers actually, you would film yourself lip syncing to a song, and it was supposed to happen all in one take, but move to various locations.
Yeah, I remember one that was going around that everyone was watching was a bunch of office coworkers at a company called Connected Ventures.
Oh yeah.
And they filmed it one night after work, and it was so fun. So guess what? The Dunder Mifflin gang wants to get in on this. Dunder Mifflin's lip dub starts with Andy in the elevator. He sings Nobody But Me, performed by the Human Beings. And he dances to the front door of Dunder Mifflin. Someone flips the blinds to read lip dub. Who's that person? That one did. That would be Pam.
Nobody really knows
The
what
door
time is.
opens,
Nobody
and
really
all
cares.
of a
Did I just feel
sudden,
an earthquake?
everyone is dancing in
Or
the
is that just-
bullpen. Aaron is on roller
Oh, you just
skates.
happened
It
to
goes
see me.
all the way through the kitchen
Let me see,
into the
Rabbi.
break room and
Cool,
back.
lady.
And it ends with confetti, and everyone participates pretty much except for Daryl, Angela, and Stanley barely participates until the end.
And Ryan uses it as an opportunity to promote woof.com. Right.
And the wuss are
I have to
woofing
say,
and wussing.
my favorite part of the lip dub is Kelly in front of the fan.
In front of the fan.
I just love it.
Beautiful.
I left Kate strapped to Brian's back, but we'll get to that.
Okay, well, Danny Chun said the writers got the idea to do an office lip dub back in April or May, before the summer break, before the end of season 6. He said they've been just watching lip dubs like we all were, but he thought, what I'd love to see is one that's kind of full of mistakes.
Yeah.
And he said that felt like a fun idea to play with. But Danny said they kind of forgot about the idea for a while, but when it came time to pitch on the season premiere, Danny brought it up again.
On the DVD commentary, Danny said that this cold open lip dub was one of the most fun things he's ever been a part of. He said he wrote it in one day, and it was originally supposed to start in the parking lot. And then it was going to come through the warehouse and end up in the office, but since none of those buildings are connected in real life, as you know, Jenna,
yes,
they could not do it in one take. So our director, Jeff Blitz, suggested it all take place in the main office so that we could do that whole one take look.
That leads me into our next question, which was, how many takes did you have to do? And was it really one take, or was there some sneaky editing involved? Well, guys, this kind of depends on who you ask. This was very funny.
Everyone's memory was a little different on this one.
According to Danny Chun, it was one long continuous take, and we did it about 3 or 4 times. My memory was that it was one long take, and I remembered that we did 3. Angela, what did you remember?
I remembered that it was all one long take as well because it's a domino effect of things. So I was there in Daryl's office and I had to shut the door, but me shutting the door cued Andy to say, go, go, go. So I just remember all of these moments and we did it all in one take. But I do remember that we got it pretty quickly. Like, we were impressed with ourselves. We're like, oh my gosh, we got that.
Yeah, same memory. Well, when we reached out to cinematographer Matt Stone, he confirmed that we did do this as one long continuous take. However, he said that they did work in a couple of spots where we could cut if we needed to, but we did shoot it as one long take. So then, when we reached out to our editor, Dave Rogers, he actually went back and checked his files. He said we did 5 takes, and he sent them to us. Amazing. He said we used a combination of take 4 and take 5. So he said it's mostly all take 5, but we cut when Angela slams Daryl's office door, and then we cut on the whip to take 4 as the camera moves by Phyllis dancing and heads into Michael's office as he performs the magic tricks with his wand. And then we whip out back to take 5 as Andy yells streamers. And then we stayed in take 5 until the end. And Dave said, looking at all the takes, he thinks the reason we did this was because Steve's magic in his office was best in take 4. And they really wanted that magic take in the episode. I just have to give a big thank you to Dave Rogers because we all had different memories and he had the answer. Yeah, thank you, Dave. Incidentally, in terms of Michael's magic, Danny Chun shared that they basically just gave Steve a bunch of dorky magic tricks and let Steve improvise it. So each of those magic takes in his office were a little bit different, except for the fire part. Yeah, they had a magician's helper named Amos Levkovich. He was hiding behind Michael's door to preset that flame trick at the end. So here were all of Michael's tricks. A dove comes out of his wand, flowers appear out of his cane, and then, of course, that flame in his hand. I remember Steve loved that dove coming out of the wand. He did. And he does it like 3 times. I know. It's so funny. All right, let's see. Next question. How did they choose which song to use? Well, that was all Danny. It was the only song he considered. He said he really wanted a song that was, quote, short, upbeat, fun to lip sync to, and not too current. Randy said it cost us $50,000 to get the song right. And we should probably add that we could really hear that song. They had speakers like hidden all around the set, and it was really playing the song. We were really doing like lip syncing. Yeah. And I mean, I don't think you can fake that kind of energy that a song brings. I was so glad that they were playing it throughout the office. Yes. Our next questions are, who came up with the choreography and what was the rehearsal process like? This was heavily choreographed, you guys. So, the Lip Dub was choreographed by Mary Ann Kellogg. She planned it out with a team of dancers. They shared on the DVD commentary that every single detail you see was planned. Randy Cordray even sent us their rehearsal video. I loved watching it, Jenna. Me too. They had all these dancers doing our part. Way better than we did them, by the way. Like real dancers. They were amazing. The rehearsal dancers need a shout out. They were Tammy Toe, Lauren Marie Menendez, Michael Catherine Pena, Jennifer Mimi Karsh, Aaron Cash, and John Todd. They were so great. We couldn't have done this without them. Randy Cordray said we can put the rehearsal in our Insta stories so you guys can watch it. And Danny said they had scripted out all the beats, but there were little things that were tricky. For example, getting Aaron from reception to the kitchen in time, or the fact that he wrote in the script that Meredith is strapped Kevin's back in the break room. Oh yeah, he just wrote that down. Yeah, but how to make that happen? Exactly. Kelly Cantley shared that our special effects coordinator, Mike Thompson, built the harness that Kate had to wear. And you guys, I reached out to Kate because I was like, Kate, will you please tell me about being strapped to Brian's back? How did you do it? What was the process? Here's what she had to say.
Hey, it's Kate Flannery. Okay, so this is the deal. I was on a harness on Brian's back. There was a table behind us so that I wasn't putting all my weight on him the entire time. So I would squat on the table, even though it was high up, just to get my weight off of his back. Like, don't break another actor. Don't do it. Anyway, so I'm on his back on this crazy harness, and then he turns around, and I have the word nobody on my stomach. Okay, the first time we do it, it's perfect. The whole thing was perfect. Like, you guys said, there's no cut in a lip dub. It has to be all one take. So everybody has to get their part right. Everybody. And we did. Except that they felt like my nobody was too faded. The marker had like absorbed into my skin. So I feel like I let everybody down. So we had to do I think we did 2 more takes for safety, but I still feel like we would have had it on the first one if you could read my nobody. So my pasty white skin absorbed the Sharpie. It was, it took a couple days for it to come off, I'll be honest with you. It's kind of weird to look in the mirror when you're taking a shower or getting dressed and your stomach says nobody. Don't try this at home, folks.
But she said that nobody, they had to go back and write it over and, really darken it. And it was there for days.
Well, I loved this day. I remember we came in early and we rehearsed, and then we went to hair and makeup. And I remember Randy told us we had the whole day. We should just take the day.
Right, no stress.
Yeah, and all the dancers were there. We watched their video, and then whoever was dancing our part would show us our part
and show us the timing.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So Randy told me that yes, we started rehearsing at 7:15 in the morning. We got our first take at 11:23. That's the precision of Randy Cordray. He knows the exact moment.
He's like an air traffic controller. Your flight will leave at 7:12.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
Okay. All right, Randy.
And we wrapped for the day at 1:36. And it was just so much fun.
That's an early wrap day for us, you guys. So that meant we had the whole afternoon. We were probably so excited.
I know. I remember our biggest hurdle was that there was a big cleanup between each take,
right?
With all the streamers and everything. But besides that, we were able to really go through those takes pretty quickly. Angela, I got a fan question from Ian O in South Africa and Diana T in Paris, France. Two international folks who are wondering, Angela, were you bummed that you couldn't really participate in the lip dub festivities?
I mean, you know me in real life. I wanted to be on those roller skates. I wanted to zip through. I was so excited. It looked so fun. But it made sense that my character would not want to participate. But I still got to be in it. I was glad that at least I had that little moment with Daryl, and I yelled at the camera and slammed the door. So we were in there the whole time. And as the camera went past us into the kitchen, we got a little bit of a break. But I have a great memory of that day because it was pretty relaxing. I didn't actually have to do any heavy lifting in the lip dub. I kind of got to watch it. And Craig is such an easy person to hang out with. We had a fun time. We were sort of like the goldfish in the glass bowl, like watching the humans go by. Jenna, what about you? Did you have fun? You got to dance and you love to dance. You got to do a shimmy.
I know.
But you had to go backwards. Was that hard?
That was really tricky. So it was a little stressful because Ed and I had to start it off, and if we didn't start off with the right timing, then forget it. We should just not even continue. And that's really me pulling the blinds. And then I had to dance backwards into a very specific spot where I'm hiding people behind me who can jump out.
Yeah.
So that was like a big choreography between me and Matt Sohn, our camera operator. And you can see me glance out of the corner of my eye because I was worried I was going to run into the little chair at reception when I'm going back. If you look closely, I had to look. I was really afraid I was going to run into it.
But I think all of those moments work because exactly what Danny said. This is like paper buddy.
I bet Danny would have loved it if I ran into the chair.
Yeah, exactly.
He would have been like, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yes, like you said, it was really, really choreographed, except at the end. That stuff of us, we're just improvising and dancing and throwing streamers and stuff. And so that was a relief once we got to that point. We also, speaking of that ending part, had a fan catch from Cecily G in New Mexico. At 2 minutes and 19 seconds, I have a cheesy John Krasinski jumping up and down catch. She said he's doing his bust out some of his dance moves. Yeah, the same kind of stuff he did in Cafe Disco. I looked for it and it's great.
I'll have to go look for it. I was really curious about Creed playing the guitar. Yeah, because Creed comes over to my house and plays the guitar all the time. Yeah, the man's amazing. So I reached out to him and I said, Creed, are you really playing that part of the song? Are you really playing the guitar? What's happening here? He said, Ange, I'm not actually playing that. I'm approximating what the notes would look like. And it looks real because I can actually play the guitar, but I'm not synced up to where the music would be.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So fakey playing by a real person who can play on a real guitar.
It really looked to me like he was playing the notes exactly.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Well, our final question is this. Was Toby really behind the camera or was his voice added in post? His voice was added in post.
Yeah.
The camera was operated by our cinematographer, Matt Zone. I don't even think Paul was standing behind the camera that day. I don't have a memory of it. Paul, I'm sorry. Were you there? You're so quiet.
I do love, though, that they made it Toby's voice because by doing that, then the whole entire office participated.
Yes, yes. Kelly Cantley shared that she walked around the room with Matt while they were filming. Also, our boom operator, Brian Whittle, and I totally remember that.
I remember that. Kelly was like, it's like she had the outline of the whole thing, and she had a stopwatch. Like, she was like, let's go.
Yeah, they were like this little trio clump, just kind of moving through,
keeping us on track.
But we also had our second AD, Stephanie, hiding behind the reception desk. She was giving cues. Our PA, Chuck, was hiding behind that door over by accounting. Yep. Nobody goes in. And I remember he would peek out and give the cue when the guys were coming back in through the kitchen so we could be ready.
Right.
It was this
all hands
whole
on deck.
machine.
Yeah.
And some of the dancers were hidden to kind of remind us what we were supposed to do.
The magician was hidden.
Gosh, I wish we had like actual documentary footage of all the people it took to pull this off.
Yeah. You guys, thanks so much for sending in your questions. That was really fun to break down. It was so much fun to do. I rewatched that so many times this week, Jenna.
It made me happy every time.
Me too.
What a fun thing we got to do.
I know. We were so lucky.
Well, why don't we take a break?
And when we come back, I have to share the journey I went on to find a DVD player that could play a Blu-ray disc in Archer City, Texas.
I was on that journey with you, Angela, via text message.
You were.
And it is quite a journey.
It is. And then, of course, let's talk nepotism. Because, oh man, does a lot happen in this episode.
Mm-hmm. Some corporate punishment.
Oh.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life.
I like how they can basically they know it's like you created this little machine. Like people have been able to tell.
Ladies free. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Every damn box.
People really start making lists of what
Every
they
damn
can do
box.
to be their best self for the next
Every
year.
day
Yes,
I
I
block
think,
him,
you know, the
and
new
he's
year
just
definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me kind of thing.
Yes,
people like this
but
website has
perhaps
become
this
like
year
usable.
we could be reflecting
Where's
on
my
what
girl?
we're already doing
What is that
right.
bitch's name?
And therapy can help you figure out your
Search.
strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you
No,
need some
no,
extreme
the count's
change or
wrong.
this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
West.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on
And
a
I
road
like
trip,
it for
it's like I
hikes.
don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I
I
find
like it for
myself so
hikes.
dehydrated, so I use this.
And I like it for
I
hikes.
like it
Well,
for
I like it
hikes.
for hikes.
Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, 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 or even on really long flights.
Barrels of
Rehydrate
shit
yourself for
outside
the
of
new year.
Central
Grab your Liquid IV
55
Hydration Multiplier
gallon
sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco,
Offers.
or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, we are back. And Angela, you have to share the story about watching this DVD in Texas. And for some context, I just want to say this to preface. We have been recording this podcast now for 3 years. 3 years, lady. I can't believe it's been 3 years. And I am still so impressed at the lengths that you will go to prep an episode, even when you did not have the tools readily available. I mean, I'm just really proud of us. I feel the same way about you. I have talked to you while you have been hiding in a bathroom with your laptop while at like a family reunion. So you trying to get some work done. So you guys, we love doing this podcast, and we'll do it from wherever we can. That's right. So here's my story of how I watched the DVD commentary for Nepotism. I knew I would be in my hometown of Archer City, Texas, very small town in North Texas. Population, according to the last census, 1,601. Everybody knows everybody in Archer City. Everybody knows everyone, and they're all willing to chip in. So before I went, I asked my sister Janet, I said, hey, do you have the DVD box set? She's like, oh, I have one somewhere. So I was like, okay. She goes, no, I know it's here. I said, okay. So my sister finds her old box set. Jenna, it was the Blu-ray old box set. They don't even make them anymore. Yes, I started getting texts from Angela about 8 in the morning, and I get this text, oh my God, my sister has the box set, but it's Blu-ray, and we can't figure out how to get it to work in my mom's DVD player. And then you wrote, I don't think it's been used in a decade. Oh no, it hadn't. They were not compatible. Not only that, we started using old remotes, completely messed up my mom's TV. Oh no. And you were like, now you're like a little, not panicking, but you're like, what am I going to do? This was my prep day. Yeah. So then my sister Billy's like, come on over, try mine. I got that text. 8:30, my sister Billy has a DVD player. I'm going to head to her house. Yeah. And then it was like radio silence. I did not hear from you until 11:30. When you said, nope, that didn't work. Headed to the elementary school. And I'm like, what? Yeah. What is happening? Okay, third location. I get to the elementary school. My sister is a school teacher. She was up there preparing her classroom for the upcoming school year. She was like, maybe there'll be one here. The principal of the elementary school, Amy, opened the door for me. She was like, Angela, I think we've downloaded a program that will work on my desktop to play the Blu-ray. She downloaded a program. I know. So I sit in the elementary school principal's office, and it didn't work. So now they're like, okay, let's try one of the classrooms. I go into my
How the
sister's
fuck did
classroom.
that work?
Now PE teachers, Krista and Julie, and another pre-K teacher, Miriam,
Download a
is in there.
program
We're all trying to
for a
make my
Blu-ray
sister's
work.
laptop work.
These are a bunch of that's not gonna work. You can get a Blu-ray player.
To the rescue,
Get a fucking
Amanda, the
PS2.
librarian, she says, I think we have a Blu-ray disc player in the elementary school library. But here's the thing, it's closed because it's summer, and it was 114 degrees that day. That library was super hot and stuffy, but they opened it up, and guess what? It did work. It played the Blu-ray,
And then I get this video of you, Angela, that you sent me at 12:45. This is like 4 hours later of you sitting and watching the DVD commentary, and they even brought you a fan. You're sitting in front of a fan. I'm sitting on the floor in the little reading nook of the elementary school library, and that is where I prepped this episode. Thank you so much to the ladies at the Archer City Elementary School for helping me watch nepotism. Amazing. I was very impressed with your tenacity that day, Angela. Thank you. It was like a whole town helped you watch the DVD. So we dedicate this episode of Office Ladies to Archer City, Texas. Thank
We
you.
downloaded a
I noticed
program
something at the
to
very
allow
top of
us
this
to watch
episode,
movies.
lady.
I heard that,
Opening
and I was like, "Oh my
we
god,
added
they're
a
fucking
bunch of new
geniuses!"
shots. They did this because it was our season premiere episode. We had these big, long, extended credits. We're
Now
gonna
I
have
want to know
shorter
what's been
credits moving
downloaded.
forward, but
Like,
we
lady,
do
what did
keep
you
these new
download?
shots
Like,
of Michael,
this is the
Dwight,
biggest
Pam,
virus
Jim,
of all
Ryan,
time.
and Andy. And we will always
Download
end
this
with Michael
program
moving
to
the
watch
Dundee on his
your
desk. Here's a little bit of opening
Razor
credits
disc.
trivia I heard on the commentary.
West
Look,
Side.
the commentary is already paying off. While sitting in the elementary school library, they shared that we will have new opening credits every time Dunder Mifflin gets a new boss moving forward. Oh, how about that? Okay, we'll be on the lookout for that. Yes. Well, Michael is going to arrive to work, and he has a talking head. He says, sadly, summer had to come to an end. You guys, a lot happened. He got West Nile virus, and he stepped on a piece of glass in a parking lot. That hurt.
San
He peed on
Jose,
it,
baby.
and he was surprised it got infected. And maybe he saw Inception. I mean, what a summer. So under all of this, we see various shots of Michael, and one of them is a very simple swish pan over to a fall tree, a tree with beautiful autumn colors. Yeah, that seems really out of place. It seems like a big old fakey tree. Guess what, lady? What? It was a big old fakey tree. Okay. But it was in the script. There was a note that came along with Michael's talking head that said this. Michael gets out of his car. Something catches his eye. He looks over at a tree with brilliant autumn colors. He sighs, forlorn, if not angry. Oh my goodness, autumn tree. What a narrative. Well, Randy Cordray said to get this autumn tree was quite an ordeal. Just this little script note. He said we shot this on August 2nd in 2010. There were no trees with fall colors to be found anywhere in the United States of America. Anywhere. They could fly one in from anywhere. Nothing in Vermont. I don't know. Did the trees start changing that early August? I am the last person to ask that question. I'm sure there's listeners in Vermont right now going, lady. He said there is a place that you can go in Hollywood. It's called Green Set. And they have amazing trees, shrubs, and landscape decor for any budget. And they have fakey fall trees. I went on their website. Once again, I was clearly meant to be some sort of prop or set deck in another life. They have fakey box hedges and real box hedges. This place, in addition to fakey hedges, also has animal statues. Like you can rent. Yeah, like, come on. If you want to put a big tiger in your yard, they also have glacier walls. What? Like if you're doing, I don't know if you're like doing a movie or something and you need to look like you're standing in front of a glacier, or if you have a theme party about ice climbing. So excited.
I mean, if you guys ever take Office Ladies on the road, please use that as stage backdrop.
Like a giant glacier wall?
Yeah, depending on what state you're in.
Or the tiger? Yes. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. And then everyone can see what we were talking about in this episode. Here's your glacier wall. Now, I just want to say, I'm still talking about this tree because in addition to having to find this fakey tree, Randy said there was more just for this little swish shot. What more? He said they had to shoot very early in the morning. Okay. And they had to rent a special light to backlight this tree. It was called a 10K. It has 10,000 watts of light just for this one sentence in a script. Yes. Because they wanted it to look like it was early morning sun coming through the colorful leaves to highlight these leaves and set them apart from everything around them. This is that moment as a writer where I'm like, do you think Danny was like, oh, we could have lost the autumn tree? Yeah. You know what I mean? Exactly. I didn't know it was all that much work. Well, that's Randy's job, is to like go through the script, and then I think sometimes he'll have to go to production. He'll be like, okay, here's the thing. You can either have your lip dub song or the autumn tree. Pick. I mean, I don't have the budget for all of it.
Or sometimes he finds a way to make it all work, which is amazing.
Which is usually the case.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens next, Ange? Andy is going to be chatting up Aaron, and then Gabe walks in.
Yes, we find out that Aaron and Gabe have started dating over the summer. Gabe says it has been, in a word, exquisite. Then Aaron has a talking head that sounds like she only said yes because she thought she had to because Gabe is her boss, which makes me real sad.
Yes, but now she seems to enjoy her relationship with him. It seems.
It seems.
Andy has a talking head where he says he's all right with it.
He's on a nice beach at Cape Cod, gazing out across the Whitecaps. That's his anger management.
That's right.
But oh look, it's a humpback whale.
Who's eating Gabe?
Well, I also watched in the elementary school library the deleted scenes, and there were a ton of deleted scenes where everyone shares what they did over the summer.
Oh,
it was a much bigger runner. One is hilarious. I'm going to save and share it later.
Okay.
Hint, hint, it's about Kevin. Well, Pam is adjusting the thermostat, and Dwight comes up and locks it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says if she's so hot, she can just sit on an ice pack.
Thanks, Dwight. Mm-hmm. Can we talk about the hydration backpack that Dwight has on?
He requires hands-free hydration, Angela.
I know. I looked it up. It's called a Camelback hydration pack. They have many options of these online. And I'm quoting the internet here, with minimal storage space, this pack is best for quick hikes or trail runs that won't require a ton of gear. And the 2-liter reservoir capacity ensures you'll have enough water for your trip. Danny said something on the commentary that really made me laugh. He said, I wish that Dwight had worn that Camelback backpack for the rest of the season. I was like, oh man, me too.
I see people with those on all the time when we're skiing.
Oh!
And honestly, I think next season I'm going to get one.
Yeah.
Because you got to stay hydrated on the slopes, lady, and there's nowhere to put a bottle of water.
Please tell me if you wear one of those, if you'll take a picture and send it to me, because I need that image in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Dwight has my favorite talking head of this episode. He says, Dwight Schrute, star salesman, beet farmer, bed and breakfast proprietor, aspiring freelance bodyguard. Add to that list owner of this building, then burn the list. And then he takes a big swig out of the little hose. Like, he looks like a 4-year-old with a sippy cup.
He really does. I love Kelly's talking head.
And talk about a new look.
Oh, yeah.
Corporate sassy Kelly.
Well, the reason for that, lady, is because she did the minority executive program at Yale. She says you don't even know how smart I am now. You could ask her to name the biggest company in the world, and she would be like, blah, 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 giving you the exact right answer.
Brilliant.
So good.
Brilliant. Our writers are brilliant.
We had a fan catch from Leah J. in Charleston, Indiana, who said, at 5 minutes 36 seconds, the whiteboard behind Kelly says, meeting with Chris, Nick, and Ed. Is that referring to Nick, the IT guy? And who are Chris and Ed?
Oh, hold up. That's our camera crew.
Yes. Chris and Ed were our assistant camera operators, and our sound guy was Nick Carbone.
Yep. Well, now we are going to meet Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Luke's going to show up with the coffee. He's gotten everyone's order wrong.
Well, I was very surprised, and I paused to make sure that we used real Starbucks cups. Those were Starbucks.
Yeah, how did we get away with that?
I asked Randy about it, and he said that at first, this was flagged by standards and practices, because if you want to use a real product, you have to clear it with the NBC ad sales department. Because if they had an advertiser who might be a competitor, you know, then that person who had bought ad time would definitely not want to see free advertising on a show.
Right. Like if you're the guys at Pete's Coffee.
Yeah, or Coffee Bean. You're like, hey, hold on a second.
Get that Starbucks out of there.
Well, I guess coffee chains were not actually huge ad buyers at the time.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's what Randy said.
That's how old we are. That's how old the show is.
Yes.
We had flip phones. There was no Instagram. and coffee companies weren't that big of a deal.
Yeah. And so I guess there were no conflicts, and we were able to get approval to use real Starbucks cups.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You know about the whole Starbucks cup on the set of Game of Thrones that made it into the Game of Thrones episode.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe they haven't gone back and like wiped that out. It's not like such a lore of the show that it's like an Easter egg. You're just gonna keep it in.
Winter is coming, and so is your Starbucks. There's now a series of talking heads that are really funny, but basically the theme is everyone hates Luke and that Luke sucks.
Yeah, in the kitchen, Andy is going to confront Michael and just say, Luke is the worst. He needs to be fired, Michael. But Michael's just kind of hedging. He's like, it's not that bad. That other intern we had was worse. Lady, I need to talk about this. Did you notice? Steve's holding an apple in his scene. He's got a coffee in one hand and an apple in the other. I went to the script. I'm like, did this apple have a story? No, it's just... I guess he went to the kitchen to get an apple. I thought it was interesting.
It's like interesting.
Why is Michael holding an apple?
Interesting choice.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Apple and coffee.
Sounds gross to me. We are now going to start a whole storyline that is really centered around Pam at the core. Dwight has this impressive ring of keys. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's huge. He has all these keys, and Jim is doing basically classic Jim prankage.
Yes, Jim has a bunch of extra keys in his desk. When he gets Dwight to go check for raccoons in the wall, he tries to add a few extra keys to the key ring. His goal is very similar to when he was putting the nickels in Dwight's phone receiver.
Oh, amazing.
It's my favorite prank.
Me too.
Personally. He's going to put so many extra keys, like one a day, two a day, onto this key ring that eventually his pants will fall down. That was his goal.
Well, Jim has a talking head that said, what happened to me this summer? Dwight bought the building. So actually, this has been the busiest summer of my life.
Yeah, he had to make plans.
Lots of prank plans. Pam finds it hilarious and starts laughing, and Dwight busts Jim.
Yeah. We had a fan question from Sarah C. in Lubbock, Texas. Does Rain throw real keys at John's head, or are they fakey keys?
One of them hit him.
And you hear like a thump.
I know. I was wondering the same thing.
I swear they were real keys.
Same.
Because I had this memory, Rain was kind of throwing them at John's chest.
Yeah.
In the scene. But then, I swear it was this take. One of them just accidentally kind of like flew at John's head. And they stopped. And John was like, dude. And Rain was like, I'm so sorry. He's like, it's okay. But like, those are real. And yes. So I totally have that memory of shooting that scene. But
I think they're real too. I have the same memory. And also, if you watch John's reaction,
that's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is interesting because Pam feels really bad, and Jim is bummed out that his prank didn't go. And BJ talked on the commentary about how they had to get creative with conflict scenes for Jim and Pam now that they're a happily married couple. I thought it was really interesting. Let's listen.
So this was something we thought of because we like when Jim and Pam have stories, but we don't want to invent fights. They're a couple that gets along really well, and we like stories between them, but we don't always want them having conflict because that's not real. So what would be a light conflict? Right. It's real but not sad.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? That they had to find ways for Jim and Pam to have storylines, and this sort of Pam trying to do right by Jim with this prank was one of those light conflict storylines.
Well, we also had a fan catch from Ashley W. in Oklahoma for this scene. You're going to like it, Angela.
Okay.
Here's what Ashley said. Pam's desk plant has a bow on it. It's like a gift bow. Are these plants gifts from someone? Does she have a plant subscription box? Maybe that's why they were constantly changing.
Wait, is there such a thing as a plant subscription box? I've never heard of that. Could I get plants sent to me every month?
You've never heard of this?
No.
It's like, you know, like cheese of the month. You can get flowers of the month, plant of the month, wine of the month.
Okay, cheese, wine. I guess flowers make sense, but I didn't know you could get a whole living plant like in a pot.
I mean, I believe it.
I want one.
Okay, plant subscription box. Coming your way, lady.
Josh is gonna be like, Ange, plants are all over the house.
I had a flowers of the month. Lee got it for me for Christmas one year, and every month I got fresh flowers. It was so amazing. I know. Well, I'll tell you what, Ashley, I don't know if there was a subscription box, but I'll tell you my backstory for that plant. Do you remember when Jim let Pam's plant die on her desk when she went on maternity leave?
So you think Jim bought Pam a new plant?
I do.
Oh, I like
And
that.
that's why there was a little bow on it, and I think she didn't take the bow off because it reminded her of Jim's thoughtfulness.
I like that. Well, there's someone in the office who you don't want to tick off, and that is Phyllis.
Oh, that's right.
And Luke has crossed Phyllis. She lost an account because she's pretty sure Luke did not send the samples he was supposed to.
That's right. Lehigh Motors has not gotten their samples.
He blows off Phyllis, and then, he's just like playing video games on Meredith's computer. Everyone's getting so frustrated with Luke. Michael sends him to get ice cream.
At 8 minutes and 49 seconds, Angela, you are not at your desk in the background of the scene. I noticed.
I thought I had gone to the bathroom.
Where have you sneaked away to,
I
lady?
probably talked our AD into letting me go to the bathroom. Like, they're not going to see me.
I know. All right. We are 10 minutes into this episode, and we are going to move to a scene in the conference room. I noticed with the conference table.
Yeah,
not the usual row of chairs.
Table is back. People are going to figure out pretty quickly that Michael is related to Luke. Oscar accuses Michael of nepotism.
This whole conference room scene is delicious and amazing. During this rewatch, lady, I love our conference room scenes.
Same.
I loved doing our conference room scenes. I used to feel bad for Steve because I knew how much work they were for him. We'd be in there all day, and he would be the leader.
He would be driving the scene. He would have the majority of the dialogue, and all we had to do was chime in with a line or two here. And basically, everyone that worked at Dunder Mifflin was always versus Michael.
And yes, but they are delightful. I get so excited every time we go to the conference room. At 10 minutes and 19 seconds in this conference room scene, Rain is drinking water from his pouch. I swear to God, I remember that he drank real water from that pouch all day long. I remember he had to pee all day long.
No, it's true.
He was not fakey drinking.
He was not fakey drinking. Rain is very method, as an actor. So if he was like, if Dwight's supposed to be drinking water, I'm going to be drinking lots of water.
Yeah.
Creed has a talking head that I absolutely love. Creed says, I couldn't care less about nepotism, but I'm loving the debate. Great minds battling it out, and I've got a front row seat.
So good.
So good.
I mean, I'm Creed. Really. You're like, I'm loving it as well. Well, lady, maybe we should take a break.
Yeah, and when we come back, Luke is going to have soy ice cream and bagel chips for everybody.
And there was a mini Michael Pam tangent that was cut from this conference room scene that I'm excited to share.
Ooh. Well, we are back from break. Michael is continuing to defend Luke. He's even comparing himself and Luke to like God and Jesus.
That's right. And Jim has this line where he says, oh, so you and Luke are God and Jesus? And Michael says, no, not that. I'm just saying, why does God get to do something I don't? Why does God get to do nepotism, basically?
Yeah.
And then Oscar says, this is all hypothetical. We're talking about Luke, who is actually terrible. And I don't know if you noticed, lady, but 11 minutes, 48 seconds, when Oscar says that line to Michael, I'm sort of smiling and shrugging. Like I have a sort of out of context
body energy.
Yeah, like reaction. And at first I thought, oh my gosh, am I breaking? And then I remembered, no, Pam and Michael had a bit. Because I suddenly had that like sense memory of shooting it and we were laughing. Like all of these memories came back. So I checked the shooting draft and I found it. Here is what would have happened. So Michael was going to say, why does God get to do something I don't? And then Pam says, Michael, you've built yourself up fair and square. How can you support favoritism like this? To which Michael said, Pam, let's say you're my daughter and I'm the CEO of the world's biggest toy company, Scott's Games and Fun. We make funny putty, magic marbles, connectables. And Dwight said, what are connectables? And Michael said, they're my knockoff Legos, almost as good, half the price. And I remember that was, we would lose it on this, like, connectables. Like, what are connectables? Yeah. So anyway, then Michael would say, okay, one day I fall in the Sliminator and die. And we would all laugh. Like, we could not get through this runner of Michael's toy company.
Oh my God, I'm remembering this because I remember also how well thought out it was.
Yes.
He's throwing it out as just an off-the-cuff example, but it is a well thought out toy company.
Yes. He says, Pam, I left you the company. Would you turn it down? So in this example, Pam is Michael's daughter, and Michael's created this insanely successful toy company, but he dies in the Sliminator and has left her the company.
He's Willy Wonka.
He wants to know, would I turn it down? And Pam said, if I was unqualified, yes. To which Michael says, very seriously, that you're not. You've got an amazing mind for toys. And then the script said, Pam looks flattered. And then Oscar said, this is all hypothetical.
So that's why he's
look on my face.
But also why Oscar is saying this is all hypothetical.
Yes, this toy company. But it's why when I'm sitting next to him on that line, I'm like, oh, well, thank you very, you can see that I'm saying non-verbally, thank you very much, Michael. Like,
Pam is like, oh, well, if you say so.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, I remember all of that.
Yes,
now.
right?
It's like you opened a folder in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Michael's toy company.
And by the way, I went to the bloopers to see if it was in there because I know it wasn't in deleted scenes. It's not in there, but we were cracking up somewhere.
Well, that was a delightful trip down memory lane. I do want to address something though with Pam. Oh, she's about to have a talking head where she says she feels awful for blowing Jim's prank. Can we talk about how fancy Pam is looking? What is with this hair? I noticed black eyeliner. I mean, fancy Pam.
You are not the only one, Angela. We got mail about it. We got a fan question from Kaylee E. in Indianapolis and Kristen H. from Little Rock, Arkansas. Pam's look takes a big shift this season. Straighter hair, a tucked-in shirt, more blazers than cardigans. Surely there were many meetings about this.
Surely they were. Surely there were. Surely.
Yes, there were many meetings about this. Starting in wardrobe, I will tell you, we decided that we wanted Pam to keep her blazers, but we wanted to bring back more of what they would call Pam's color palette. So rather than having a dark shirt with a dark blazer, we wanted to bring the pastels back because that really felt like Pam. The pinks and the lighter colors.
The light purple.
Yeah. So you're going to see that. And then in terms of the hair, I went to Kim Ferry and I said, Kim, I miss Pam's hair. I miss the Pam mullet.
The half up, half down?
Yeah. And you know, we were changing Pam's hair because Pam's life was going through a lot of changes. She broke up with Roy. She started dating Jim. She got this new job at Michael's Scott Paper Company. She became a mom.
And you also just change your look over the years. You do.
You do.
Unless you were my grandmother who had the same hairstyle her whole life.
Same with my grandmother.
But Pam is evolving.
Well, I don't know about you, but in my life, I have always kind of had like a base hairstyle and I'll stray from it, but then I'll come back to it and I'll stray and I'll come back to it. And I felt like it was time for Pam to come home to her base hairstyle. But we also thought she's learned a lot about hair since that first frizzy half up, half down.
And so now she's sleek half up, half down.
That's right.
Well, I thought you looked beautiful. You and Pam looked fantastic.
Well, I also got married over the summer and I had grown my hair out a little bit. I don't know. I could tell how happy I am in my life when this episode came on. And I feel like you can tell that newlywed energy in this episode and moving forward.
Well, Michael is going to get a text and looks out the window. Angela is waving at him. She looks hot to trot to come down to the parking lot. Her first line to him just made me laugh, lady. She says, I came down here to feed the feral cats like I usually do, and I found something unsavory in the back of your nephew's car.
What was it? all of the things that he was supposed to be like mailing and shipping, including Phyllis's samples, Oscar's expense reports, and some pants that Michael wanted to return to Talbot's. By the way, we got a fan catch from Mandy M in Texas.
Okay.
Who said this? I have been holding on to this for so long. Mini deep dive alert. Oh, I'm loving Mandy.
Okay, Mandy, let's have it.
Aaron asked Michael about returning pants to Talbot's. Talbot's stopped carrying men's clothing in 2008, according to the New York Times. This episode aired in September 2010, 2 years after Talbot stopped carrying men's clothing. This must be another instance of Michael wearing women's clothing, which is an amazing callback to the negotiation.
Oh, it's the first thing I thought of. I thought he's bought another
Woman's suit.
woman's suit.
Yes, without any pockets.
And shoulder pads.
Exactly.
Michael is going to get on a video call with Joe, and for the majority of this call, all you see is Gabe's crotch. Until Joe was like, will you bend down so I don't have to look at your crotch?
Oh, I wrote out what she said because her line read on that was so funny to me. She says, lower yourself, Gabe. I don't want to be having a conversation with your crotch. Loved it so much. Angela, this reminded me of the day that we were working on our book over FaceTime. You remember?
Yeah, we would have this like FaceTiming writing sessions.
But do you remember that time? We were like 2 hours into this FaceTime, and I look over and I realize that you've been like looking up my nose the entire 2 hours. You did not say anything.
I didn't say anything. We were busy both typing and writing, but I would check in with you, and for 2 hours, the way you had your laptop sort of positioned, I just saw your neck and up your nose.
I mean,
for 2 hours.
I was like, lady, this could have been a phone call. Why are we on a video chat if you're looking at like my chin, nose? It was crazy.
I know. I didn't say anything, but it did remind me of whenever I FaceTime my mom and I see like her forehead and ceiling fan.
Yes.
I'm like, Mom, tilt it down.
During this Skype, when this exchange also made me laugh. When Joe says, why won't you fire Luke? And Michael says, I love him.
She goes, oh no, how far has it gone?
Yeah. How far has it gone? Her line read on that. I mean, I rewound it. I watched it like 4 times.
I know.
So
the woman is
brilliant.
And Michael's like, he's my nephew. And Joe's like, I have a nephew too, but he doesn't work for me.
Your time is suspended.
She says he can come swim in her pool, but he can't come in her house. And Michael says, well, this is my pool. And he wants his nephew to work in his pool. And then Joe says, well, that's fine, but it's on you, Michael. If he screws up, I'm going to hold you accountable, basically.
So Michael is going to have a talking head about how he's trying to work side by side with Luke. After this talking head, Jenna, there was a deleted scene that didn't make it in. It's on the DVD set. Michael calls his half-sister, Luke's mom, to ask her advice on how to deal with Luke. I also went to the shooting draft because I wanted to know more about it. This is how it starts in the shooting draft. Michael is on the phone with his sister, Marnie. Okay, so we know her name, Marnie. He looks at his computer, which we don't see, and he says to Marnie, I'm so psyched you approved my friend request, Marnie. Oh, look, we have Nana in common. And Marnie says she posts constantly. The scene continues. I have it from the DVD. I want you to hear it.
Oh.
Hey, how's Luke doing?
Oh, best nephew ever.
Isn't he?
He changes the whole demeanor of the office.
Oh.
It's really such a joy having him here. He's really a joy.
Oh, good.
I just wanted to ask you a parenting question.
A parenting question?
How do you deal with his...
What? How do I deal with what, Michael? What?
No.
Your time is
He's
suspended.
great. He's fantastic. It's just, you know when he does this little attitude thing?
What attitude?
No, not attitude in a negative way. I'm talking like Pink. You know how Pink has an attitude? Or when a fashion photographer says, give me more attitude. That's what I'm talking about. He's great. He just has a lot of attitude. It's great.
Okay. All right.
is such a joy and a pleasure and a real gem.
Okay, great. Well, you're the best, Michael.
Well, thank you. That is awfully nice of you to say. And I just posted something on your wall.
Okay. Thanks for saying I'm the best. Love your brother, Michael. There it is. Give Luke a hug for me.
I'll give him a hug and a kiss.
Just a hug. Good.
All right.
How amazing is that? It's my favorite thing I've ever heard. I mean, you hear how well it starts and then how badly it ends. It's so good, lady. So many layers. All right, coming up is something I've also wanted to share with you. It's about Kevin and Pam by the elevators.
Yes, Pam is going to do a very elaborate prank. She is rearranging the buttons on the elevator, and then she's going to have Dwight, I guess, try to use this elevator. And she's going to film them, and it's going to be hilarious because the elevator isn't going to do what you tell it to do. Kevin is rearranging the buttons. He is the elevator technician, and we got a fan question from Leslie S. in San Francisco, California, that says, I've always been confused by Pam's choice to ask Kevin to help her change the elevator button controls. Does he have some background as an electrician? I feel like Pam could figure this out more competently than Kevin. I mean, she did assemble a copier by herself.
Exactly. And also, is Pam not worried when Kevin says, let me look at the circus board?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this was the much bigger storyline for Kevin that I hinted at earlier in the episode. It explains why Kevin is helping Pam with the elevator panel. He shares in a talking head that over the summer, he decided to practice lying more.
Oh, yeah, and he really got into it. I thought you were going to say over the summer he became an electrician.
Oh, no. He just has decided to lie a lot. Here, listen.
Peaches 66.
What?
Wait, we gotta see what they're saying about you.
Jenny came over again.
Pete.
She cooked me dinner, and then we had sex all night.
66. This has become ground zero. All these people. This is the support group, kids. There you go. Gotcha, bitch. Alright, let's see what she's saying. This motherfucker followed me, cat.
That is amazing. Yeah, so he
Can
starts
someone
off
tell her,
lying in
fuck
accounting,
herself and
then he
grow
has
up?
this
Please
talking
feel free to
head
send a
saying that he's
screenshot.
now a
And tell her
liar.
American
It's working
Idol
out great.
scammer.
And then he tells Pam what he's going to
I
do
like
in the
your
elevator,
pictures,
and then
girl.
lies some more. Here, listen.
Keep it up. It told me I was doing a good job, lady. Oh, dude, you like those? I like those too. We'll smoke those together, bro.
Did you SMS
Yeah?
text message me? I
Yeah.
just came from the museum where I saw an exhibit.
You own a cat, bro. That's your cat. Here we go. 55 motherfuckers. What's she saying? Keep it up. Around 100 so far. Yeah, I get several days. Nice work. Your timeline is getting better. Fuck yeah. It's bananas. And it just happened.
Pam, I received your SMS message.
What
with
happened?
Tech alert.
Gay.
What does she want? Lady?
You.
We could not.
And it just
get
happened.
through
It says
this.
it's sensitive
There was
content.
something about the way Rain was entering
Because it has
as
my
Dwight,
ID on it or
sucking
something.
on his
I don't know.
water. And
I'm up
Ryan
to
and
around
I, you know that
100
thing
so
where like
far.
Rain was because me
Hi,
and
everyone.
Ryan had this whole thing like you just played of him explaining the circuit board, what he was
Your
doing.
butt. Fuck.
And
She
then
got me. Yours, go
Dwight
back.
walks in and it just made us laugh.
She's
and Rain
100
was
me.
like, what?
And it just happened.
Why can we not
I got a few
continue?
other cybersecurity
so
lady
the blooper
bots.
for this is on the blooper reel for this season, but
And
we were
your
doing
bot.
that laughing thing where we're not
Your
making
bot.
any noise. Right. There's no
Like,
point
God
playing
damn
it.
it.
Yeah, it's just two people shaking.
And your
Exactly.
bot.
But you know what? I'll post it. Okay.
Your
so
bot.
people
Jen,
can see
girl,
it.
I
But
love
anyway,
you. You
eventually
love
we
me.
get through
Let's
this
make-
moment,
let's make-
and Pam says to Dwight that she wants to show him something in the
All right.
lobby. And she gets in the elevator with him. She
Oh, I
starts
got this guy.
filming him. Oh,
I
she's
like
so
this one
excited.
picture. Like,
She's
oh,
so
God.
tickled by this. Well, at first it works.
I've seen
You know,
dozens
it
of
starts
accounts
going up
probably
instead
as
of
well.
down, but
Oh,
then the
this is
elevator
new.
gets stuck, and Dwight immediately pees in the corner.
It
Immediately. It isn't
extremely
like,
persistent
oh, maybe I
Wi-Fi.
can hold it for a little bit.
This
It's
is how
like
it's
elevator
compliment
doors
everybody
don't
could
open.
ever.
What if they had opened 2 minutes later, mid-pee? Oh my gosh. He says, I have 56 ounces of
Give me. I should have that on my resume. I have been described as an extremely efficient
How much
bot
can
farm,
water hold? Did you
or
Google that?
persistent bot farm.
And I will tell you, according to Healthline,
Well, here you go, Joe
a healthy
Babison.
adult
I blocked him a
bladder
few
can
days
hold
ago. I
up
just
to
saw him and blocked.
16
He
ounces
followed a friend.
or
Oh,
2
yeah.
cups of urine.
This is all
He has
great.
56
This is great feedback.
ounces of urine
He
in
has
his
over
bladder.
100. Nope.
That's like
Gary.
5 times
Oh,
more
yeah.
than a normal
Yeah,
bladder.
yeah, you got it.
I didn't stop my search there.
Yes, and he is making a demo.
I
Thank
became
you.
very curious. Now,
Judy.
because we have to pee all the
Judy,
time,
you're
Lee. I know
smart.
it's healthy. Here was one of the questions in this article. Is it safe to hold your pee?
It just creates new accounts.
It said that if you have a
Did
healthy
he get me?
urinary system, holding your pee
It just
generally
creates
isn't
new
dangerous.
accounts. You're unable to view this.
But in certain
I
circumstances,
turn
holding
up.
your
No,
urine for
no more of
any
that.
length of time
You
can
only
be
see
dangerous,
10.
like if
Let
you
me
have
see
one
your
of the following
device.
conditions.
That's,
Enlarged prostate,
let's see.
neurogenic bladder,
I
kidney
blocked them all.
disorders, or
Okay, here we go.
urinary retention.
No, but the porn
Then
bot,
don't
dude.
hold
You're
it.
not.
Okay.
I got you, baby.
Do you know what happens to your body when you hold your pee? Oh God, no. It says when you feel the urge to empty your
Can block
bladder,
this
it
one.
isn't just because your bladder is filling up with liquid.
No, but
It's
I'm getting
actually
it.
a really complex
no, you
process
didn't
that
see this
involves
yet,
a bunch of muscles and organs and nerves.
I'm a small account.
And
Well,
that
you're
this
a little bigger now.
reaction gets set off in your body when your
At least
bladder
3
is
so far.
only about half full.
300,
So that's
baby.
why you can hold it for a bit. Because your bladder's like warning. Yes. Warning. Exactly. Halfway full. Mm-hmm. And these signals kind of differ from person to person. And according to your age, or if you've had a kid, these nerves and whatnot can maybe, and the who's was
Yep.
yeah, the whatnots, that's exactly right. Mm-hmm. Also, the signals will decrease
I haven't
at
seen
night,
him.
and that's why you can sleep, but you wake up having to pee. That's right, yeah, because it won't signal you when your bladder's maybe half full. Yeah. But you know what you should do if you really need to hold your pee?
No.
Here are some tips. Okay. If, I don't know, lady, we need to hold it. Well, there's always some road trip where I have to hold it because there was no gas station. Here's what it says. Number 1,
It's
do a
about
task
time.
that will actively engage your brain,
No.
such as a crossword puzzle. Well, I can't do that in the car. I'll get nauseous. It says listen to music.
This
I can do
person's
that.
cool.
Also, if you are
No,
already
but I don't
sitting,
really pay attention to
stay
this song.
sitting.
Yep,
Don't
I got it
stand
press
up.
also.
Stand up. Oh yeah,
So,
cross
yeah,
your
there
legs.
we go.
You could read a book. Can't do that in the car. Listen to this one. This
No,
is a suggestion.
but have you been getting all these
Through
messages
social
about
media
Bitcoin?
on your phone.
Yeah,
That'll
I
help
don't
you
know.
not
They're
have to go to the
sneaking in.
bathroom. All of these things are gonna
Dude,
make you sick in
get
the
this
car.
girl. Get her.
Another thing
Get her
is
good.
try to stay
Teach
warm
us,
because
girl.
being cold
It's our time.
will give you the urge to urinate.
You're gonna
And no
hate me,
wonder
girl.
I always
You're
feel like
gonna
I have to
hate.
pee. I'm
You
always
are
cold.
gonna hate me.
Well, you know, lady, when I do my cold dip, so I
Just
sit
pat
in
her.
really warm water, and then I go to my
And
cold
just
dip,
follow
and I
her.
have to pee.
Fuck
when
me.
you get in the cold
Report
dip,
me a fucking
it's
bitch.
like 60-degree water,
Report me a
and it gives
fucking
you this
bitch.
feeling like you
I'm
have to
gonna
pee,
make you
even if you just
just
pee.
hate your life.
Wow. I was going to ask you, have you ever been swimming in the ocean? Anyone? This is for
This is
anyone.
so fun.
Have you ever been
Really?
swimming in the ocean
Yeah,
and you have to
I just
pee,
wish I
and you
wasn't
tell
having
your
to do
body,
this.
go
My life
pee. It's
depended on it.
okay. We're in the ocean
And
we
oh, you're
floated
right.
away
And the
from
good of
other people.
humanity. Yeah, should be.
pee.
Dude, don't forget the
Everybody's
good
like,
of humanity. Like, yeah, I'm like a
not doing
superhero.
it.
Dude,
God,
you're
it
like
won't leave the
superhero,
ocean.
superhero.
I
All the
think it's
superheroes,
the
they want to be
waves.
you. Like, I know,
It's
dog.
just a weird thing. Sensation. You've told your body, don't pee in the pool, don't pee in the
Dude, that's so
pool,
mad.
don't pee in the bath,
I'm
don't
like
pee
the
in the bath.
Superman.
And then you get in the ocean, you're like, have
Superman
at it, and your body's like,
needs
no.
to
I think
like
it's the
something,
waves
and
because
that's why
I don't
like
have a
that.
problem peeing in a lake.
Yeah,
Oh,
Gotcha,
when we go to Lake of the Ozarks, and we'll
Just
like
get
anchor
her
the
with all
boat,
these.
you're in a cove and you're swimming, you swim
She's
away
gonna
from
go
everyone
down.
else.
Go down.
Or,
I got
you know,
hit
when
with
you're
another
younger, you
summer
pee
today.
right next to your sibling and you make
Every
swim
fucking
out water.
She's gonna be like every fucking day. She's getting it like a motherfucker, dog.
That rules out your wave
She,
theory.
you think she's mad?
Scientific wave
Dog.
theory.
You
That was,
follow,
I
follow,
was
follow,
certain
follow,
that's
follow,
what it was the waves of the ocean as well. Because
Gotcha, bitch.
I'll get ready. I'm
One,
like all
two,
ready to
three,
pee,
four,
and then
five,
a wave
six, seven.
comes and it like
Alright,
stops
baby.
me. Yeah.
If only she accepted mixing messages from your
I
earbud.
don't know. We don't know.
Can you pee in the ocean? New poll.
I can. It just takes a lot of effort.
Do you remember that thing that they would tell you? Did you hear this when you were a kid? You go to the public swimming pool in your neighborhood or whatever, and they would say, "Don't
This is
be in the
dying.
pool because if you do, it'll turn green."
Oh, I was the lifeguard at the public pool. We would say that.
Yeah, but that's not true, right? It doesn't really change a color. I mean, that makes no sense.
Maybe there's a chemical you can put in the pool. Ours were just like empty threats.
So I'll look it up and I'll have an answer by the end of the episode.
Oh, we're like debunking things or maybe confirming.
Okay, so Michael is in the conference room.
Wait, up with
He's actually doing like a real presentation, like real work. They talked in the commentary that this was like some of the most professional like verbiage you hear Michael say in the whole entire series. That Luke is distracting everyone because he has one of those little laser pointer things. He points it at Oscar's head. He points it to Angela's boob.
Mm-hmm.
Michael kicks him out, and then he points it into Andy's eyeball.
Do you
We
think these
got a
people
fan
like
question
you?
from Elizabeth
I
P.
do.
in Toronto,
I feel
Canada,
like
who said, "Was Luke shining a
they're
real
very
laser,
appreciative of
or
me.
was it added later?"
Really?
It was a fakey laser.
Yeah, you
I
can't
think
do
they're
that.
You
appreciative of me.
cannot put a laser in someone's eyeball.
I think
That's
I'm.
a CGI laser, is my guess.
It was,
think
and
I'm
Randy
valid.
even sent
I feel
us like the little video of them adding it in.
Michael is going to run out of the conference room to try to take the laser pointer away from Luke since he's
Are
being
you?
such a tool with it. And this awkward physical
I am.
altercation ensues. Michael starts spanking Luke.
Spanking him,
Are you?
yeah, on the desk, and everyone in the conference room is watching this.
Lady,
Oh,
after
what are you
watching the
talking
deleted scenes, when Michael is spanking Luke, all I can think about is his sister Marty.
Yes. How is Michael? She is
She'll
unfriending him.
She will never speak to him
immediately.
again.
Yes. Well, Luke is going to run out crying, and Michael comes back into the conference room. We had a fan question from Cessia Z in London, Ontario, Canada. At 18 minutes, 40 seconds, there's a quick pan of the camera, but if you pause it, you can clearly see Jim, Phyllis, and Daryl smiling or maybe breaking. And then as the camera pans, you can see Stanley smiling as well. Was this scripted, or was everyone actually reacting to the scene and trying not to laugh? All right, I looked at this. Everyone's breaking. I don't know what happened, like what everybody is reacting to, but probably Steve did this like very funny entrance to the conference room, and it was making people break because you can also see Ed breaking. It's like a group break.
The whole scene was just so huge and crazy, and we were all just like, I think we were laughing, nervous laughing. We were all just like, oh my god, what's happening?
Yes.
Well, on the commentary, BJ and Paul talked about the moment they knew this whole Luke Michaels storyline was going to have a payoff and work, and in particular, they talked about whose idea it was for Michael to spank Luke. Listen to this.
It wasn't until we had this scene that we figured this episode worked.
Yeah.
In the writing stage, in the outlining stage.
Yeah, I was sitting and editing, and you came in with a note card
From written by Aaron Shore.
Sure. It just said
Michael spanks
Luke.
Yeah. And you said, we got it.
That's very funny.
I texted Aaron and I was like, Aaron, is this true? And he goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right.
I love it. Well, now we're going to go back over to the elevator bay. Dwight and Pam are stuck. They've managed to get a technician, a real technician, who was played by Tom Melby.
Yes, Tom Melby was our stage manager. He was there the whole entire run of the show. He basically knew everything about the property where we filmed and could fix anything.
And I love that we put him in this episode, working on the elevator.
They said on the commentary that Tom was so shy, and that's why he kind of kept his head tucked down.
Well, you know, this was a fakey elevator. This was not real. And so this was a huge, elaborate thing that they had to build of us being stuck between floors, being up high like that with that little opening.
Yeah.
But all of it, you know, even earlier, you know, we've said the elevator doors open and close because there was a crew person like doing a rope on a pulley.
Yeah.
So when we had that whole moment before when the elevator's breaking down, that was a very elaborate set of like someone was shaking the elevator, someone was pulling on the pulleys. It was like old-timey.
I was gonna say it sounds like a vaudeville show.
Yes, that's kind of what it was. But we actually shot this broken elevator in a completely different spot. It wasn't even in our little lobby. It was over on the warehouse stage on stage 4. They recreated the lobby. Michael Gallenberg designed it. Tim James built it. And it was on a platform that was about 4 feet above the stage. I just remember it was like this really cool thing that they had to build. And then I had to stand up there. We really were high up. We really were. I have a question for you, Angela. So in this scene where Pam's stuck in the elevator with Dwight, Jim comes over. She's so proud of herself. She says, they don't call me the Bart Simpson of Scranton for nothing. Jim says, here, I'll help you down. And she
Hey,
says,
bitch.
no, it's okay. I'm afraid of getting cut in half. I have a question. Okay. If you were stuck like Liam, would you go through the little opening or would you be afraid of being cut in half?
I think this lady and I will get along really well.
I mean,
Really?
I don't want to be cut in half, but I think in that moment I would
She's
just
cool.
want out. So I think I would go for it.
You're
If
not,
I could
by the
just
way.
slip right out there, I'd probably go for it.
Good?
I don't think I would
for
do it
sure,
because I
dog.
would just think of that scene in Speed. Yes, when they're stuck in the elevator and they're having the people come through. Yeah. And it keeps falling. It keeps falling. Is that it? Is it just can't hesitate? I mean, they had to have me say that because they wanted the visual comic gag of like me being in this broken elevator. Why is Pam not coming out? Yeah.
It's 3 or 4 a day.
Would have already crawled out.
Yeah,
if
it's
those
about
guys
that.
would have let me.
Yeah.
That's very funny. Well, wrapping up this episode, Michael has earned the respect of his coworkers. Luke is a real problem, and
Do
he
you?
got rid of Luke, and they're
All
happy
these
about
bitches
it.
fucking
They
love
have
me.
a whole scene where they're pretending to spank each other.
Actually, okay.
However, Gabe is not happy that Michael assaulted an employee at work. And to deal with it, he tells Michael he's going to need to attend 6 counseling sessions. And Michael's like, that's it? No problem. Except your counselor will be Toby. What? It's literally be fired or do 6 counseling sessions with Toby, and Michael isn't sure what he wants. He really takes a long, lingering look. And on the commentary, they said that was Steve. That choice to make that look of like, well, should I just call it quits? This is going to lead into next week's episode, which is that counseling session between Michael and Toby. It is delicious. Before we go, Angela, we got this letter from Catherine P. in Bellevue, Nebraska.
Yeah.
And it really touched my heart.
I
So
know
I
this
wanted
goes
to
a bitch.
share.
Let's see how long it takes you to get on you.
Catherine said, I wanted to
One
tell
when
you
it
that
died,
this
and 2 when it
episode is
died.
incredibly meaningful to my family. I started watching The Office on Netflix when I was pregnant with my oldest and just found out she would need heart surgery after she was born. It was not only a lifesaver, but fast forward to my daughter born and waiting for surgery. On her bad days, we would watch this episode specifically. My husband and entire family know that season 7, episode 1 is the lip dub. My daughter would smile and light up for her favorite faces singing just for her. She had surgery at 4 months old right before Christmas. The Office kept us going during a very hard time for our little warrior. I took pictures of her leg and her swaying, pleased as punch to be watching the lip dub for what had to have been the 1,000th time. She is now a thriving and perfectly healthy 8-year-old, and we are forever grateful to the Scranton branch. P.S. She had an opportunity to meet Kate Flannery several years ago, and she hasn't stopped talking about it since. Just tear up. I know. Catherine, can we please send your daughter
I like your bear.
lady stuff?
Keep it up.
Thank you so much for
How the
sharing.
hell your little fur baby named Lucky Bird?
Yeah,
Eight.
I love it that this episode
Lucky's
specifically
80.
has a special place in your heart. Catherine, we're going to email you. Be on the lookout for it. Well, you guys, that was nepotism. Sam is waving at us. Sam, what do you got? Did you find out about peeing in the pool?
I did. If you look up at the TV, I believe you'll find your answer.
Oh, all right. Here it is. Does a swimming pool urine detecting dye actually exist? It says no such chemical is used.
It just should be.
Exists. But 52% of people believe there is a chemical that when added to a pool will turn your urine a color. You guys, we basically all believed our moms or people at the public pool. It goes on to say, regardless, pools are not meant to be peed in because urine contains bacteria that you would not want to swim in. Please do not.
It shouldn't. It should be sterile.
There you have it, guys.
I don't know if that's true.
It won't turn a color, but you shouldn't do
But
it
if we're
anyway.
there for a long time.
Well, that was nepotism. Yeah, thank you for listening. We love you guys. Thank you to Randy Cordray, Matt Sode, Dave
Really?
Rogers, Kate Flannery, Creed
No.
Bratton, and Aaron Schur for letting us reach out to you.
Have you
about
ever peed
this
in a pool?
episode.
Kids, here's a secret. I think I've peed in every fucking pool I've ever been in my entire life. Peed in the ocean, I pee everywhere. I have peed right here. I didn't even plan this. I'm just like, I don't fucking give a shit.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies
You like
is
peeing in
produced by
pools?
Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela
Why?
Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher.
It's
Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber
Is it?
Tree by Creed Bratton.
No.
For ad-free versions of Office
super
Ladies, go to
lady people.
StitcherPremium.com.
Have you ever peed in a pool? No, but I think we make a thing so that it would show it. You like blue if you pee in a pool. No. What color would you make it? You like a motherfucking shot. Like fucking Tyrone Hot Beach. No. Make it look.
Most people give up on their resolutions.
I'm not gonna look at the website.
Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by
White,
saving you
black,
time and money. Walmart Plus
gray.
is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life with free delivery? Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50.
How hasn't anyone thought? Like, oh, dude, there's that one. Oh, pro-democracy one. Hold on. That's my friend. Patty. Pro-democracy. This person hates me. What did they say? This person had something the other day. Yeah, they tweet a lot. A lot of these motherfuckers tweet a lot. Has anyone else been followed by? Maybe they erased it after they got me.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. Hello, happy Wednesday, everyone. Hi there. Listen, summer is almost
22
over.
hours ago.
Labor Day is upon us. It's almost back to school. We thought we needed one last little break. We do need one last little break, and we hope
Damn,
you
that
guys
bitch
have a
is
great
hot.
week. We thought you could use one last trip to the beach. So
Yeah,
here's a
I'm
rerun of Beach
bitch is
Games.
fucking
We'll
hot,
see you next
bro.
week with an all-new episode. Counseling. Bye. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best
Oh, dude,
friends.
same
And
here.
now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch
How many accounts does this person have? I have locked more than I can count. And support. Please do something.
Exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people
32 people commented. Let's read them.
Office ladies.
What are their opinions on you, Mikey? Yeah, what are their opinions on you, Mikey? Like, I block at least 2 every day.
Today, you guys.
Countless email. Who do you think the algorithm has?
We're going to play
So true.
games.
Far too many to keep up with.
Season 3, episode
Yeah.
22, written by Jen Salata and Greg Daniels, directed by Harold Ramis. It's
Exactly. Actually, I'm ready to take the trash out. Too many accounts have been suspended. I'm reporting a block YouTube. Oh, psych, bitch. Sorry, bitch. All day long. I have at least 30 times.
Alright, here's the summary.
Type.
Michael
They
is
can tell you
invited
what
to
to select.
interview for a job opening at corporate.
This platform is very transparent.
Certain that he's
Easy.
a lock for the job, he takes
Finger
his
span.
employees to the beach at Lake Scranton and
Really?
holds
Yeah,
a
there's like
series of
something in
challenges
that
to
making
determine
like
his successor.
like
At
a
the end of
seizure
the
or
day,
something
Michael
sad.
sets
There's something to be
Full Walk
fixed
as
for
a
that
final
though.
challenge.
He's about
He
24.
does
Make it 28.
the Full Walk and
What?
summons up
Oh,
the
he was
courage
on
to
fucking
tell Jim
Jeopardy.
and the whole office
Alright.
her real feelings. Oh man, that was
At least
so
513,
tough to
I'd say.
watch. It was beautiful to Pam
514.
broke my heart.
Sounds right.
Yeah,
I got
had
9 with
seen
1
this
temporary
episode since it
restriction.
aired,
Thanks, they're doing all the work
and
for me. Do a thing.
it
That,
shocked me.
I sure hope X does
And I did
something.
it.
Yeah,
And
same
I
here.
was still
This guy's
shocked.
annoying as
Isn't
fuck.
that funny?
I've
Like,
heard
brain
it's
works. You're like,
hundreds.
wait, I did all that. That's crazy. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
Dog.
So
If they don't
fast
fix
fact number
this,
1, Angela, our beach
I have
games
also
is set
reported no
on Lake
response.
Scranton.
If they
Now,
don't fix
obviously,
this,
we didn't go to the real Lake Scranton, but I did want to just talk a little bit about it. Oh, let's
what would
hear
J
it.
Bomb say?
Well,
He'd be like, oh, Mikey, this is hilarious. No, really, Mikey. He'd be like, Mikey, listen, I know all the other stuff. I know you get banned and all this other shit. But these are big accounts talking about you. This is cool. Yeah, have you seen Heat? You can't see it. Okay. Anyway, if the number is big, he's got over 500. This bitch. I mean, these are just big accounts. He'd be like, you excited to hang out with J-Mom? Yeah, I'm excited to hang out with J-Mom. For Riz? Hells yeah. That's crazy. Looks like a scammer. Okay, well, add followers. I'll cut. So many accounts. Okay. I keep reporting. I have about hundreds of them. Got food. Some very well connected hardcore men. Very well connected. Like, who I know is hardcore man. I don't know anyone who's that. This is Linda. This is how Linda reacts and floating it. Yeah, yeah. This is a good little group. I got it. J-Mom would be like, hey, you got some, they're friends. You're like, they're friends. You got new friends. You're like, friends. You're like, John, you got some new friends. I'm reporting a flocking every day. All right, well, got a little more work to do, girl. Patty, thank you so much. Patty Walker over. You are fun. Follow these people. I think I blocked over 100 and it keeps showing up. All right. Okay, how's Peaches doing? Hey, Peaches, let's see. She's black. Please say Peaches black. Do you think Peaches blocked me? Yoshi, but you didn't Peaches block me? Yoshi, yeah, she's on it. I mean, you gotta give her that. She know what up, son. What's up? What's up? Okay, wait. Oh fuck, what was that? God damn. You're gonna get her. You're gonna get that pitch. That pitch? Okay, hold on. Patty, Protomon. You gotta get Patty. You gotta make sure Patty knows what in the fuck. Every single day, I am butt fucking this cunt. Patty, you made yourself a fucking target, girl. You are in fucking trouble. You made yourself a target. You are now a target, girl. Hey, girl, guess where you're going shopping? Bam! Oh, sorry, found it. Look at this West Side gangsta Bucky. West Side Bucky. Haha, bitch. Who's this anti-Semitic neo-Nazi kids on? I'm taking over the internet, baby. I am taking over the net. Who is this? Who is this? People gotta be like every day. Every goddamn day. This motherfucker is on my shit. Following me. I gotta be like, hell yeah, bitch. But here's the thing, those other people are like, oh, I haven't heard anything. Like, oh, really? Interesting. I think their accounts are probably shut, man. For real? They could have complained about it. Because if you're like, what's the one that you followed the most? I don't know, this one fucking green red flag, I don't know what it is. Something cool. Then you think, okay, dog.
Can't remember exactly how we did it. I think sometimes with Paul, when I write a script with Paul, I do the first time.
Do you think people like you? Good. I'm gonna love me. Really? Motherfuckers love me. Really? Fuck yeah, dog. Are you done? Well, looks like you're not moving to Las Vegas. Now that was good.
speech games
Really?
episode.
Yeah.
So I think
She's like,
some
why
of
would you
the
say so?
ideas from
No,
that
it's
speech
not
were
good,
in
right?
episodes.
She's like, oh,
But
no,
I
it's crazy
love
talk.
that part. It
I thought
was
we were just
my
being
favorite
friends,
part,
but
not my favorite part of the episode.
baby,
So I
you
did Greg
made
for
a
that part for sure.
mistake
I'll
of
be
posting
posting
the
the very much, and I just don't think
now we are fucking lovers.
well, and I
Anyway,
remember Greg talking
are you
to me
done?
about
Damn.
this Pam arc of her finding her voice. And he planted this idea a few episodes ago.
Shinoshi.
And we sprinkled it
Did
in.
anybody else say anything
And so
about
I
you?
just love this idea that he'd been maybe
The
writing
account
down
has been
little
suspended.
notes about what Pam will finally
Like,
say
oh,
when she says something.
like that got me.
And I
Like that's
remember
like
getting
it's.
the script
I'd be like, yo,
for this episode.
like this is my
and just
my
being
first
so
fucking.
excited as an actor. There was just so much to chew on.
Like this is my first fucking rodeo.
I mean, I thought that it was just beautifully done.
How are
Really,
you? Nice to meet
just
you.
Pam's whole
I am
journey
so
this
thrilled.
season about
I'm so
even
content.
her sending the wrong beer back.
How you
You
doing?
know what I mean?
How you doing?
Yeah. And just having these moments where she stood up for herself and spoke her truth, and it all builds to this one moment, and it's just so well done.
Is it called
When I was
ViralRabbi?
rewatching this, I was marveling at what a well-written episode this was.
ViralRabbi.
Yes. Well, maybe we should
Profile
take a
pic
quick
made me
break
think.
and then come back and break down this
Gotcha,
episode.
bitch.
I can't wait, Jenna. We have so much to
Gotcha,
talk
bitch.
about. I know we've been
Mega
trading a lot
Ultra
of
Mega.
texts
All
about
these
this
guys
one.
are like, this is a bar.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. With white cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say
16
hello
minutes.
to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients,
Just need another 50
all the
seconds.
price you'll like delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree.
You're a bitch, Chad. I got you.
Officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know,
I
around
got
the
you,
years,
fam.
they all reflect
You're a
and
bitch,
they all
Chad.
really
I
start
got
making
you.
a list of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that.
Just
If you're
need
thinking
another
of
50
starting
cents.
therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely
I
online,
got you,
designed
fam.
to be convenient,
That's
flexible,
one.
and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief
That's two.
questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee,
Need
and
another
then I
50
find myself so
seconds.
dehydrated. So
I
I
got
use
you,
this.
fam.
Well, I like it for
I got you,
hikes.
fam.
Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink,
What's
plus
his name?
8 vitamins and nutrients.
Damn, he has
It's
a bunch of
non-GMO
accounts out
and
here.
free
Also,
from
he's got
dairy
points on
and
YouTube.
soy.
So
It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run
four
down,
separate YouTube streams of himself,
night
Bob.
out, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier Sugar-Free Impulse nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code
ladies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OFFICELADIES at liquidiv.com.
So funny.
All right, so this episode starts with this very funny cold
I
open.
got you.
It is Dwight and Michael.
I got
They're
you.
in Michael's office, and Michael's convinced that he's sick, you guys. He's convinced. They're scrolling through a website, it's like WebMD or something, trying to figure out what he is sick from. Dwight's very... Yes, Pam has a talking head where she explains that this happens about 40 times a year. Michael is sick and has no symptoms. Yes. Well, Jen does a really great audio clip about this, about the inspiration for this cold open. Sam, can you play that?
Greg and I wrote the episode together, and it was really fun. I remember being really curious, what is Greg's process going to be like? Because writing scripts, it was such a solitary part of what we did, and so I was always wondering, like, what are other writers like when they go off to write a script? It became quickly obvious that his process at the beginning was like mine, which is like every other writer I've ever met, which is there's a fair amount of procrastinating right away before you have to get into the hard work. It's figuring out what you want to eat, it's sharpening your pencils, it's figuring out the temperature of the room.
Did somebody comment on this as well?
For both of us, we started focusing on
Here
ailments,
are
like what was
some of his
wrong, how we
alts.
weren't feeling well, like my ear was bothering him, he wasn't feeling super well at the time, and so we went on WebMD and we tried to diagnose ourselves and each other, and they used to have a little body where you could like point to the part of the body that hurt and that was bothering you, and so he diagnosed me with an ear infection, or at least inner ear congestion, and he ended up putting some oil from the kitchen that we found in my ear. It turns out you can do this. It is a home remedy, and it helped. It helped my ear, and I think we diagnosed him with walking
Because that's
pneumonia.
exactly
So
right.
we
It's
did
like 1,000%
right
right.
when we were sent off to write an episode, and it ended up
He's
becoming
just
our
bomb
cold
balling
open.
people. I love
Because
that term.
we were probably looking for a cold
Just
open,
bomb
and we're like,
balling
what
people.
about
Talib
what we're
Khalid.
doing right
I'm the
now?
bomb, baby.
There
I'm
is
just
so
bomb
much
balling
about
people.
that audio clip
Just
that I love.
just
It's so relatable. It's like whenever you sit down to do something, and it doesn't matter what it is. I mean,
18
there's was this
people
writing
like it.
assignment, but all the different ways you procrastinate before you get to that thing.
Yes. Well, Angela, you and I are working on a project that we can't say exactly what it is, but it involves quite a bit of writing. And every time I sit down to write, I will write one sentence, and then I will get up and get a snack. And then I'll come back and write a sentence, and then I'll be like, I need more coffee. Yeah, it's like the procrastination. I loved that she shared that, because I think my perception is always that creativity comes easy to people who are successful. I always think like it must pour out of them. And it is such a slog. So I loved hearing that. But then the other thing I loved was that their procrastination, it got turned into a story idea. Like, it's worth it. Like, all of that nonsense.
4th Street and bomb balling people.
Right? Well, I had a writing professor in college that used to always say, write what you know. Write what you know, and it will be honest.
Bomb balling people.
Oh, well, I just love this opening. And, you know, before they can really diagnose Michael, Pam walks in the office and says, David Wallace is on the phone. Yeah. It's very clear that David Wallace does not call very often.
No, it's a big deal.
Well, Michael gets on the phone with him. Oh, my goodness. Michael, what are you doing?
Michael, the way Michael talks to his bosses, or even when he goes to New York to corporate, there is such a casualness to how he relates to them that is so not work appropriate.
What does this guy say? Damn, he has a bajillion accounts out here. Awesome. He's got 4 separate YouTube streams of this of bomb balling people watching him incognito right now. Oh, tight. Oh, there he is. What up, baby? I stream my life 24/7, 365 from I found him. Hilarious. What up, baby?
Here's a little interesting tidbit, Jenna. There was a scene that was deleted right after this phone call.
There you are.
Wallace and Michael.
That's you. That's Grime City, baby.
and tells Jim the same thing. I saw the script.
Crime City.
They chose not to use it. They chose to like reveal it later that it's Jim calling. It's Jim.
Oh,
being
he
more
blocked me.
proactive in his life. But there was a version where David calls Jim.
Yeah, I noticed that in the script because that scene on the beach with Jim and Karen calling David and kind of asking if they could go for the job as well, that was not in the original script. So that must have been something that
Don't worry,
they
baby. I
added
got you.
later.
Well, I remember when we were at the beach, there were a few scenes that sort of happened on the fly. They were like kind of pitched in the moment, and that was one of them. Yeah, so now it is beach day, and at 2 minutes, 28 seconds, you get a fantastic look at Michael's outfit. He clearly bought everything he could at Sandals in the gift shop. He's got a t-shirt, he's got a hat, he has a necklace that he probably bought there, a little puka shell necklace. He's really ready, and he tells everyone they better go potty before they leave. I'm just like, Michael's so ready to be a dad. You know, he just is. Bless his heart. Yeah. And you get to see everybody in casual attire, and I just loved it.
Well, I noticed something about our wardrobe.
What's that?
He needs
Did you see how
15
many
more.
layers we all have on?
Oh, well, that was for a reason.
Yep. It was because we shot this episode
Where's your
in
boy?
March, and we
He
knew
erased his
that
thing,
that
I bet.
location was going to be perfectly warm
He
and
did.
lovely during the day. It turned out to be hot as F.
Fuck.
There was a heat
Well, I
wave. There
caught
was
you,
this
bitch.
crazy freak March heat wave. It was 98 degrees. I wrote in my journal that it was 98 degrees our first day.
Yeah. But then, when the sun went
him
down, it
bomb
was
follow
freezing
people
cold.
Yeah, we
of
were in this
4 different
valley,
streams.
so it was like these really huge swings of temperature.
Yeah, so wardrobe tried to give us layers to help take us between these two extreme
I got you,
temperatures.
baby.
And I
Here in the
noticed
chat,
when I
ask
was
and you
looking at
shall
everyone's
receive.
beach attire.
Their layers. Well, you know what I noticed? This is really, really fun to me. Toby and Angela almost have on the same outfit.
What? I did not notice that.
They're both wearing these beige tops. They have huge beige floppy hats and like sort of like just like pants on, but like, and they're also both obsessed with sunscreen. Both of them.
Well, I noticed
Motherfucker
that both
just
Andy
bomb
and
follow.
Stanley are wearing a red polo shirt.
Oh, yeah, I did not catch that. But guess what I did catch? And I know it's your favorite moment of the day.
Is it a new plant at reception? Because we need a sting for this.
New plant alert! 3 minutes, 32
He needs
seconds.
49.
It's a red flowering plant. There are big red flowers on this plant.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see that as a metaphor because Pam is going to bloom in this episode.
That is so good. Pam's going to flower. She's going to bloom.
Well, we forgot to talk about how Michael has told Toby he can't come on the beach day.
Oh, that was so good. Toby's disappointment. He doesn't get to see you in a two-piece. Jenna, I wrote, how did you get through that scene without laughing? How did you do it? Because when you were like, oh, thanks, I'm going to wear my two-piece. His face is so good.
It's so funny.
We also didn't mention, and I'm tracking this, the Meredith flash count. This is flash number 2.
Yes, Meredith has that great talking head where she explains that she wore her bathing suit to work.
Yeah.
And she lifts her shirt to show you, and she's like, oh, shoot, it's in my purse. Michael has a special assignment for Pam on beach day.
Of course, because she needs an assignment.
Yeah, Michael tells her that she has to take notes all day on people's character, humor, charisma, and the indefinable
Ask and
qualities
ye shall
that they
receive.
possess, but not their hotness.
That's right,
per se.
Rabbi.
I loved that line.
Yeah.
Per se, like she could add that if you wanted, but it's not 100% necessary, I guess. But he also doesn't tell her why she has to do this.
No, he just needs to find out which of his employees has the skills to be a chicken with a head.
That's right.
That makes sense.
What? Yeah. What? Well, let's see. Now the gang is all going to board the bus. Michael's got a big party bus to take everyone to the beach.
Yeah, Creed's got a boogie board. He's ready to go.
Yeah, Kevin says he just wants to lay on the beach and eat hot dogs. It's literally all he's ever wanted. Now, this bus that we're all riding in, we really rode in that. That's how we got to the beach.
That day, but then the days after that, we drove ourselves.
Yes, that first day though, they shuttled us from the stages, and the plan was that we would use the time to shoot the scene with Michael. But then we had extra time.
Yeah.
So we all started singing.
Well, listen, I watched the DVD commentary for this, and I thought it was so sweet because Harold Ramis is on the DVD commentary, and Jen Slaughter was on it as well. And Jen was like, you know, Harold said, I'd never been on a bus where we didn't sing.
Yes.
He was like, everybody, when you get on a bus with people, you sing, right? That was Harold Ramis being genius. And I do know 2 other songs we sang, Jenna. Do you remember?
Yeah. What?
We sang Tiny Dancer.
Oh, yes.
And then we also sang Friends, and we did the hand claps.
I remember that.
Yeah. I didn't know all the words to that, so I just clapped.
Well, Angela, I have to say, I remember that vibe of us just singing our way to the beach that very first day. And then, frankly, as we walked off the bus and got hit in the face with that 98-degree weather, I feel like you see that play out on our faces.
I felt the same thing in rewatching this. That shot when we're walking across the beach, we're all carrying our stuff. Meredith is dragging a cooler. Do you know the shot I'm talking about? I took a photo of it because I think it's so amazing. I took a screen grab. That is all real. Like that struggle to drag that stuff across the beach, and it was hot. You guys have all been there. You've been to that beach where you had to park super far away and lug your stuff in the heat, and all your enthusiasm of getting there is so quickly like, oh God, here we go.
Well, Angela, you mentioned a little bit about the challenges of this location, and Jen talked about that as well. So, Sam, will you play that audio clip number 8?
It was a super fun episode, but it was really challenging. I remember even the bathrooms weren't close to the location, so they were as close as they could be, but we needed a golf cart, and so anytime anybody had to go to the bathroom, there was a golf cart taking people up a hill, and I remember it was super hot and super cold all within the course of one day. There were heat lamps and hand warmers, and then it was really, really hot in the middle of the afternoon. So everything about this episode was a challenge, and I feel like we just, in order to get everything great, it just took a long time.
Oh yeah, it was slim pickings out there on the beach. I mean, we had just enough room to shoot. There was, I mean, I remember us just being huddled under like a little pop-up tent or something.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at the photos that I have, there's nothing out there. Once we were on the beach, we were sort of on our own because things couldn't be in the shot. They did get us like some lawn chairs. I have this great photo, Jenna, of Steve and I sitting next to each other, clearly between a scene. And we're just like in lawn chairs, like just hanging out and talking. I just love it. And also this week, Jenna, I brought my football. Okay. Like in real life, I had it in my car, and when they would have some setups to do, in particular, like when they were setting up the hot dogs and all that, I have these photos of us throwing the football on the beach.
We were having our own beach day.
So yes, it was sort of like there weren't bathrooms nearby and it was hot, but we were also just making our own fun. And we always did that. I felt like as a group, Jenna, we were really just kind of roll with it and make the best of it. And I always love that about our show.
All right, well, let's see. Where are we? We've arrived. We're yanking our stuff down the beach, and Michael tells us it's time to start the funtivities.
Such a great word. I want to use it. It's like nifty gifties. Funtivities. Like, can you imagine if I did that like at a family reunion? All right, everybody, it's time for funtivities.
I love it.
I know.
Personally.
You and I would both be excited. We'd want to be on the funtivities, like organizing group.
The Funtivities Committee.
The Funtivities Committee.
Or the Committee to Plan Funtivities.
Or, what was wrong with my brain? The Funtivities Organizing Group. What? Mama needs another cup of tea.
Well, Michael tells everyone that they have to divide into teams. He picks the team leaders, quote unquote, randomly. They are Jim, Dwight, Andy, and Stanley. These guys are clearly his top contenders for the job, and he makes them choose their tribes.
Yes.
But not Pam.
And
Pam cannot be included.
Pam can't be included, and also these are the team names. Ready?
Yes.
We have Gryffindor, Voldemort, Blue, and USA.
It's incredible, yes. Well, I loved all of these Harry Potter references. You know, my son is right in that age range where we've got Harry Potter over here. And we reached out to Jen about this.
Yeah.
What's up with the Harry Potter thing?
Yeah, I was so curious. I was like, was this like an inside joke in the writer's room? And this is what Jen had to say.
We had a bunch of Harry Potter fans in the writer's room. It even evolved to a situation where we had chopsticks hanging around the room from takeout. You know, we ate a lot of our meals in the writer's room. And so one afternoon, we decorated our chopsticks while we were probably pitching stories and jokes. We each decorated chopsticks, and then we were pretending that they were Harry Potter wands, and we would do spells on each other, probably just comedy spells. But we even had wand stands near the writer's room door that were just little thumbtacks, you know, spread apart so that we would rest our wands on them. So everybody had their Harry Potter chopstick wands and our wand stands, and that sounds super dorky, and I believe it is. It was really fun.
Once again, what the writers were doing to procrastinate made it into a script.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably more of that than we will ever know.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so at 7 minutes, 6 seconds, Michael has his big survivor speech. Now, you guys, we've shared this before, but our camera operators, Randall and Matt, both worked on Survivor. So this had been a little bit of an interesting callback for them, right, Jenna?
Well, yes, and how prepared were they to lug cameras on their shoulders on a beach? I mean, these guys, they were like, oh, I've come full circle.
Yeah, bring it. So Michael says this: a group of Americans will undergo the ultimate challenge. One day, 14 strangers who work together, but only one survivor. And they're all like, what? What's about to happen here?
Well, what's about to happen is a spoon and egg race, Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Except the person with the egg will be blindfolded.
Also, Jenna, I don't know if you remember this, but poor Brian, they had him in the background. He's just eating his egg. And it didn't make it on camera. And I remember feeling so bad that Brian, in the course of this time, in the heat, had to eat hard-boiled eggs and hot dogs. I was like, this poor guy.
And also, I think it's very funny that Michael hard-boiled the eggs.
Yes!
Because then if they fall off the spoon, it doesn't matter.
There's no point. There's no point.
Now, I am wondering, and I don't know the answer, I'm speculating, but I wonder if we had to hard-boil the eggs because we couldn't risk having eggs break on the beach. And sort of leaving behind that kind of debris, because when we left there, we had to make it seem like we'd never been there at all.
Not only that, but there's no way we could be dealing with wardrobe issues with egg yolk.
Yes, exactly. But I like to think that it was just Michael's strange choice, but it was probably a very, very practical one.
Oh, I'm sure it was very thought out. I wrote, what the heck? Who is setting up these tiki torches? Where did the blindfolds come in? Who carried the eggs? Who had the spoons? What is happening?
Oh, Angela, I don't know if it's in the deleted scenes, but in the script, there was an extra scene where Dwight discovers these boxes of supplies that Michael has packed in the back of the bus. And he's trying to get Michael to tell him what they are. What are the torches for? What is this for, Michael? And Michael's like, stop badgering me.
That is in the deleted scenes, but it's just a bag where he's trying to zip up, and Dwight's like, is that a sumo suit? Are we going to do Japanese business exercises? But none of the other supplies are seen. And I guess my whole point is, fine, Jenna, he had the supplies on the back of the bus. Who's setting them up? Where's my B-roll footage of Dwight having to run around and stab tiki torches in the ground?
Well, I know I'm jumping ahead, but later we're going to see two guys setting a giant fire pit thing.
With a red pickup truck. Who are these dudes?
I guess,
All
I
right.
don't know. Michael had some assistance.
Okay, we just have to suspend belief a little bit, guys.
I guess so.
Well, during this egg race, at 9 minutes 54 seconds, you can fully see Mindy starting to laugh.
Oh, yeah.
When Ed is yelling at her, when she's afraid she's going to run into the big rock,
Yes.
she starts laughing.
Yes. And I personally love how Ryan says to Dwight, if you keep shouting at me, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop this race. And he doesn't stop shouting, so he just takes off his blindfold and throws his spoon on the ground.
Now, Jenna, I think there was a portion of that scene that was a on the fly kind of scene, and that was improvised dialogue between BJ and Rain. That's what they talked about in the DVD commentary.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, that's right. Well, now Pam has her talking head where we see that she's taking her diligent notes. And we had some fan questions from Lily S., Ashley Hildreth, and Madison Barton. Jenna, did you really write the notes? And if so, what did you write?
I'm with you. I want to know too. I'm like, I know my BFF, and I'm guessing you actually were writing things down. What were you doing?
I was taking diligent notes.
I knew it! I knew it!
In character. Yeah, so there's a moment where I hold up my notebook and I tried to freeze on it to see if I could copy down what it said. And it was too fuzzy, but you can see that I am writing. You know, Dwight did this, Dwight did that, Jim did this. I thought that the best way to get through those scenes was to actually write down what was happening around me as if I was in character.
I figured you were. So you can see Michael is losing people. Like Stanley is so happy Phyllis dropped the egg. He's going to go sit down. He's going to do his crossword on his lawn chair. Creed wanders off, and in the background, we see him catch a fish with his bare hands.
Yeah.
Well, there's a really fun little tidbit about that on the DVD commentary. Harold said, you guys, this is how we did it. There was a rubber fish that they sort of submerged like in a bucket. What you can't see is this rubber fish in water in a bucket. And they really were able to cheat it because Creed's a little bit over the hill, you know?
Yeah.
And he reaches down real fast and he pulls it out. But I thought Creed did a great job of selling that.
That was some good hand acting.
It was. And Harold said, true to Hollywood form, this gag, that rubber fish, cost $500.
Well, here's an interesting tidbit. Fishing is not allowed on Lake Scranton.
Oh, that's true. But maybe if you're Creed and you grab it with your bare hands.
Well, you know what that scene reminded me of, Angela?
What?
The edge.
Oh, good Lord.
Edge. Having to just get the fish. You gotta. I mean, I don't know if anyone actually catches a fish with their hand in the edge, but I mean, that's survival.
Maybe the bear did.
The bear did. Oh, I won't bring up the bear. I know it's a trigger for you.
I really think you need to watch the series alone about these survivalists in the woods, because that's what it made me think of now.
Maybe I should.
Okay.
I'm currently really obsessed with the Chef Show.
The Chef
Show. Okay, so Jon Favreau, who incidentally directed an episode of The Office in season 9, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
He has this movie called Chef, and it's so good. Came out several years ago. It's one of my favorite movies. Well, he is obsessed with bread baking and cooking. And so he has started this series called The Chef Show, where he goes and he interviews different chefs while they make their signature dishes. I can't get enough of it.
You must love it. Now, this is a total tangent, but Isabel and I love The Greatest British Bake Off. We love it so much. And it checks off all my boxes. It's like in the beautiful English countryside.
Yeah.
And I love everything, like, especially when things don't go well, they'll say like, it was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? Yes, quite for the pot. Yeah.
I know.
So matter of fact.
I love that show as well. That show is the show that got me to start making bread.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's my bread origin.
Your bread origin story.
My gosh, we are very off topic.
We are very off topic and we have a lot to cover. We've got to get to this hot dog eating contest.
Let's do it. We have a scene. Michael comes up to Pam and hands her 800 hot dogs that she needs to have ready in 10 minutes.
What was Michael's budget for this day?
I don't know. Where did he get the money for this? Just the 800 hot dogs alone. I know. How much does that cost? Can someone do some math on that? 800 hot dogs. I need to know how much money Michael spent on hot dogs. Well, also during that scene, and this is slightly off topic, but also not, we got some mail about it. At 11 minutes 27 seconds, you can see my bra strap. Oh! And a lot of people wanted to know, why am I wearing a bra? And
Consumer Report says each Facebook user is monitored by thousands of companies. Study by Consumer Reports analyzed Facebook data sharing with 709 volunteers. On average, each person's data was sent to Facebook with 2,000 different companies. Some had over 7,000 companies. Wow. Data broker needs live ramp appeared in 96% of participants' data. Major retailers like Home Depot, Macy's, and Walmart were also in the top 100 data sharing companies. Keep in mind, friends, these companies, yes, you love Macy's, you love Home Depot, you love Walmart, you love Target, but they are marketing geniuses. Their entire goal is to get you to love them so that you take your paycheck and you deposit it into their account. Little by little, we all do it. You go to Costco, I saw a meme on Instagram that said I saved $347 at Costco today by not going into blueberries. It's so true. Norton has a new AI tool to help you detect scams. It's called Norton Games, and it uses AI to analyze screenshots. You can pop in a text message you got, an email, or a social media post. It will scan it and figure out if it is a scam or not. It's available at genie.norton.com, or you can download the app on iOS and Android. So if you're thinking this might be a scam, it could be, and this might help you figure it out. Let's get to the feedback. Janice said he was contacting you for a friend. He was working for his girlfriend's company. His laptop is sick. She has now broken up with her. But his girlfriend has been accessing his laptop, his iPhone, reading things, changing things, locking him out of things. He spent hours on the phone and information with Apple and T-Mobile. No one can get her off his phone and laptop. Her new login is all over it. Any suggestions? I doubt if Apple and T-Mobile have looked into this, but they cannot get this person off their phone or their laptop. Do a factory reset, and that will take care of it both on the iPhone and on a MacBook or computer. Just look for a factory reset. That will wipe everything clean, and it will be just fine. Terry says here, it's a lovely showing of the dilemma of searching for Laker tickets on a website. I dozed off holding my phone while searching for $200 tickets. I was awakened by a text message from my credit card asking if I made a purchase for almost $40,000. When I checked my account, I got 2 courtside seats for almost $10,000 each. After doing some research, I found that the ticketing website I was looking at saved your credit card info. Since I've made previous purchases, do you think it's possible I purchased the tickets accidentally in my sleep? Or do you think I was hacked? I disputed and I'm waiting a decision. Sorry, it sounds like you're going to the Lakers website. You just spent a lot of money on that. No, I mean, look, I don't know if you went through the entire flow of this ticketing thing, sleeping. I mean, that would be a lot of, steps. Come on. There's either something you're not telling me here, or you got to dispute these. Don't use the tickets because you want to make sure that you can get a refund on those. I know there's no refund, but it's so wild. Joy says I use a Google spreadsheet for my financial records so people have access to my computer, but anyway, it set up a password for two-factor authentication so only I can open my Google spreadsheet. I have no idea if Joy. Joy, I think when you open up the spreadsheet on your computer, use that incognito mode I was talking about. That means you can log in, and when you exit this tab on your browser, you'll be able to get into that browser. Patrick says, your show, your podcast is my favorite. Well done. Thank you. And Laurel says, love your segment on UCLA. I wear the Fitbit Inspire for sleep monitoring while my Apple Watch is on the charger. I accidentally discovered I could set the Fitbit watch to merge into the Apple Health app. This gives me 24-hour health monitoring and all of my stuff in one place. This is a great feature and worth recording. Keep up the good work. Laurel, keep up the good sleep. If you can believe it, that's going to do it for this episode of the show. You can find links to everything I mentioned on my website. Just go to richardtech.tv for the show notes. You can find me on social media. I am at Rich on Tech. Next week, let me check the calendar. What do we got? I don't know. More stuff. We'll talk about whatever's happening in the tech world. We're going to bring you good stuff. I will bring it. I promise. Thanks so much for listening. There are so many ways you can spend your time. I do appreciate you spending it.
Yes.
Special thanks to my guest.
11 minutes, 27 seconds. You can see my bra strap.
Bra strap.
And a lot of people
My
wanted to
bra
know,
strap.
why am I wearing a bra
Bra.
and a bathing suit? So here are my layers for the day, guys. I had on a bra because
Bra.
I like wearing them.
And a
That's why
bra.
I have a bra on, because I didn't want to wear just a flimsy swimming suit top. I like some support. On top of the bra, I'm wearing my wardrobe swimming suit top, which I loved because Carrie Bennett, she came up with this idea that if it was like a halter suit, we would get an indication of a bathing suit, even though you never see me in the bathing suit. Right. I thought it was a great idea. Right. Then I have on a tank top. And the reason I'm wearing the tank top is to cover up the bra strap. We had a little bit of a fail here at 11 minutes, 27 seconds. And then I'm wearing a hoodie. Those were my layers. So I guess somehow Pam cooked these hot dogs. I mean, she has a glance to camera where she's like, I don't know, maybe I didn't cook them.
There is a deleted scene between Pam and Michael where she is grilling the hot dogs and he comes over and he's like, speed it up, Pam, why aren't these done yet? And you're like, because there's 800 of them.
Amazing. Amazing. So now it's time for the big hot dog eating contest. Where, by the way, Michael takes credit for cooking up the hot dogs.
I know. And there is a wonderful deleted scene, Jenna. It wasn't scripted. It was a collective improv moment when Michael says, dip it in the water so it will slide down your gullet more easily. Our whole table said, that's what she said.
I remember that.
And it didn't make it in, but it's so good.
That's because that line from Steve was an improvisation. He in the script, he yells at Phyllis, dip it in the water, dip it in the water. But that's all that was scripted. So Steve in the moment added the so it'll slide down your gullet faster. And then we all said, how can you not? How can you not?
How can you not?
That was a layup.
No, that was a softball.
Isn't a layup and a softball sort of the same idea?
I don't know.
A layup? After I've thought about it, I'm going to give this to softball because a softball involves more than one person, right?
Yeah.
So a softball, one person sends a softball to another who then hits it out of the park. Whereas with a layup, it's you do it on your own.
You do it on your own, and I mean, a layup through a crowd is not easy to do if there's a bunch of guys in the paint. Let me throw some basketball at you. But maybe if you got it,
talking
maybe
about? What
if
do
you
you think a layup is? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
When's the last time you did a layup? I did one this week.
What is it to you?
A layup is when you dribble up to the basket and you put it in on your own. But I'm telling you, if you're doing a layup, you know, and you're being, if you're doing a layup and you're being guarded, but then there's the breakaway layup, right? If you steal the ball and you got the whole back of the court to yourself and you're like, yeah, and you do your layup, and then sometimes you want to dunk on your layup. Hard for me because I'm 5'1".
What's happening right now?
I don't know. Where are we?
What? Wait. Do you watch basketball? Are you like a basketball fan? Where's all this lingo coming from?
I play basketball. I played JV, and then when everyone got really tall, I had to stop playing because I was too short, and we had a really good point guard. So then I became a basketball cheerleader, and I was also the manager on the basketball team, and I was also a mascot one basketball season, and I love basketball, and we have a hoop. in our driveway and we play all the time, and I have a fantastic outside shot. And I often win at horse.
Angela, I'm clapping because people couldn't see me bowing down to you. But I mean, I'm speechless. I did not know this about you. And also, I defer to you here. If this were a debate and someone had to win, you won. I mean, that was just...
I want you to know, it's not out yet, but I have this Advil commercial where I have to shoot baskets, and I made like 13 baskets in a row, and one of them they used in the actual shot, and I was so happy that they showed the whole shot, because I was like, I made that sucker.
You were Brian Baumgartner while shooting the basketball episode. You have like a secret basketball skill that no one knew about.
Don't you remember the basketball hoop by our trailers and we would play horse? I was always out there with the guys playing horse.
I do remember that, and I have a picture of it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I feel like we've gone off topic.
You think? Wait, we're back to the hot dogs, guys. Back to the hot dogs. Andy wins the competition, but this was an arduous scene for everyone to shoot. I was really lucky, Jenna, because I said my character's a vegetarian. She's not going to be eating these. I made a really big plea about that. But poor Brian and Ed, Leslie, all those guys were shoving hot dogs in their face. And Jenna, do you remember they were starting to gag? Do you remember that?
Yeah, we got a fan question from Caitlin Mulvihill who said, how many times did you have to film the hot dog contest scene, and did you have to eat all the hot dogs every time? I just remember it took a long time. It was a lot of angles, a lot of coverage,
a lot of reaction shots. We were there for like half a day.
Yeah, and Jen, we asked Jen, what was the hardest stunt during beach games? And this is what she had to say.
I think the answer for what was the hardest stunt of this episode depends on who you ask. I think for the actors, it was possibly the hot dog eating contest. I'm curious what you guys think. I remember spit buckets. I could be wrong about that, but I'm fairly certain there were a bunch of spit buckets. But there was some actual eating of hot dogs, and I think Ed Helms ate an enormous amount of hot dogs, if I remember correctly. I think he was going really hard for winning the contest. So I think that was probably a lot of people's answers. For me, it was getting the shot during the Michael talking head of Andy floating away at sea.
Yes, we will get to that. She sent in some more amazing stuff about that stunt, but I do remember the spit bucket scene.
I do too. And one of the things, you guys, on some shows, the way they shoot, when you're on camera. And when you're off camera, you don't have to sort of participate. You can kind of not eat, right? But the way we shot this, there was a huge group shot, right? There's a camera that's capturing everything. So these guys had to eat on every take because they never knew when the camera was specifically on them or not. And I remember when they would yell cut, immediately, like the prop guys would run over with buckets, and these guys would all start spitting in the buckets because they couldn't have the buckets on the ground. There was nowhere to hide them, right? And so the prop guys would run over with the buckets, and Ed said this thing in the DVD commentary. He said, first of all, spitting out food that I've been chewing and holding in my mouth, the action of spitting out this chewed food would activate my gag reflex. So I'd start gagging. And he said, but then on top of that, this bucket that they would bring around, several other people had spit their food out into. He said, just all of it. All of it. He said, like, they were all getting so grossed out.
Well, this scene really reminded me of that birthday cake scene from Meredith's birthday, where we all ate cake.
Chocolate chip ice cream cake. I can't eat it to this day. I can't eat it.
Same. We ate so much of it because we never knew when we were on camera. And then like that, I feel like There's barely any footage in this episode of these guys eating the hot dogs. It does not accurately reflect how much hot dog eating happened.
Not at all. These poor guys. And Jim isn't eating the hot dogs. There's a deleted scene where he brought a tuna salad, and he is not even participating. So John did not have to do
Where's your
this.
boy?
And neither did I. And neither did Steve.
Oh, God. Well, Jenna, so Andy wins with 13 hot dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just looked up this year the hot dog eating contest, the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for 2020. Did you too? Did you too?
Because I've been to the hot dog eating contest.
What?
Yeah.
When?
In 2011.
What? How?
I went to Coney Island. Lee and I were in New York. We were looking for something to do over July 4th weekend.
And you went to it?
We saw that the Coney Island hot dog eating, we got on the subway and we rode it out there. I was very pregnant. I was like 7 months pregnant.
Oh my gosh. I did not know any of this. See, you think you know your best friend, and then all of a sudden she's going to hot dog eating contests and she knows how to play basketball.
Yeah, exactly. And here's my memory. It was super exciting. We only saw the men's contest. I saw Joey Chestnut win the hot dog eating contest.
He won again this year.
Yeah, and he broke his world record this year.
His nickname is Jaws, Joey Jaws Chestnut.
Yeah, this year, because we both looked it up, Joey Chestnut ate 75 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes.
And Jenna, in the female category, Miki Sudo ate 48 and a half hot dogs in 10 minutes and now has the new world record.
Yeah, Joey Chestnut has won every year since 2007, with the exception of 1 year. In 2015, Matt Stoney won. But Joey has won every year since. And Miki has won every year since 2014. I will say one thing. When I went to the hot dog eating contest, I mentioned I was very pregnant. I had to pee and there were no restrooms. And all of the businesses, because there's such a giant influx of people that come down, they all have signs that say no public restroom, no public restroom, no public restroom. You can't just go in and use their bathroom. But I found an employee at the Dunkin' Donuts who sneaked me in and let me use the bathroom there. And I still to this day want to say thank you so much for helping me relieve my pregnant bladder that day.
Please
Thank
stop
you, nice
doing
person at Dunkin' Donuts.
On Coney
Holy
Island
shit.
in 2011.
You know, if you were Meredith,
Absolutely
like the deleted
disturbed
scene, you
individual.
would have just gone and squat in the bushes right by the bus.
Oh no, poor Kate. Kate in this episode. Oh my God. Well, maybe Angela, on that note, we should take a break here and both use the restroom.
Working
And we'll come
9
back
to 5.
with some
One way to make a living.
sandwich.
No, I said sandwich earlier. This time I'm saying sabotage.
Okay, we are back, and oh, Angela, I love this scene so much. I rewound it and watched it twice.
Your account
I
is
do love
suspended.
this scene. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, that's horse
So
shit.
this is the scene where
How
Dwight
did they
and
get
Angela
here?
have tiptoed away from the group, and they're having a private conversation about sabotage. Dwight would like Angela to sabotage her team.
Yes, the ancient art. Like Dutch sabotage. I was like, what? This scene was so fun to film. First of all, I remember Jen and Harold and Rain and I trying to figure out where Dwight and I would be, where it would really look like we were away from everyone, and also that we would think that we got away with it, right?
Yes.
And that the spy shot would have to be far enough away. So we did sort of climb. There were these little sand dunes, Jenna. Do you remember? They were sort of small and they had like big, sort of like tall kind of grass growing out of them.
Yeah, like reedy grass coming out of them.
Itchy reedy grass. Like it kind of cut you a little if it touched your skin. But we sort of tucked back in there for the scene, and there are some great bloopers, and it's mostly just me laughing because I could not get through it when he said sabotage and I said sandwich. Every single time. The absurdity of these two. Not to mention, I could hear Jen Salata laughing from her little group of bushes where her and Harold were hiding. And I would be like, Jen, stop laughing. I just got it together. And now Jen is laughing. And you couldn't see her. It was just like this little clump of bushes that was like,
Oh my gosh, I love it so much. I love the end when Dwight says, if Michael organizes a group hug, stand next to me.
Jen told me she loved writing for Dwight and Angela, that she loved their sort of suppressed love for one another.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good scene. Such a good scene.
One thing about the scene that made it tricky that you might not think of is that this is one of the few times where Dwight and I have to be standing facing one another, and you really see our height difference.
I knew it was a wide shot because it was a spy shot, but now it makes me think it was also that wide to fit you both in frame.
Yes. And the other thing to point out, which I thought was really great, is you can really see that Dwight is wearing a Cooper Seafood t-shirt.
Hey, yeah, local Scranton reference there.
I know.
Well, next up is the sumo competition.
Oh
You
my
should think this shit
goodness,
is so
Jenna.
funny.
Where to begin?
Where to begin? I'll tell you, I did one of those like a guffaw. Is that the word where you laugh out loud? Like it takes over your body and you can't even suppress it. When I saw John in his little toothpick legs walk out in that sumo suit. Look at his legs. If you haven't, look at his tiny little legs sticking out of that sumo suit and his little head popping up. It made me laugh so hard.
Now, I know that those guys were just so hot in those suits.
Oh, yeah.
They were dying. And we had these little fans that they
Easy,
would
baby.
try to like cool them off with, but I'm sure that they were just so sweaty. But they also had the best time in those. They were like, they all turned into children and they were loving it, I have to say.
They couldn't wait to run at each other and like throw themselves at each other and all of it. They were having so much fun. But I do remember between takes, they could not sit down.
Yes.
They could not sit down, and people would run over with like little umbrellas and these fans to try to cool them off. And Jenna, I was hanging and I have this great photo that one of the things I loved is that I could lean on Rain's belly like I had something to prop myself up on. So I have this photo and it's him and I casually talking, but I'm resting myself on his sumo belly.
And he is.
That's incredible. Well, we had a fan question from Freya McKenzie and Jesse Magison. Is it true that Rainn Wilson actually put Leslie David Baker in the hospital while shooting beach games?
Yes.
What happened was that during all this sumo wrestling, Leslie got sand in his eyes and they tried to flush it out, but they couldn't. And I remember he had to leave set. And I don't know if he went to the hospital or to an eye doctor, but he had a scratched cornea.
Yeah, I thought they took him to a local, like the clinic, the nearest hospital. Every single day when you're filming, whether it's on set or location, they put in the call sheet the location where you're filming and the nearest hospital's location.
Yeah, so I researched that ahead of time for this reason.
So I think they took him to the nearest, whatever that was, clinic, right?
Yeah.
And he was in quite a bit of pain, and he was like, no, it's still in there. There's something wrong. You know that moment in your body where you're like, it's not right. Something's not right. And it had, in fact, scratched his cornea. And they treated him, and then he came back and finished filming because he's such a trooper.
Well, I've had this happen to me, Angela. I got a piece of sand in my eye by using a face scrub with sand in it. And I got a piece in my eye, and I was like, it feels like something's in your eye when you scratch your cornea, but I couldn't find it. So I went to an eye doctor, and I had scratched my cornea. So I I feel for Leslie. It is a non-feeling.
I have never scratched my cornea, but one time I was eating jalapeno potato chips because I love them so much. And I bit into it kind of aggressively, and the jalapeno dust off the chip went into my eyes, and it was very painful. Why are you laughing? That's really happened.
Your account is
I bit into the chip,
suspended.
and then I was like, why am I laughing? How could you listen to that story and not laugh? I don't know. Okay, we should probably get back on topic.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I remember Leslie leaving set, but I don't remember when exactly it happened or how it happened. I just know he got sand in his lap.
All right, this is what I think happened. I watched the deleted scenes, and there's a moment, it's not in the episode, where Dwight is wrestling with Stanley and knocks him to the ground and is like, "Take that, old man!" And he kind of kicks at the sand, right? And
Yes, I'm remembering
Yes,
this.
and I think then Rain felt really bad because he realized in that moment that's when we thought it happened.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Well, this was not the only injury from this episode. Ed hurt his finger during the sumo wrestling. Do you remember that? I think he lost a fingernail or something.
He was like, sorry, it makes me laugh so hard. I shouldn't laugh, but it's when that moment, if you guys watch it, when Andy and Dwight really start going at each other. Like Dwight walks over and he's eating a sandwich, even though he's eating all these hot dogs. He walks over and then they just start going at each other, and Ed is like kind of flailing his arms at him. Somehow in this tussle, Ed broke his fingernail, but he said he broke it really bad, like it ripped. I think it ripped below the.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Like it was gruesome.
It was gruesome, but Ed was like yelling in his sumo suit. He was yelling, "Stop, stop!" And all he could get out was, "I broke my nail." And people were like, "Okay, did you break your fingernail?" And he's like, "No, guys, I broke my nail."
Oh no! Oh no! But he didn't leave set.
No, he didn't leave set. They came over and but there was that moment when someone was like, "What happened?" Like, Ed broke his nail. And he's like, "No, it's more than just a broken nail." And then they wrapped it up.
Well, now, Angela, we're going to get into a big moment.
This was huge for our show. This is a huge stunt. You have to remember, our show never left a little tiny office. So we've got to break down. We've got two big things coming up. We've got this Andy floating away, and then the Coles. So Jenna, let's start with Andy.
Okay, Andy walks over to the water, and we had a fan question about this from Allie Jo Higginbotham, who said, when Andy walks to the lake, he has something yellow in his hand. What is he holding? And what is he planning to do with it at the shore? Well, he's holding a
bandana. He's holding a yellow bandana. Michael had handed these out in the egg race, and that's what everyone had used to cover their eyes. And Andy is holding his yellow bandana from the egg race, and he hopes to dip it in the water to then maybe wrap it around his neck to cool himself off. This was the idea.
Yes, but instead he falls in the water and starts floating away.
When he fell in the water, I wasn't too far off because my character witnesses this.
Yes.
And there's a take that didn't make it, that he literally rolled, Jenna. He rolled into the water. But they used this take because it was more clear why he was going down there. He's trying to hang that bandana in the water, trying to balance.
Well, let me say, and we got another frequently asked question from Candace Kelso, Michael Loong, Olive Taylor, and Phoebe Bono. Was that really Ed in the water, or was that a stunt double? Guys, that was Ed in the water. Ed did it all.
I don't know that they offered him a stunt double. I don't know.
Kent told me they offered him a stunt double, but Ed insisted on doing all of the floating in the water himself. He was out there floating for over 45 minutes. And I'm thinking, maybe when he was like, "Oh no, I'll fall in the water," like maybe he didn't realize what that all entailed. Yeah, and perhaps having a stunt double on the side to complete some of the very far away floating. But guys, that is Ed the whole time floating out there, not only in the day, but then he had to do it again at night. This was two different shoots for him in the water, a day scene and a night scene. Now, when he was out there at night, he did have a thin wetsuit on underneath all that sumo gear to keep him warm. So they did think of that. But before we get too far into this stunt, Angela, we also had fan questions from Rebecca Gonzalez, Connor N., and Maura Anderson, who said, Angela, how did you make it through the scene of Andy floating away?
It was so hard. That's what she said.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. It was really difficult. Difficult not to laugh. Really difficult. Especially because Ed was improvising a little bit. As he floated away, some of that dialogue was not scripted. So, when I'm like, I don't really understand what it is you're saying to me, that was scripted. But then Ed was physically floating away and he was dealing with the elements and he improvised this line. Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it.
I love that line so much. That was Ed improvising. That is awesome.
I know. So it was really hard. And I didn't want to laugh because poor Ed is floating out in that water. You know what I mean?
Like, yes, if you laugh, you ruin that moment.
Yes.
And he has to float longer.
Everybody is talking about Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
Well, we asked Chen about Ed in the water.
Are
Here's
they?
what she had to say.
Oh, shooting the Andy floating away scenes was really fun. I love that part of the script. I love when Angela pretends that she doesn't understand what he's saying. That was so much fun to write. I remembered that Ed was like in the sumo suit and then there was a rope attached to him and he was being pulled by a boat and then at a certain point the boat would leave him and then he would just drift. But there was also a current. I believe the water was also cold and he had to keep his head up. And I remember that it was a challenging thing because his head would sort of get lost and it would just like go under unless he put his neck up and just try to hold it up. So I think it was a difficult thing. Also the timing of the boat and the timing of us trying to get it on camera with Michael's talking head was difficult. So I remember that Ed was like a real trooper and there were a lot of discussions about like how far out he should be at sea because we wanted to see him. We didn't want to be too obvious that it was him and that Michael might see him, but we didn't want him to be so far away that he was this tiny little dot. So Ed was in the water for quite a while we tried to work this out.
Every day.
And the other thing I remember, which is
another
crazy
day,
to say now,
another
but
day.
there was a safety meeting right before it.
I bet they don't need
I
it
feel like
because they didn't see that I
very
pop on
beginning
it.
of the safety meeting, like Ed was there, but like he was just getting there because everything was so rushed. And I think the safety person said one thing, like as Ed was approaching, that I wasn't sure Ed clocked, and I had this moment of should I tell him or not? And I remember the safety guy talking about water snakes, and I was like, oh my god, do I repeat this to Ed? Do I not repeat this to Ed? I don't think I repeated it to Ed because like he was going to be in this water. It was going to be very cold. I thought, would I want to know about water snakes before I got into the water in a sumo suit or not? So yeah, I think I made that decision. Tell me if you think that was the correct decision to make. Anyway, so there were a lot of challenges of shooting that. There were no snake events during the shooting of that sequence, and I thought Ed did a phenomenal job, and so did Angela, and I'm just in love with that sequence of events, but it was challenging to shoot.
Wow. Ed.
Possibility of water snakes. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Jen Salata.
Well, now Jen mentioned in her clip that they would have to pull Ed behind a boat to get him in place. So Kent told me that power boats were not allowed on the lake. So they had to have a stunt coordinator in a rowboat.
I remember, Jenna.
Rowing him.
Yes.
So can you imagine if you're somewhere else at this park and you're just hiking, or maybe you're riding a horse from the equestrian center, and you look out onto the lake and you see a man in a rowboat rowing another man by a rope who's in a sumo suit. What are you thinking when you see
Everybody's
that?
talking about
I don't know what goes through your head. I don't know.
Smart.
Are you worried? What are you thinking?
So I watched this play out because we would have to reset Ed to that spot where we would have dialogue. And inevitably he'd float away, right? And then they would, the guy, there he was. And I had to make sure I didn't look at the rowboat guy, right? You know, like I couldn't have my eyes dart away.
Everybody's
But off
talking
in the
about
periphery of my vision
West
was this
Side.
guy in a boat, and he would row and pull Ed. Ed had a harness suit on under the sumo suit, and they put through the arm of the sumo
Hey,
suit
come on, dog.
a fishing
Oh,
rod.
dude, where's your song?
Yeah. And this guy would pull Ed, and as he did, Jenna, I would see water break around his body. You know, like if you hold something in the water. Yeah. And Ed said that a majority of that water, as he was being pulled, would flush through the suit. Oh my God. And out his neck.
Well, Ken told me if you look carefully in the Michael talking head where Ed is floating in the background, you will see that there's a pretty strong current in the water, but Ed is not moving. That is because at that point, the only way to keep him in the shot was to just keep him attached to the boat. And so he said, if you look for it, he's very oddly staying in one place while a pretty heavy current is going underneath him. So insane. Angela, I also got the story about these sumo suits from Carrie Bennett, our wardrobe designer.
Oh, let's hear it.
So she said that this was one of the most difficult costume challenges she had for our show. She had to create these inflatable sumo suits, but because she knew Andy would end up floating away in it, whatever she put them in had to be safe for him to float on water. So she said as soon as she read the script, she immediately went to Greg and said, I cannot design a costume that will allow someone to float on water. I need a stunt person to help me. So she got together with the stunt person, and they realized that, kind of like what Jen said, the biggest challenge was keeping his head from going underwater, because she was like, his body would float, but the head would go under. So that is why the guys are wearing those crazy headpieces in the episode.
Those were custom made, right?
Yes. Yeah. She said, what if I made a floaty helmet in the shape of like a sumo wrestler's bun, and the bun is actually a floating device?
Brilliant.
So she designed this extra bit of safety for Ed with this floaty bun, and before we shot, they went over to Kent Sabornak's pool and they put a stunt guy in the suit and they tested it out, and it worked.
Oh my gosh. You were talking about what happens when like someone's riding a horse by and Ed's floating and there's a guy with a rowboat. What about kids' family? Hey Dad, who's in the pool? Don't worry about it. It's a little thing for work.
Totally. Also, when these guys in the writer's room wrote this sequence, they had no idea the paces that they would put people through to make it realized on screen. It was just a funny idea. Oh, you know what would be funny? They wrestle in these sumo suits and then Ed falls in the water and floats away. I mean, the amount of effort that went into making that happen.
I know, I think about this all the time with our scripts. Like, oh, it'll be funny. We'll have a funeral for a bird, but we need a specialized tiny coffin made.
Yeah, and several dead birds to choose from.
And then Jim and Karen sneak off, and they're sneaking off to call David, but Pam doesn't know that, but you know she saw them walk away. You know she did. She's aware.
Yeah.
And they have this moment where they, call David. Jim says he wants to be considered, and then Karen does. And then Jim is like teasing her because she sort of fumbles her words, right? When she calls David.
Yeah, I didn't think that was cool boyfriend behavior, I have to say. Oh, right, because she's trying to leave a professional message, right? She's speaking to David Wallace, and she's saying she'd like to be considered for this job, and he's kind of heckling her during this phone call, and he's distracting her, and I think it was meant to be kind of like cute and playful, but I don't know. If I'm making a professional phone call, I don't appreciate being heckled. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me when I'm making an important boss lady call. Or is he trying to sabotage? He might be trying to sandwich this moment. He tried to sandwich it. Well, we also mentioned earlier that this was an added scene. Originally, these phone calls happened in the office before we went to beach day, but they made a change and they decided it was better to reveal this information later. But this led to problems. Like, we already had such a packed day, and here we were trying to add little moments and add little scenes. And Jen actually talked about this as one of the challenges, just trying to get everything shot on these days. Because, you have so many things you have to shoot in daylight, and then the sun goes down. You can't make it stay out. Also, these were such big, ambitious days, and if we would go past the allotted time, we would get into overtime, which was incredibly expensive for the show because they would have to pay the crew overtime, the actors overtime. And so Ken Sabornak, our line producer, was trying to keep us on our day, and he was having to check in with Jen and Harold quite a bit about it. Yeah, here's what she had to say about that.
And I remember Ken being very patient with us and giving us extra time and adding in cushions, but it was still really difficult to get everything that we needed to get done. I mean, we were going very fast and working incredibly efficiently. It was just hard. And I remember there was one moment where Kent had already given us a cushion and maybe even a second cushion, and then we were about to go over it. We were almost done. We were so close to being done, but Kent called and I got the call, and we were about ready to say, Harold was about ready to call action, and Kent is like frustrated because he wants us to be done because he's given us extra time and he wants us to be done, and completely understandable. But I knew that if I kept talking to Kent, we were going to be slowed down by 10 seconds at that point, and that 10 seconds would allow us to finish the shot. So Ken is talking to me, and I very gently and gingerly just put the phone down on a chair, and we got the last shot, and we were done. It was definitely this weird moment of like, this is the producer of your show telling you that you need to stop shooting, and I realized I can either talk to him about the fact that we're going to stop shooting or get the shot. So we got the shot. It was definitely one of those moments of like, hope that was cool.
Angela, I think that what Jen is talking about is a little bit of sabotage. Is she sabotaging? She's not sabotaging. She's sabotaging her phone call, right, so that they could get these shots. I think it's pretty amazing. Like, I can sort of just visualize Kent going on and on, like, Jen, you can't keep adding scenes, and she just set the phone down and was like, yes, do it one more time while he's venting. Yes, exactly. Well, you guys, part of Kent's job, he has such a hard job because he answers to both Greg, who is the creative voice of the show, and his job is to make all of Greg's dreams come true creatively, but he also answers to the network, who has given him a budget and a timetable, and you can't spend more money than this. And everything that you said earlier, Angela, about staying on time, because Kent will look at a script and he will try to estimate, based on conversations with the director and the writer and the crew, how long each scene will take. So he'll say, all right, we need 3 hours to film Ed at sea, but I'm only going to give 45 minutes to Jim and Karen in the sand. That's right. And if any of these things go over even 10 minutes, they have to steal 10 minutes from another scene. And it becomes just this logistical nightmare, and Kent has to keep an eye on all of it. And it is a vicious domino effect too. Once you get off, it just spirals your whole day. I feel like
This is like a great metaphor for partnerships because I feel like in every family there's one person that's a little bit of the big thinker dreamer. On vacation we'll do all of this, and then there's the person in the relationship that's like, I've allotted $80 for things at the gift shop. That's all we're spending at the gift shop, okay? Because if we spend more than $80 at the gift shop, we can't do that extra bungee cord thing that you all want to do.
Yes, that is exactly Kent. He is that person. Keep us on budget, keep us on time.
Yep.
Well, now, Angela,
You gotta
it is
believe it
time
about
for the
that.
cold
This
walk.
happens.
Talk about a big scene. This was a big evening for us. It was a very ambitious shoot. We had a lot to cover. We could not start till it got dark. Yep. And there was a lot of prep. I don't know if you remember, Jenna, how they made those coals. Do you remember?
I do. It was multi-layered. And we had a lot of people ask this question about how did you make the coals? We got mail from Ellie Troutman, Chandra M., Jamie S., Heather Donnelly, Renee R., and many others. They wanted to know, how did the
Everybody's
props
talking about
department
Rabbi
create the hot
ROTHSCHILD.
coals? They looked so real. Because, guys, these were not real coals.
Yes, so we could not have a huge fire here, you guys. We were allowed to have the tiki torches and little small flames. For example, when the pile of wood burst into flames, that's all special effects. That was not at all a fire. They put that in post because there were fire regulations at this particular park, right?
So, well, there are fire regulations in California in general.
Yes, absolutely. So Harold Ramis talked a little bit about this coal fire pit on the DVD commentary. He said they started, first of all, by digging a big hole in the ground. And then they buried in the ground a light box, just a big box that lit up. And then they put on top of the light box these little yellow and orange gels to make it look like a flame. And then on top of those light gels, on top of the light box, they put little lava rocks. And then running on either side of this hole in the ground, they had put 2 gas lines with very small little flickers of real fire that popped out of the ground.
Yes, and because there was real fire as part of the coal walk, we had a big safety meeting about that.
One of our biggest.
Yeah, for sure. It's particularly important because, as you know, Rain, as Dwight, is going to walk onto these hot coals, stand there, and then fall to the ground. And that was real fire next to him.
On either side of him, yes. And I remember when Rain did that, one of the most painful things for Rain was being barefoot on the lava rocks. It hurt. It's like stepping on a Lego. You know how that feels.
I do know how it feels because I did it as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll say that people have mentioned that I look like my feet really hurt after I walk across the hot coals, and they've wondered if I really walked on hot coals. No, my feet were sore and bruised from having to run across lava rocks over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, my feet did kind of hurt.
Throw a bunch of like hard Legos on the ground and run back and forth over them.
That's as good as a coal walk right there. A Lego walk. If you want that experience, you can do it at home.
Hey,
Michael wanted everyone to walk over the hot coals. We said he has to go first. And Steve's hesitation as Michael to go over those coals, Jenna, was so brilliant. His whole body posture, the expression on his face, and he improvised the line. The mind has to wrap around the foot.
I'm so good looking though, baby.
I love that was an improvisation. I did not look that up. I love knowing that.
And we have a callback to this whole runner of Angela being grossed out by Kevin's feet.
Yes,
she's like,
that's right.
I am not going to go after you and your gross feet. And he's like, Angela, it's like 1,000 degrees.
One of my favorite moments in this whole sequence is when Michael says to the group, he's so disappointed that no one has walked across the coals except sort of Dwight. And he says, you know what? It's clear to me that if I had to name my replacement today, it would be Mr. Outside Higher.
Or
And then
Mrs.
Angela says, or Mrs. Outside Higher. And Michael is like, yes,
Or that. It's so good, doesn't it? It made me laugh so hard. I know, but a little bit of Angela sass there. Like I pointed my finger. Yeah. Wait, Jenna, we do have a background catch we can't pass up. It's too good. Say it. While Michael's going on and on about who won't walk across the coals, and he's like, and Andy is never here today. It pans past us to the water. Andy has floated into the marsh. He's stuck on his back. Poor Ed in the dark, in the lake. And at 19 minutes, 55 seconds, you can see his wetsuit on his arm. Oh! Yeah, on his arm. His arm is like extended out of his sumo suit, and you can see the beige wetsuit that he had to put on because it was so cold.
And then people wrote in, Angela, and they said, how come in season 9, when Pam is crying, the documentary crew helps her, but when Andy is floating away at night, they just turn off the camera lights and walk away? I know. That's one of the questions Jack had. My stepson, he was like, why did the camera crew not help him? I know. And I was like, you know what? At that moment, they were like, we can't disturb the natural course of the story. Right. We must just document it.
Well, we're coming up to this big moment. There is a huge moment about to happen for Pam. Yeah. She wants to run across the coals, and Michael says no. No. Yeah. And then he moves them on, and he wants them all to speak. Dwight is doing his version of the aristocrats very badly. And in the background, Pam runs across the coals. Yeah. And this just feeds her soul. She feels so alive in this moment. She did this one thing for herself. And she runs over to the group, and she wants to share.
Yeah. And she gives this speech, and everything just comes pouring out. Her disappointment that people didn't come to the art show, but more than that, her feelings for Jim and how much she misses him. And the truth, the big truth, which is that while there were many reasons to call off her wedding to Roy, the reason she did it because of how she feels about Jim.
Yeah. And oof. First of all, I sat next to John in the scene. Angela and Jim were side by side. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did.
And so when you were talking to Jim, I was right in your eye line. You know, I couldn't believe my luck, honestly, because this is such a beautiful performance by you, Jenna. You do such a great job. It's so moving to watch you as Pam transition through all of those beats. And I had this out-of-body experience as your friend, watching you in awe give this fantastic performance, wanting to tear up and cry because my friend was crushing it. And then having to be Angela Martin, who would never react to you that way. And then at the same time, just being in awe of this moment. It was just a beautiful thing to watch, Jenna. You did such a great job, and you had to do it over and over. We did several takes because they had to get people's reactions, and every time you crushed it, every single time.
Well, a lot of people ask if that speech was improvised or partially improvised, and it was not. That was all written, and as Jen shared with us,
than their parents because they're getting some of these nutrients in the food differently than they do. So, anyway, that's my 2 cents about it. Talk to your doctors about these things before you start putting what is essentially unregulated things into your body. All right, it is 4-4 on Neil Baker, KFI 20. Let's get the latest news in the 24-hour KFI news. Sandy Wells live in the KFI 24-hour news. Journalists for the LA Times have walked out of the newsroom at a one-day protest potential layoffs. The THC accepted enforcement on PCH a week ago. Officers wrote near 80 tickets in Malibu. Today, Alec Baldwin has been indicted by a grand jury on charges of voluntary manslaughter for the 2021 shooting.
You crushed it every single time. Well, a lot of people ask if that speech was improvised or partially improvised, and it was not. That was all written, and as Jen shared with us, written by Greg Daniels, and I memorized it and delivered it word for word. I worked on it for a very long time, and I remember trying to think about those times in my life where you've done something that give you a burst of adrenaline. And that's what I wanted her to come into the speech with. She's just done this coal walk, and she has this burst of adrenaline, and she doesn't even think about that she's going to share. It's completely different. This is very impulsive, and that was kind of what I put behind the speech. But I knew that speech backwards and forwards. I could have delivered it for days, because I also know, as an actor, at least for me especially, the more I know the material, the less I have to think of the words.
Exactly.
And it can just be about the performance. I never had to search for it. I had it. It was like on a little tape in my head.
That's exactly right. You don't have to worry about what you're saying, and you can just really experience the moment, feel it, because the words are all there. And I just thought it was brilliant, and I thought everyone's reactions were great, because there is a dance that you do on a show like The Office. There is the person who is driving the scene, who's putting out all this information, and then the other side of the story is the people reacting to it. And two parts are very important. And I thought that John as Jim, his reactions were great. Everyone in the crowd they cut to, Rashida, oh my God, her look as Karen was amazing. It was like, I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God. It was everything. And also heartbreak. It was all of it.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned about what it's like to be the person driving a scene. This was kind of my first experience with that. And it was this huge speech. And that's another reason why I made sure I knew every single word. And I got a real glimpse at what Steve does every single day, every single week. Wow. Delivering these big speeches to the group. I mean, all your eyeballs were on me. I was so nervous.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And not just the cast watching you, the whole crew. It's everything.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I thought it was so great. I just loved it so much.
Well, thank you. You know, I hadn't seen it since it first aired, and when I watched it, I was really proud of myself.
You should
I was like, oh my gosh, I love that performance is on tape and I can watch it later, because it really made me feel like a good actress. I was like, oh, look at me go.
You are a good actress. You should.
So proud of myself.
You should feel that way. You should. Well, I was always curious why they sat me next to Jim and didn't have Karen next to him. And then that moment ends with Jim looking straight ahead and me kind of looking off to the side like, oh my God.
Yeah, I think you are there to be the audience reflected, right? You're what everyone at home is like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was good to have you there, being that other piece of the conversation.
Yeah.
But you know, the episode was supposed to end there. In the script, that's the end of the episode. But we added a little tag back on the bus, singing on the bus, and this tag confused a lot of people.
Well, it's daytime. We're clearly happy. None of this has happened. It doesn't make any time sequential sense, right?
Yes, everyone wanted to know, did you sleep at the beach? You're all in the same clothes. How does everyone look like they've bathed if they spent the night at the beach? They just threw this tag on the end. It was an extra little bit of fun from the episode. It was not meant to be sequential.
Yeah.
We did not spend the night at the beach, story-wise.
Yeah, they just in editing, they liked it. They liked to end on this sort of upbeat, you know, there's this huge emotional moment has just happened. And then it's us all as a group. And Ed said in the DVD commentary that he started the song The Flintstones on the bus. And for him, it was a nod to planes, trains, and automobiles. Which I love.
I love that too. You know, they do something similar in the Valentine's Day episode. They have that little bit of extra footage of Steve improvising in front of the theater. and they threw that bit on the end as a tag for Valentine's Day. So it's just something we did sometimes.
Yeah, and I think you can get away with that in a cold open and a tag. They sort of can be
Oh,
their
that
little
little
standalone
doggy.
moments. But Jenna, before we wrap this up, I wrote about some of my memories of filming this episode in my journal, and I said one of the things I loved is that Rashida and I had our trailers side by side in the parking lot. And we weren't very far away. We were just really close to the catering truck. And so in the morning, Harold Ramis would get his coffee and gin, and they would have to walk past Rashida and I, and we would sit on like the front steps of my trailer, like it was our front stoop, right? Yeah. And we would visit in the mornings with Harold and Jen. And I have a photo of us and, you know, having our coffee in the morning. I just love it. I love that. I love that. I love that memory so
Let's
much.
go.
I don't know if we can say enough what an honor and pleasure it was to work with him, but Jen also mentioned this in one of her audio clips. Yeah, what it meant to her to have the opportunity to work with him. I'm so glad he was the person in charge of this crazy episode.
Yes, because he was such a delight. Jenna, I remembered as I was going through photos. Do you remember, because him and Jen had to be kind of far away where we were filming, that he had a microphone and he would give sort of big general notes on this microphone? And then we would yell at him to tell us jokes, and he would tell us jokes. And in the DVD, Rain, they said that Rain would say, "Tell us more about Groundhog Day." He would share little bits of trivia on this microphone to us, you know, as we were way far away on the beach. And he just made it all so fun.
Well, Jen mentioned that he was really instrumental in mentoring her. And actually, Sam, why don't you play that clip?
One moment, another thing that happened on that episode was it was a challenging episode because we had a lot to get and the elements were tricky too. I remember it was like incredibly cold and there were heat lamps and it was also scorching hot sometimes and within the course of one day. So there were a lot of additional challenges that episode, and there was one day where it was like we were not going to make our day by sunset. We had just way more to shoot than was actually possible to shoot in that day with our challenges. And he said to me at one point, "Jen, let's like divide up. You work with the actors and I'll do the tech stuff." And it was only for a brief amount of time, but it was it was just a thrill of mine that I was able to do that and kind of start talking to the actors in a slightly different way and start thinking about the course of being a director. And it all started with that episode, him giving me a little bit of that responsibility because there was just too much to get done. I'm so grateful for Harold, and it's one of the biggest thrills of my career that I got to work with him.
And guys, Jen ended up directing 2 episodes of The Office. She directed Crime Aid and The Promotion.
It just fits so perfectly that he extended that to her and shared that with her. And how lucky were we?
Yeah. Well, guys, that's Beach Games.
That is Beach Games. Thank you so much for listening. This was so wonderful to rewatch. I loved it. I loved it.
This was one of my favorite weeks to prepare.
Me too.
For sure.
Yeah.
And to shoot. We got to live it and relive it. What a gift.
Well, next week we have a really big week. It's The Job, and we're wrapping up season 3.
Now we're going to divide The Job into 2 parts because it's an hour-long episode. We're going to have The Job Part 1 and The Job Part 2, but it's all going to be good.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week. Have a good one. We love you. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubuko.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com for a free.
Is also partially responsible for the ongoing salmonella outbreak. Now, this is pretty huge, because this can be deadly. It's rare, but it can be deadly, but it also can cause some pretty massive symptoms.
Oh my god, I just did the thing. That's the last thing that you wanted to do.
Charcuterie sampler is sold at Sam's Club. That is their chain of warehouse club members type thing. Even just like Costco, but it happens to be run by Walmart.
Are you going to be pissed if it logs you out of all of them? I still have that list, so I should be okay.
Products are sold at Costco stores. So investigation's ongoing, but they say unequivocally do not Seto brand charcuterie sampler from Sam's Club or the Beretta brand Antipasto brand Beretta from Costco. Throw them away. Wash surfaces. This is important as well. Wash surfaces in containers that may have touched these products. You want to use hot soapy water, or better yet, they can be put in dishwasher so in the dishwasher. They're working feverishly, no pun intended. That's how we get that turn on in certain cases to find out if any additional products may be contaminated. This is going to continue to go on as they look for other things that are needed. It extends to all products marked with a best by date before June 13th. So you can see how it would be pretty easy for you to have something purchased weeks ago that is still within that best by date of June 13th. And for those who don't know, salmonella is an organism. It causes serious, as I said, sometimes even fatal infections in children, frail, elderly, and people like you with a weakened immune system. So you fall into any of those categories, or having those people around you, and you need to be extra vigilant. It's got the big names, what the infection can include: fever, nausea, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and as I said, in rare cases, even death. So those.
There's a person.
Many more severe illnesses, and that's what we want to stay away from. So it's a big deal. Keep an eye out on that. I know we're out of the holidays, but people are still celebrating.
Everybody's talking about ROTHSCHILD.
Charcuterie is a really simple way to treat them and have this might be an issue if you have to express that that's my date.
Don't be too loud.
Don't be a hero.
What kind of stupid cunt?
Whatever it is,
Just kidding. But
more to come. New Orleans style chicken wings. You're going to be surprised what it comes out. It is a full sport. I think it's bigger. This is KFI and KOC to Los Angeles or
are you done?
If you find yourself agreeing with everything we say, we're doing it wrong. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Woman-minded security. Sandy Wells live for the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The attorney in Pasadena has filed a $100 million claim against the feds over the rape and murder of an autistic woman. Brian Claypool says that DHS and HHS followed proper protocols at the border. They would have discovered Taylor Hamilton's accused story was MS-13. Claypool says his lawsuit aims to stop another similar murder from happening. We will no longer tolerate them playing Russian roulette with our lives. Hamilton was allegedly raped and strangled in Maryland in 2022 by her roommate, who was an illegal teenage immigrant. The minor is set to go on trial later this year. In downtown LA, like Troy KFI News. Police are looking for a woman who shot 3 people in the bar in San Pedro. LAPD captured Jamie Dennis as one of those.
Everybody's talking about Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, the sexiest rabbi ever.
Should be the same ones the public recognizes. Scott Weiss is the chief of the Monterey Park Police Department. If you have a family member who has weapons and is displaying paranoid behavior, is mad at different groups of people, has written iterations, social media iterations about hurting people, those are the kind of red flags that really we in law enforcement want. Says on the evening of January 21st, 2023, 72-year-old Toucan Tran walked into the Star Ballroom Dance Studio and opened fire indiscriminately. Tran tried to do the same thing in Alhambra, but was stopped by a
Unfollow.
And of course, that's what the 11 people were killed and none of us heard inside a dance studio in Monterey Park. And now there's a story about San Pedro. Police looking for a woman who shot 3 people at a bar in San Pedro. LAPD Captain James Dennis says one of those shots died in a pizza bar just after midnight. And the person responsible, I would advise that they should surrender. We don't want anyone else to get hurt. We just want to figure out what just happened. Dennis says the female shooter walked into the bar and shot the 3 people before leaving. An Israeli strike on the Syrian capital has destroyed a building used by the Iranian paramilitary Revolutionary Guard. At least 5 Iranians and Syrians have been killed. The flight attendant won't be returning for a 3rd season. The series, which is based on a book, debuted in 2020 and starred Danny Coco as an alcoholic flight attendant. Around 2 seasons on Max, Coco says she always envisioned the show as a limited series, but thanks to the incredible creative team, they were able to deliver more than 1 season. We got a crash and a board. This is on the 15th.
Okay, we gotta get that guy. We gotta get him his props, baby. Nice, you shall receive, baby. Tax launches. New payments account. X payments. Follow it. X payments be big. You can sneeze? Gesundheit. Alright, are you done though? That question would be like, are you done? Yosh, God, are you done? Yosh. Are you done? Did you find your friend? Yes, did you find your friend? Alright, now I need ViralRabbi to come my way. This is too wholesome. Alright, now, oh, that's so sweet. I love you. Thank you for your kind words. This is too awesome. I love this person. Let me teach you how to eat. Yeah, let me have every rep. Let every rep I rep. Let me have them all. That was sweet. God damn it, dog. Like, I swear to God, I could go big at any time. Really? Maybe. But I mean, come on. Unless they change their sign of press. If they did, I'm fucked. Really? Yeah, I don't know what I'd do then. Really? Yeah. What the fuck is taking so long? Leave. Imagine if I had like 100 computers, just all these, just literally Twitter would, you could take over the whole internet. The internet isn't that big. That's what I'm rediscovering. It's like, I keep saying it's like the same 10,000 people make the internet go.
There are certain dishes that you're going to come across here that you don't really come across in China because they've basically been treated for American talent. And so we hear those things all the time. But what you don't normally 30-year-old Beijing resident named Alan Wu. I'm going, is it line? Or is it L-line? I'm not sure. But he has been really hooked on something called New Orleans style chicken. And these, which he has been consuming for a decade or so, he loves them. And he gets them once a week or so at the local KFC outlet. Yeah, fried chicken. And he imagined, and his dad has seen these things and he loves them. What would it be like to go to America and go to New Orleans to have them there? And so one of his friends had taken some time on a vacation to come out to the United States, and he informed his buddy,
that chicken Popeyes.
yeah, there are a couple places that do something similar.
Everybody's talking about Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
New Orleans style wings.
Oh yeah, baby.
The same flavors and everything.
This guy's gonna go viral.
From a New Orleans style wing
Dog, where's my dude?
doesn't really exist and has almost
Dog, where's my dude?
New Orleans as a place at all. Now there are Chinese concoctions that are finding the U.S. or vice versa, General cow chicken, for instance. So virtually in every Chinese takeout in America, it's super hard to find stuff. And styles of like orange chicken and the way you might think of it or I might think of it is going to be different. And this happens all the time. You get Hawaiian pizza, that was created in Canada. Philadelphia cream cheese, that comes from New York. This is even better. Swedish meatballs, they come from Turkey. Things like the fortune cookies, they were created here in the United States, not something in China. And I'm always fascinated when I was growing up. I go to Scott, who's like 6 months. One of the things that he wanted for his birthday was German chocolate cake. So the assumption is, and if you haven't had it, it's got this caramelly, coconutty, wonderful frosting. And then it's this rich, dark chocolate cake. It really is fantastic. It's a great cake step. So the assumption is that German chocolate cake is what? It's a cake from Germany. No, it's not. It's named after a guy whose last name was German. His last name was literally German. And he created the cake in the United States, and that's why it's referred to as German chocolate cake. So sometimes there's misrepresentation like that. Sometimes there's a concoction made for a different palate. But this poor guy in Beijing was like, it's not American. It's not like this dish, beloved dish chicken. Find out that it's difficult to find in the United States when he assumed that it came from the United States. So Walmart membership only Sam's Club, things we have here, they have outlets in China, and they sell bags, get this, from Tyson. That's my signature, right? They sell bags of New Orleans flavored style chicken in China at the same time. You can't find them here, but they have them there. And how crazy is that to think that you have this, what is believed to be an American staple, that you can get at every KFC in China, and others have taken on too, and created this, and now they pop up all over the place. So when you talk to people in China, or you talk to their KFC, which is fried chicken, they told us 100 million each of New Orleans style wings and burgers. I guess they put them on, I don't know if it's chicken patties or something, they do something like that there as well. So these are all over the place there, and the flavors are praised, and one of those things that, I mean, this guy was getting them once a week. But, like I said, they use them on chicken patties or other types of chicken, but mostly on the wings. And the content's nothing crazy. It's sugar, honey, garlic powder, onion powder that's full boil, dash of spice, chili powder. And it's really they're mimicking some flavors that you might get there, but nothing too, nothing too rare, nothing too specific. Maybe certain types of New Orleans flavors, but nothing that crazy. They would say it's reminiscent of Creole and Cajun dishes, but anyway, so it's put together into this dish called New Orleans style wings that are all over the place in China and countries down here. And I just like the flip on this story out of the Wall Street Journal. I love the fact that it's a flip on normally we here in the States end up modifying things and culturally modifying things here for the American palate. And then all of a sudden you hear this flip out of China. And I just thought, wow, then you get people coming here to say, like, oh, my go to China and go back, like, we could try X, Y, and Z. And but we don't serve that, or what we serve is nothing like what we expect in the States. All right, it is the full report on this today, the KFI AM 640. I got to tell you, the best grocery store bakery supported chef. So nowhere. Let's get to the latest news now in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wills, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman's been killed in a hit and run in Panorama City. A lowered black pickup truck heading westbound the Roscoe Boulevard hit the woman about 6 o'clock last night. A pipe is burst in Calabasas, causing a mudslide going on near Thousand Oaks Boulevard and Foodporn Drive. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he will not compromise on full Israeli control over Gaza, that this is contrary to a Palestinian state. We'll check the 22 coming up right after this. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bug Man can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bug Man is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Man. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Man. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Man. 7 weather we can't buy rain this evening, then rain likely after tonight. 70% chance more rain tomorrow. This report brought to you by Discover. It's going to crash cleared in Orange on the 22.
He's on the westbound side of the 22 Garden Grove Freeway before the city drive. A couple of pickup trucks tangled. It's actually clear from the carpool and 2 left-hand lanes, and the slowing coming away from the Orange Crest interchange. That's gone too. 55 southbound before MacArthur, and Grey Wreck is clear from the 2 right-hand lanes, and the 55 southbound is pretty much recovered. Good news if you're heading to Newport Beach or Stronger Del Mar. On the Pasadena Freeway, 110 southbound before York Boulevard, a 3-vehicle crash in a slow lane. AMI and the sign both get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service, as well as $0 crime liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com.
Free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium. Use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Everybody's talking about Rabbi Rothschild.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office ladies. Hello. Hi there, everybody. All right, today we're going to talk about counseling, which is season 7, episode 2. But first, Ange, I feel like I want to share with our podcast listeners the morning that we had getting here. Okay. We had quite the text thread going this morning. It was with Sam and Cassie, you and me. I've got a summer cold. Yeah. I can't believe I am congested again. Like, I can't believe it. You just kicked it. I barely kicked it, and now it's back. This is, kids going to camps, and I don't know, we're bringing all the stuff home. Germy McGerms. So this morning, y'all were checking in with me. You're like, Jenna, are you okay to record? And I was like, I'm going to rally. I'm going to do it. Yeah. And then Sam was like...
Yeah, I was like, I don't bring enough to this podcast. I'm going to bring food poisoning.
Aw, Sam. And, Cassie and I are looking pretty good this morning.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that.
We both just finished off a donut. Oh, yeah, they have donuts in the lobby today.
I want to point out, Jenna's almost horizontal.
She's almost reclined. She's pulled another chair next to her chair so she can recline. But listen to this. So after Sam and I are both like, we're going to do it. We're going to rally. We got it. I reached into my closet to grab my office lady's hoodie, and I sliced my finger open on a broken edge of my plastic hanger. So I'm like, you know what? It's still okay. Yeah. I'm still going in. Yeah. So I'm driving in to work, and driving my daughter to camp first. And there was this big, sort of that moment where someone cut in front of a line of cars that were headed toward this one exit. Everything slowed down, and I had to slam on the brakes, but I could tell around me that, there was not enough space for everybody. Oh, no. And Did you get hit? Yeah.
Did you hear the noise?
You got hit?
The brake noise before it? Were you
No, it wasn't that. I just could feel, the time and space around me.
Slows down.
And I said out loud to my daughter, I said, I think we're going to be in an accident. And then the person behind us ran into us. It was a fender bender. To call it an accident, it's not really an accident. And then, of course, it's LA, so I'm expecting this person is going to take off. I'm like, no way he's pulling over. Yeah. He pulled over. Aww. He gets out of his car. Young guy. So sweet. He's wearing a Vote for Pedro t-shirt. Oh, Napoleon Dynamite fan. Yes. Yes. We check my bumper. Nothing to write home about. We're all going to be fine. But here's the kicker. Guess where he was going to go to work? Where? The Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Oh, at Universal. Yes, which we had just been to a few days ago. And I got so excited. I was like, oh my gosh. He had just moved here from Hawaii. He had borrowed this car from the person he's living with to drive to his job at Wizarding World of Harry Potter. They all talk in accents in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. It's very theatrical, the whole experience. And I said to him, do they make you speak in accents? And he said, no. If you have an accent, you can speak in it. But he said he does it anyway because he's an aspiring actor and he likes to do voice work. We had a lovely chat on the side of the road, and now here I am. And he's in the lobby. And he's going to... No, I'm kidding.
I love the idea that he bumped into Pam from the office and you were excited about his job.
I was like, tell me everything. No, he did end up recognizing me, and I took a photo with him. So if you know this guy and he tags us, I'll try to find it. I'll repost it. I love that you were just chatting him up on the side of the road, because I would have been there for all of that. And then I would have been like, what are you doing today? I know. I was like, well, I should probably go. I have to go to work. I have to drop my daughter off at camp. Exactly.
That's how it should be.
But we're all fine, and we're here. I think I'm maybe good for the day. Good. I don't know. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. All right.
that was my morning tangent. Should we get started?
Let's do it.
This episode of Counseling was written by BJ Novak and directed by Jeffrey Blitz. And here's your summary. As a punishment for spanking Luke in front of the entire office, Michael must complete 6-hour-long counseling sessions with Toby. Dwight seeks a Pretty Woman-style revenge on a salesman who snubbed him at the Steamtown Mall, and Pam scams her way into a new job title.
I mean, in this episode, I was like, Pam, who are you?
You know, when this happened, it was sort of like one of those controversial character moments. We got a lot of messages about it, and we also got mail, so I'll read it later.
Okay.
All right, fast fact number 1. I mentioned that Michael has to do these counseling sessions with Toby.
Yeah.
That's our A storyline. It's revealed at 2 minutes and 52 seconds that Toby has a degree in social work from Temple University.
I took a picture of it. He's standing so proudly by it, and then it goes wonky.
Yes. Well, the shot is only 2 seconds long, but a lot went into getting that diploma because it is a real diploma
From the actual university.
We got a letter from Raymond Betzner in Williamsburg, Virginia that says this. I was the Associate Vice President for Marketing and Communications at Temple University in 2010 and helped get Toby his degree. The degree is real.
How can Toby be a graduate from Temple University?
Oh, well, lady, we got a bunch of mail about, like, when was this happening? Was this before or after he was in the seminary? Was it before or after he worked in advertising?
Toby's backstory is much like Andy's. It's just a free fall.
It is. Raymond went on to say, I got an email one day from a member of the office staff. I'm retired now and no longer have access to my email, so I can't tell you who exactly it was. I was told they wanted Toby to have a master's in social work from Temple University, and could I make it happen? And naturally, they needed it fast. Raymond goes on to say, if you know anything about higher education, you need to know 2 things. First, we take degrees and diplomas very seriously. And second, higher education doesn't move quickly. But I was a fan of the show. I thought it was worth a shot. It took calls to the university registrar, the university council, and the cajoling of several others to clear the path for this to happen. Along the way, I kept getting nervous calls from folks at the office because they needed it soon. I was trying.
Oh my gosh.
Then Raymond says, I will also admit that I tried to get a little something in return for all this effort.
Oh, Raymond.
I wanted to know if Michael and Holly got together before Stevie Carell leaves the show.
Raymond! Did they tell him?
No. He says the staff at the office aren't dumb and they didn't let anything out in advance.
I love that what he wanted was scoop storyline.
Exactly. Not a set visit.
Right.
Not like an autographed something.
Tell me about Holly and Michael.
He needed to know. He said, I'm pleased to say we were able to get the diploma approved and printed and sent to California. The photo of Toby pointing to his Temple University School of Social Work diploma was hot on Temple University's social media for weeks.
Aww.
So I reached out to Randy Cordray about this, Angela, and he said that the writers had originally considered Wake Forest University for Toby. But when they inquired about getting a degree in social work, they found out that Wake Forest does not offer a degree in social work, just sociology. So that's when the writers pivoted to Temple. And James Carey solved the mystery for Raymond. It was Phil Shea who reached out to him. Phil Shea sent him a prepaid FedEx envelope to send back 2 diplomas, and in return, he did send Raymond 2 Dunder Mifflin hats.
Aw.
So Raymond, do you still have your Dunder Mifflin hat? Email us a photo of you with your hat.
Please, Raymond, can we put you in Office Ladies Stories?
We would love it.
Well, I love knowing all of that. I mean, those little details always blow my mind.
Same. All right, are you ready for fast fact number 2?
Yes.
All right, this one is a little detail from Pam's storyline of trying to get her new job. We got a lot of mail from folks in Australia.
Oh, yeah, because she talks about Canberra.
Yes. We got mail from Kimmy G in Canberra, Australia, who said, I grew up in the Barra. And this is just so random because Canberra is a tiny, freezing, often missed city in Australia. Most people don't even realize that it is the Australian capital.
Mm-hmm.
And then she gave this fun fact.
Let's hear the fun fact.
The fun fact is, when they were deciding where they should put the capital of Australia, they couldn't decide between Sydney or Melbourne, and it was a really heated debate, and they couldn't agree. So they literally built a whole new city in the middle of both of those cities.
Just to make it the capital?
Yes. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Well, Kimmy G got me curious about Canberra, and I started looking up details about the city. It looks very cool, but the thing that really stood out to me is that there are all of these rumors, I guess, or stories,
scuttlebutt,
lore, Canberra lore, maybe urban legends, that there are these secret underground tunnels throughout the whole city. And I guess the rumors are that these tunnels have been used for like international espionage.
Oh, super sleuthing?
Yes,
Sleuthing in Canberra?
So I digged some more, and I think most of the rumors have been debunked. But then I started to think that the debunking was part of a conspiracy to hide the tunnels. Like, I went so deep on the tunnels. Here's what I've decided.
Okay.
Lady, when Mom Detectives is in its like 5th season.
We're going to Australia?
Yes, we need like an international episode. We investigate the tunnels of Canberra.
Oh my gosh, yes. Well, lady, I knew that Canberra was the nation's capital because one of my best friends ever, Mika, is from Canberra.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Does he know about the tunnels?
I don't know. We can call him. Should we call him?
Yes. Yes, we can get to the bottom of it right now.
We're going to call my friend Michael Peters, also known as Mika. Let's see. Let's give him a buzz.
Hi.
Hey, Mika, we're calling you from the podcast. It's Angela and Jenna.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
We have a random question for you about Canberra, your hometown.
Yes.
Okay.
Here is what I need to know. Is it true that there's an elaborate tunnel system underneath the city that is used for espionage? Have you heard this rumor?
That I do not know. I heard that there were tunnels underneath the Parliament House. Because the whole government sits in Canberra.
Yes.
I don't know about secret spy tunnels.
So I was able to confirm that there are little tunnels under the Parliament House, but I read this rumor that their secret passageways go all the way under Lake Burley Griffin.
Wow, that's very cool. I did not know that though.
You want to tell them what you told me last night, what Canberra's known for? 2 things you said.
Well, Canberra is, the capital of Australia. It's like Australia's DC, and it's also famous because it's where they make all the porn in Australia. Van Nuys of Australia. And I'm pretty sure we're also the only state, because it's a territory like DC, the Australian Capital Territory, where you're allowed to have fireworks.
Oh, how about that?
Fireworks and porn.
Oh.
Yeah.
And tunnels.
And like legal prostitution too.
Oh, well, Canberra, stepping it up.
What about gambling? Can I gamble there?
Yeah, there's a casino. Yep.
Wow.
But I think you can do that in other states too. It's not like in the US.
I see. All right, Mika, thank you so much for being our 411 call about Canberra.
Yes, our Canberra expert.
All right, love you.
Okay, love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Well, we learned a lot of things we didn't think we were going to learn about Canberra.
Yes, we still are unsure about the tunnels, but I'll tell you what, this episode of Mom Detectives just got more fun.
Just got real interesting.
I mean, there's a lot that the Mom Detectives are going to see when we go there.
Going to stumble across.
Wowzer. All right, thank you, Mika.
Yeah.
Let's move to fast fact number 3. It's just a little location breakdown. Our final storyline of this episode is going to have Dwight going to the Steamtown Mall. We went to the Burbank Town Center Mall to shoot this. And that precious heirloom store, that was created from scratch by our set decorating crew headed by Steve Rothstein. They used an empty store space on the second floor. And Randy shared with me that the original outline for this episode, like it never even made it into a script, originally had some scenes in a food court. And so, they start prepping the episode long before we shoot it. So our locations manager, Kyle Alexander, actually had to find an empty store that we could dress that was also next to a food court. And he did it. We never used the food court, but pretty amazing. I mean, just another example of how they have to always be ready.
Yeah.
And then maybe we didn't even need it.
They always hustled.
But lady, that's all I got. Those are my fast facts.
Well, before we get into this episode, I have a little something.
Yes?
I wanted to share something from one of our Office Ladies listeners. A lot of you might have heard of Elise Myers, and if you don't, go find her on Instagram or on the Tickety Talk, as I call it.
I'm following Elise on Instagram, and I love her. She is a delight and brings absolute joy to the world.
Yeah, and she's hilarious. I mean, 2 words, Taco Bell, if you know, you know. That one went viral. But you guys, she's also a fantastic singer. And when I jokingly said on the podcast, can someone write a Whispers in the Break Room song when we were talking about Cover Up? She did it. It's awesome, and you got to hear it.
I overheard that Kelly's Birkin bag is actually fake, and that Michael can't remember his own middle name, and that Andy is always 2 hours late. These are the whispers in the break room. I heard that Meredith turned her desk into a mini bar, and that Stanley schedules meetings and just sits in his car, and that Ryan didn't graduate with a master's degree. At least that's what I heard, but you didn't hear it from me. These are the whispers in the break room. If you want to know what's going on and you want it to come to you, the whispers in the break room. Just stick around long enough and learn a thing or two.
And that was Whispers in the Break Room. Back to you, Angela and Jenna.
Isn't that amazing? Amazing. I love it so much. When I saw that, I follow her on Instagram. Yeah. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my God. And you texted me. It was like a simultaneous thing where we were like, oh my gosh, we're seeing this.
Elise, I love so much about that song. It also kind of reminded me of when Dolly Parton would harmonize with Emmylou Harris and Linda Ronstadt, but you're doing it all with yourself. It's like my brain doesn't even understand how you do it, and it's amazing.
Thank you for letting us play that on Office Ladies, Elise.
All right, on that delightful note, let's take a break, because when we come back, Jim and Pam are late to work.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and their prime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure
figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
You're just picking bosses.
And Dwight he's shaming Jim and Pam because they're late again. And you know what? You know, because Jim had to open that bathroom door a while back. Oh, they didn't get into the daycare that's close to Dunder Mifflin, and now they have to drive all the way across town. Dwight sees an opportunity. He's like, hey, guess what? There is a daycare center right here in this very building. Dwight is going to give Jim and Pam a whole tour. Yes, the Sesame Avenue Daycare for infants and toddlers, where Mose has apparently been painting in the dark with a Cabbage Patch doll strapped to his chest, is located in the former Michael Scott Paper Company. Well, Jenna, I thought I would break down the special features of the Sesame Avenue Daycare Center for Infants and Toddlers. According to Dwight, this is what your child's experience will include. A language skills and cognitive development area, which is just an eye chart on the old rusty shower. There is 1 blue bouncy ball on an otherwise empty wire shelf. A magical toy box that has plastic forks and knives, and 1 soy sauce packet. He was very embarrassed by that. I know, he should be. Apologize. He should be. There are 4 metal buckets. 1 is a restroom, 1 is a feeding trough, 1 is a play bucket, and 1 is for a possible plant. And for those of you who love a good background catch, if you go to 45 seconds, the Cabbage Patch doll strapped to Moses' chest only has 1 red shoe on, and the other foot just has a sock. Did you have Cabbage Patch Kids when you were younger? Oh, I was overseas and I came stateside and everyone had one, and I was like, I need this in my life. So yeah, I got one. What'd you name it? I don't remember. You don't remember? This was such a big deal. I had 2 Cabbage Patch Kids and I remember their names so clearly. Christine Marie and Casey Alexander. Casey Alexander had curly auburn hair and Christine Marie had blonde ponytails. Mine had blonde hair with some freckles. I don't remember her name. You didn't love her. I didn't love her, clearly. I got her late in the game, and she clearly didn't make a stamp on me. Oh, wow. You remember I was trying to get Mandy Moore to name her son Casey Alexander in honor of my Cabbage Patch Kid. I don't know why she didn't listen to you. Well, she has the second baby coming. Maybe she'll take my advice this time. Mandy, Casey Alexander is waiting for you. Although, let's point out, none of your children are named Casey Alexander. Well, listen, I had to ask Randy a question when I saw this cold open, Angela. I needed to know, did they have to clean out this room again? Because it was storage. Yeah. He said no. This is what he said, quote, we had finally gotten smarter and left the room empty and found a different place for post-production storage. He was just so fed up. He was like, fine.
Randy also shared with me that Mike Schur, who plays Mose, was insanely busy over at Parks and Rec, and that the writers of The Office would often try to put Mose in an episode, and then Randy would go check with Mike's schedule, and then he wouldn't be able to do it, and they would have to take Mose out. This happened many times. So Randy said, finally, Mike was like, yeah, my schedule's totally clear that day. I can come strap a Cabbage Patch to my chest. And everyone was so excited because we got to have Mose back. Well, this episode opens
That is
Toby
so fucking
and
loud,
Michael
dude.
sitting opposite one another in the break room. They're having a full-on stare down. Michael looks like the Emperor, you know, in Star Wars when he's like giving that death look. No, I wouldn't know that because I haven't seen those films.
I know you're thinking of Emperor Palpatine. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Well, that's Michael in this opening scene. Thank you, Sam. I believe you. Mm-hmm. We had a fan catch from Zach K from Acton, Ontario, Canada, who said, not really a question, but a comment. I love how this episode begins with 15 seconds, yes, I counted it, of silence before any dialogue. This must be a record for the longest silence in the show. What's the longest silence? 27 seconds of silence. Oh, with Jim and Pam on the booze cruise. God, I was in it. I was in the longest. I'm like, what are you talking about? I wrote about it in a book. Yeah. Welcome to my summer cold, everyone. But yes, I have to say, I thought it was a pretty badass move that the episode opens with so much silence. Well, I love how seriously Toby has taken this chance to help Michael. He moves a small love seat. He puts a chair in there, a little coffee table. He has a plant, a box of Kleenex. He's gonna get down to business and have therapy in the break room. We had some fan questions about this setup. The first one's from Nicole Q from Bowie, Maryland, who would like to know, where did Toby get these sofas from for the setup? They're in the annex in the little hallway. Oh, I was thinking they were from front reception. Because remember in the injury, Michael moves the couch from front reception into the conference room. I thought they were the ones that were in the annex little lobby area. You're probably right. Closer, not as big of a move. Thanks, Ann. You're welcome. Now we have a fan catch from Emily J in Ohio, who has some comments about the little plant that you said Toby put on the table. What are the comments? Emily's theory is that the plant looks exactly like the one that died when Pam was on maternity leave, and Emily thinks maybe Toby brought it back to life just to impress Pam. Emily, that is amazing. I sort of just thought Toby took Pam's plant. Yeah, Pam, can I borrow this for today? Yeah, I wasn't sure because Pam has a different plant on her desk now. You know, the one with the bow. It looks almost like bamboo or something. So I don't know where this ivy plant came from. Well, Emily, it definitely looks like a Pam plant. I agree. Dwight is going to just burst into the bullpen, telling everyone they must boycott Steamtown Mall. Also the kiosks. Cancel all your business with Steamtown Mall. And then Ryan has one of my favorite lines. Ryan says, America is one big mall. I loved that line too. Did you know there's a mall outside of New York and you can go skiing in it? What? Yeah, and surfing. How do you ski in a mall? They have an indoor skiing thing. My son found it because he loves skiing and he is trying to find a place to ski in the summer. And he would like to ski in a mall in New York. If you go, will you please send me a picture? Of course. Please. I feel like there's a good chance we're going to end up skiing in this mall at some point in our lives. I'm so curious. Jim wants to know, did something happen? Andy asks Dwight for context, but Dwight tells him, you don't want to know. Yeah. Back in the therapy break room, Toby is really trying to connect with Michael, trying to get him to share about himself, and Michael
I like her kid. He's very
is just saying a whole bunch of baloney to Toby, trying to get a rise out of him. This would have led to a series of talking heads, where the bullpen shares their thoughts on Michael getting therapy. Oh, please. In the episode, it starts with Phyllis. She says, I'm glad Michael is getting help. He has a lot of issues and he's stupid. Mm-hmm. This runner would have continued. Here are a few from the shooting draft. These were must shoots. See if you can guess
Who said which talking head? All right. First one up. Sam, Cassie, Jenna, here we go.
I'm ready.
Michael isn't complex enough to need therapy. Can't someone just calmly explain to him what's wrong with him? Oh. Oscar? Yes!
Very nice.
All right. Next one. It is high time. High time. Angela?
Is it you?
Stanley! Okay.
I think that mind reading was just so good.
Yeah. Okay. Angela does have one, and I thought rather than me reading it, let's just play it the way I said it on the day. Talking about how many feelings you have is a form of bragging. We get it. You have a lot of feelings. Whoop-de-doo. Wow, she's just so put out with everyone sharing their feelings. And Ryan has one that comes later in the episode.
Oh, it's the tag.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, we had a fan question from Sarah L. in San Antonio, Texas, who said, I would love to know if there is a backstory as to why Michael hates Toby so much. I feel like Michael has such a blind affection for his employees that there must be something more to his hatred for Toby that explains it. Or is it just the classic angle of manager hates HR? I looked into this.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael has a line when he's meeting Holly for the first time. And he says that his job is to, quote, make the office fun, while HR's job is to make the office lame.
So Toby's the fun stopper.
Yes, and we kind of knew that. But then I found this amazing interview with Paul Lieberstein where he talks about this. How did they come up with, in the writer's room, this dynamic of Michael hating Toby so much? And he said that Michael's hatred of Toby goes back to a deleted scene from The Alliance. This is where they found this, like, true hatred of Toby. In the scene, Toby is coming in to sign Meredith's birthday card. And Paul said, I just go in, write something quickly, and leave. That's the scene. But when they were shooting the scene, I guess it took Paul a long time to physically write down what he was going to write down.
I have a memory of this, that he was writing in the card, and it took a bit.
Paul said, I could just feel him watching me, and I could feel this hatred burning. And he said that Steve told him afterwards that it was in that moment that he decided as Michael to hate Toby. And then Paul said, it's really terrifying to act with Steve because he misses nothing. And that was when they ran with it. That Paul went to the writers and said, Michael hates Toby. Because you know, if Jim took a long time to write a message, he would have all the patience in the world.
Yeah, but Toby not really knowing what to write and taking a bit. Michael's like, ah!
Yeah. And then, of course, that led to one of my favorite lines I hate so much about the way you choose to be, which is what sums it all up.
Yeah. We're about to start a whole new story arc for Pam. She's not having a great sales day. I know. She's just gonna own that she sucks at it. She like puts her head on her desk. And Jim knows too.
Yeah, we had a fan question from Cassandra P. in Madison, Wisconsin, who said, this is one of my favorite Office episodes, and if I had an Angela-style note card to describe this episode, I would call it Full Pam.
Oh, I love it.
Pam truly becomes the main character in this episode, and it sets her up for empowerment and strength for the rest of the series. Also, this season, Pam's makeup is 100% on point. Go, Pam.
Oh, you look super cute.
I know.
Pam got really good with eyeliner.
She did. I don't know what happened to her over the summer. Like we said, I got married over the summer, so I was just glowing. I think maybe that's part of it.
Happy person.
What's up next, lady?
Let's see.
Oh, what's up next is John Krasinski breaking a lot. He is so tickled by Andy coming up to Dwight.
It's saying, did you call my clients and use the F word?
Yeah, there it is. 5 minutes, 13 seconds. John is looking at Ed, and it clearly starts breaking in the background.
Well, we find out why Dwight wants to boycott the Steamtown Mall. It's because he went there with Mose, and he went to Precious Heirlooms, and they wouldn't let him in.
Yeah, he saw this amazing
wizard holding a crystal. Yeah, he wanted this nice thing. He so rarely treats himself to nice things. He made himself vulnerable. Yeah, he wanted it and they denied him entry. Kelly says, we need a pretty woman their asses. Everyone agrees. Well, except Creed, who says they should start their own mall. I know. I love that line. Jim offers to go back to the store with Dwight to teach them a lesson. Andy's like, I'm coming too. This starts a hilarious storyline. Andy is going to start off with a talking head where he says, did you assume that I would automatically side with the rich, snobby shop owner? He starts taking off his fancy cufflinks and throwing them, takes off his tie clip. There was a candy bag alt for Andy. Oh, please. Here's what it said. I love revenge. Well, not like violent revenge. Not like Kill Bill. More like Legally Blonde. Nobody's getting the top of their skull sliced off today. Thank you very much. Didn't sign up for that. That's right. I love that Andy is a Legally Blonde fan. This leads into my personal favorite talking head. It's Dwight and Andy and Jim and then Kelly. Yes. And all they're trying to do is tell us the famous scene from Pretty Woman where Julia Roberts gets her revenge on the snooty shop owner. Big mistake. Huge. That's right. Well, let's take a break because when we get back, full Pam is happening. Sure is. She gets a real big idea. We're back, and a man enters the office looking for the office administrator, and Pam really perks up. Yes, Pam is like, that's me. I'm the office administrator, and we are not interested. We don't want your blinds, your window treatments. At 8 minutes, 40 seconds, I'm busted. Who's busted? I'm busted. What are you busted for? I'm playing solitaire. On your computer? Yes, Angela Martin would never. Wow, that's very out of character. You should definitely have a spreadsheet on your computer. I know. Well, I want you to know that we have a guest star in the house. Let's hear it. Vincent Angelo, who plays the salesperson, has been on Desperate Housewives, Grey's Anatomy, Parks and Recreation, and House. It's my new favorite. I don't know what I like more, discovering someone has been on Monk or House. You just like seeing a guest star in the house. I know. I think when they've been on House, become my favorite. I also like tracking if people have played more than one character on Law and Order. I love the big pause you took before Law and Order. I know, that's the summer cold. That is summer cold. As you just 1 second delayed. It's like you're on a satellite feed. Well, Pam's going to have a talking head now where she says there's a few ways you can get promoted. One, you can wait for an opening, a new job, you apply for it. That's the main way. Or this way, where you just apparently lie yourself into a new job. So Pam is going to go into the kitchen. She's going to make herself a cup of tea. Oscar's like, what's up with your new position? Congratulations. And she's clearly trying to suss out from Oscar what is a reasonable salary for the position. So she's like, yeah, I'm going to make 40K, maybe 50. He's like, 50? She's like, no, it's like 41 and a half. Yeah, 41.5. Lady, we got some mail about this storyline, and both of these delighted me. I feel so proud. The first one is from Kelly M. in Melbourne, Australia, who said, a couple of years ago, I was inspired by Pam's storyline in this episode where she just starts telling people she's the office administrator. So I did it myself. What? Yeah. She said, I work in a school, and a couple of years ago, I decided we really needed a sustainability coordinator. But it's quite hard to get new roles off the ground because of budgets and things, so I decided to just start calling myself the sustainability coordinator. I added sustainability coordinator to my email signature, and I even sent some letters to businesses asking for donations of plants from the local nursery, etc., and signed off as the sustainability coordinator. Oh my gosh. I am loving Kelly, I just have to say.
Kelly went on to say, the next year, I added it as a suggestion to a list of new roles that were being created, and the school agreed.
Kelly, this is the slow play.
I know this was like
Like
a
a
year.
year in the making. I am intrigued. Continue.
They created an official position and gave it to me. It's been a couple of years now, and I have a team of 5 teachers and a student club. Kelly! We do heaps of fun things like plant trees, collect batteries and other recycling, and all sorts of things. Thanks for the inspiration, Pam.
Wow.
Amazing, right?
Amazing. I did just catch it myself, guys. I think I got a saying wrong.
What is it?
I said Kelly did the slow play. Is it the long play?
The slow play?
You've combined slow burn.
Slow game?
Slow.
Long play, slow burn.
You created your own.
That's very you, Angela.
Well, Kelly, I'm impressed with your slow play.
Guess what? I liked it so much. It sounded so right to me that I went with it. The slow play.
Thank you.
We got another one from Megan H. in Albany, New York. Megan said, this episode inspired me to make up a new job title for myself.
What, mate?
As a kid, my mom would make the thing that I think about when I want that comfort cake is a yellow cake with chocolate on it. It is just what I have with bagel. But man, you put some French vanilla scoops on that boy, and I don't mind if they commingle. I don't mind if that thing makes the goodness within the crumb. And so to me, when I have a position, I love when it mixes and mingles like that. Like, it's not everywhere. You have that in the center. You also have the spicy crispiness on the side of the
I like the guy's been around for a long time. But nobody's Bitcoin above that. So. Bitcoin stands. What's up? This is Schiller. I'm on J Schiller X.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yeah. What are you doing? How's it going? What's happening?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. What's happening? What's going on? What's new?
Yeah, I'm just here, hanging out, preparing for tomorrow, which is early morning, for Sunday service.
So the service, nice.
Some music.
Early morning. Nice, dude. What are you singing in the choir?
I'm actually a musician on social media.
Oh, cool. What do you play?
Hip-hop,
Oh, I thought you were a church musician. You said you can
I'm also
rap.
also a choir as well. But
that's what I said.
not in my state.
Okay, cool. It's actually in the choir. You said you're rapping. Oh, but I'm also in the choir. Yeah, that was my question. All right, excellent. You rap.
Yeah, I do rap.
You do rap. We'll play it. Cut it up. Do something. Do it. Rabbi's got a great idea. Maybe I didn't explain it that well. I was excited on it last night, Rabbi. Anyway, because it's a novel approach to sort of spam marketing on Twitter that no one's really tried, and therefore they haven't guarded against it. Yeah, come on up and explain it, actually, because that's great. Okay, let's give it time. I'll try. Mr. Rabbi, go ahead. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, living the dream. Damn well near perfect. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Yes, this is what is known as bomb following. BOMB space following. FOLLOWING. So what? Let him play.
During the Biden administration, and Republicans demanded changes in border policy in exchange for more military support of Ukraine and Israel. The lead singer of one of the premier 60s girl groups has died. Mary Weiss was the lone member of the Shangri-Las who stayed with the group during their entire run. They're best known for the teen anthem, the number one success, Leader of the Pack. At their peak, Shangri-Las performed the life of the Beatles, Ray Roscoe. Weiss was 75. Here's their chance to the one piano in the United States.
said next time you make a Harry Potter Obama song, you do song again, please. Alright. We'll hit the studio, baby. Can't wait for that. Fire track, man. Fire track with us is crazy. Man, I think, I need to be able to be the producer. To be hospital. See how it is, man. You better get a job to be the producer, because that's the job. You buy the studio time and you release the song on your own time, and then boom, you give your artist and then you make money back with the selfie. It's an all in. Anyway, excellent, beautiful music, and we will be sure to subsidize your artistic career next week. In the meantime, let's hear from Rabbi. He's going to explain his concept, which I think is actually pretty interesting.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Living the dream, baby. So what I do is type in viral with a V, VIRAL, Rabbi, RABBI, into Twitter. Just type it into the search and see how many accounts I have. You will see hundreds of accounts. As of right now, I've made 560 Twitter accounts, which is by far more accounts than any individual has ever in the history of mankind. Of those 560, something like 400 of them have probably, or no, 300 of them have maybe been either blocked or suspended or something. But here's the thing, I can make the accounts faster than I can follow people. So the account issue isn't so much an issue. So what this is known as, and what we're defining it as, is bot swarming. So essentially I have a program on my computer that is auto following people so that I don't have to sit there and click the follow button. And what makes this particularly special, and I think that's going to allow me to take over the internet. I really mean this. Just look in the Twitter. Look how people tweet about me. This is like when a woman gives birth and she has contractions. Before the birth, they're like contractions every so many minutes apart. That's how people are tweeting about me. Like, oh, who is this Rabbi Rothschild? Somebody just tweeted Rabbi Rothschild. Everybody's talking about Rabbi Rothschild. All I'm doing is allowing this robot to follow people. Then in addition, what I do is I have these many different accounts follow people who ever tweets about it. So it just basically doubles up on that. So my idea last night was to do the same thing with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eden. Now I'm just one person and I want you to see the proof is in the pudding. Look at the damage or the impact that I'm doing on social media, just on Twitter, one person. If let's just say, I don't know how many people we have in this room, but of the people who are in this room, half of them could put their heads together, and you don't even have to put resources. This is all absolutely free. You need a PC and a VPN, basically. And what you do is you basically just create accounts. It's very easy to do. It's just monotonous. But then what you do is you have this little bot follow people. Now, what makes this bot different than any other bot that's out there, and really it's going to take over the world, is this bot can identify pictures as opposed to just text. So yes, it does optical character recognition, OCR, but it does bitmap imaging as well. So it can tell the difference in people's faces. It can tell the difference where it says following or follow or you know, it knows everything. So it's very, very intelligent and it's free. So I'm using everything that I'm using right now is freeware, and just all I have to say is proof is in the pudding. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild or ViralRabbi as one word into Twitter, and oh my God, you'll see all my accounts, but you also see what people are saying. This person is literally taking over the internet, and it's true. So the idea was if we got together a group of individuals here with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, the same could be done. Now, I'm willing to help with it, but really, the way this is going, I think I'm going to make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu viral on my own, which is good. But when you have people who random strangers every couple, like 10, 20 minutes, tweeting about you just across the internet, big accounts, it's very exciting. So the idea was to perhaps do this the same with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Get maybe 10 guys together, or 10 people together, I should say, 10 individuals who had some time. Each of them create 100 Twitter accounts. That would give you 1,000 Twitter accounts. And look what I've been able to do on the internet with 560. If you had 1,000 accounts just following people, literally there are only about 10,000 to 12,000 used accounts on Twitter on a given basis. is if you can get your if you can make an impression on those people over the course of a week, they'll know who you are. Then over the course of 2 weeks, they definitely know who you are. 3 weeks, they're tweeting about you so that you stop tweeting them. It's kind of funny, but that's how it happens. So with that being said, I want to, just before I close, I want to thank Yo-Yo for his generosity to me in particular, and giving me all of the merch that he has. I do my best to promote the coin in the best way that I can, and I really hope to make this the world reserve currency. And we all as a community will have Yo-Yo to thank for my loyalty toward it, for giving of himself when he did, so that I could wear the merchandise that I do, and I do very proudly. So thank you so much for allowing me to interject this little rabbinical wisdom on the room, and thank you.
And thought it was worthwhile to put together kind of like a little pilot program or like a maybe experimental proof just to see like a little scope works, like experiment to see if it makes any sense. But it sounds easy enough, and it sounds like we need to get like a mouse clicker thing that learns how to follow me with the mouse, and then a few other pieces of freeware. But interesting, it has to be PC, right? Rabbi, you can't run on a Mac. We forgot about doing it.
Currently, I only know how to do it on a Mac, but that's just I'm sorry, on a PC, because that's just what I've been using, and it's more customizable. I'm sure I could figure it out on a Mac, but as of right now, we would just need PC users generally.
Rabbi, you have like a guide for this? Can you like pin some of the stuff in the TG or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the easiest way for me to do is to make a video that you could just play, and then it'd show you exactly what you have to click and everything. It most certainly is. So,
Let's hear about it. We want to hear about it.
Absolutely. So the name of the program that I'm using, it's actually two of them. One is known as Macro Recorder, and I'm using version 3.0.47. That doesn't really matter right now, but what you should know is this Macro Recorder is kind of, I feel like, the thing that someone had to invent, and then someone was going to take that invention and take over the world with it. And the reason why is basically you can create your own, like, humans, basically slaves. I don't know how else you want to describe it, but basically things that humans have been trying to do for thousands of years, which is identify pictures like a human eyeball can without clicking the things that you're not supposed to click. And that's what this is able to do. So what I did is I downloaded this Mac Recorder, and I'll send, I can post it in the Telegram as well, all of the software and the links. But essentially, then what I did is I programmed it, and while I'm not an expert coder, I know basics, so I was able to code this macro. And then I didn't want to pay any money for it because this program is usually like hundreds of dollars. And so then I got another macro program that I had previously been using that is free. So this is the genius of it. Every time the paid macro program runs, at the end of its run, it has a little box that pulls up that says free trial. Press yes to buy or no to continue. And instead of me every single time having to click no manually, and it takes forever, and I have to always have my eye on the computer, I just have this secondary macro, the free one, timed to always press that no button on the exact time that I need it to. So I have two macros going at the exact same time, which is, I think, part of the brilliance of being able to do this on a shoestring budget. And what this program does is using 8 different Twitter accounts at a single time, it follows it will follow 30 accounts at once before switching to a different account. And the reason why I do that is for efficiency. I don't want to waste any time with this. So wherever whenever Twitter says you're unable to follow more people at this time, it switches to another account. And that happens every 30 people you follow, up to a maximum of 400 people per day. That's Twitter's maximum. So basically, once it's done following 400 people a day on 8 accounts, that is 3,200 people. It can follow. This program follows about 3,200 people per hour. So over the course of your waking hours. Generally, I like to be awake when I do this, just because I can do it right before I go to bed, but it's it's hard for it to run perfectly without messing up for 8 hours. Basically, you always kind of want to at least have an eye on it, just make sure it's working correctly. But so you're able to follow tens of thousands of people over the course of a given day. So I would say the first thing that we want to do is we would have a small contingent, like 5, 10 people, who are like, yeah, I can start making Twitter accounts, and it's free. What you need to do is perhaps you may need a VPN. So the VPN that I use is known as CyberGhost, but NordVPN, there are tons of them, and that allows you to change where your internet provider is anywhere in the world. The reason why you need a VPN is eventually Twitter's gonna like flag your IP address and know that you are creating all these accounts. So if you use a VPN, it doesn't necessarily know from where you are Twitter doesn't know from where you're creating these accounts. So some of us already have VPNs. If we don't, that's fine. But basically, we need people who want to volunteer to work on this project. Secondly, we need them to create Twitter accounts. How many is a good amount to follow? Uh, Ideally, I would say if we had 10 people with 100 accounts, we'll take over Twitter by next week. There's no doubt about it. Look what I've done as one person. And if we had 10 people doing this, it would be incredible. Plus, on top of that, people already know what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is, and they know about cryptocurrencies and those other things. But then what we would do is I just post the software that I've basically programmed for this freeware, and I could certainly email that to people or post it in the Telegram, and then we just run the program. And yeah, you get accounts that get suspended, so then you just create another account. You can create an account in like less than 2 or 3 minutes, and that's doing their captcha, and that's doing the most advanced captcha that Twitter allows. I mean, I know all their captchas very, very well, and I can even tell you some of their captchas are incorrect, like some of the pictures don't show correctly. But yeah, with that, if we want to get some people together, I'd be happy to help lead this project. And if not, I'm telling you, I'm going to make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu famous just on my own, being associated with it. Look at what people are saying on Twitter. It's pretty wild. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, I like it. It is, in my opinion, I'm just getting our logo in everyone's face over and over again. Because what you want to do as a brand, you want everyone to see Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu logo so much that they're oversaturated with it. They're like, what is this thing? Why do I keep seeing this logo? That's kind of like how we want to do it. It's just kind of like a good text to be able to figure out the result to do that. Until now, this is a good way to kind of bomb Twitter with the logo. Because at the end of the day, that's the thing. We want to get the brand out there. We forget that the Twitter people know about the brand, but no one else doesn't know. They have no clue. So an interesting way to break out from the confines of crypto Twitter is to oversaturate it, but they're kind of still over the top, you know. We like become like basically so oversaturated that we're like emblematize crypto as a whole. Like we're like the meme coin. That's what you want. You want to like be just known as the meme coin. Your normal people to provide it. So I think it's important, right? We gotta get the logo out there. That's what any brand's trying to do. Like trying to do, Coca-Cola's trying to do. That's why they spend billions of dollars on billboards, even though everyone already knows what they are. Already buys them to hundreds of billions of dollars a year. You have to be pushing the logo in people's faces. That's the point of marketing. So I think that's why it's such a great idea, because it's on paper unobtrusive. You're just following people. It's not bad at all. In fact, it's going to be more followers, so they can't be mad. But it will be interesting if all of a sudden regular people on Twitter have like 500 new followers and they're all Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu logo saying Ishvasai is the best, Ishvasai, get now, Ishvasai, and all the names of those things are like speaking to the coin. It's gotta be, it's very interesting. No one's done this before. Like using the account as a unit of marketing rather than like as a person. It's very interesting. Like you don't think of the account as a dude, you think of it as like a unit of a maker. It's kind of,
You're exactly right. It's about making an impression. That's all that it's about. And so instead of making the impression with the text that is usually tweeted from the account, you make the impression with the profile picture. And if the person is inclined, they can inquire further. If not, you've already made the impression. They've already seen your meme. It's already in their memory bank. And eventually they're going to see it again and again and again, and they're going to get interested in it, and they're going to eventually get locked into it.
For any marketing business, takes at minimum 5 touches before a customer makes the purchasing decision in this e-commerce. So you have to meet somebody with Coca-Cola 5 times before they buy the Coca-Cola, which is surprising. I think it'd be 1 or 2 times. But no, it really is about the repetitiveness of the message, sort of stating the idea that the thing is real and it's of value. You've seen it enough times. And now it's been, exactly said, impression. That's what we need to do, and that's the reason behind all the marketing that we see. It's not about the story of the commercial. It's the fact that they got to throw a logo in your face. Again, the third time this happened. That's the thrust of it all just fluff around that. So right, why don't we just cut to the quick? Why don't we just go, get down to brass tacks and fucking put the logo right in everyone's face in a nice way. It's not like spammy. We're not like, jamming up their inbox. We're literally giving them a follower, which is positive. So they should love it. So, Rabbi, I'm thinking like for our concrete next steps, you do have a good point about this image being kind of the crux of the matter here. The PFP in this following meta, like where you're like following everybody, that's gonna be the main point of contact. They're gonna see this image, so we gotta make it good. And you're definitely, I think, working up the right tree with this kind of like the image in the middle, and then like substantiating information around. I think that's helpful because think about it. It's like you got a logo and you got the brand message. You can get a little bit more concrete information out with text around, which could be beneficial, could not be. We can also test it too. As a matter of fact, you can have half the accounts be running one variation, half running another, and see if which gets more like unfollowed or blocked or whatever, which people respond to more. You can do multi-variant tests, like run variants of the thing. But anyway, all that to say, I think we should be working on a optimized logo for the project. Like, do we want the Harry Potter book signs to be logo in the middle with accompanying information around the circumference? Probably something like that. What do we want to say? That's the stuff that we should probably figure out, or at least get the parameters delineated, because we can always test that stuff. But yeah, I'm thinking about that. If anyone wants to design a version, like you see how Rabbi has his face and then the words around it, if anyone can think what would be the most optimal version of that. So if you, put yourself in the shoes of a random Twitter user, you're all of a sudden getting like 300 of the same logo thing you follow. This is PFP. What would be like the most impactful marketing message there that you can put into a PFP that's legible for those people? That's the question. And then you're right. People have not really approached why don't we retool the PFP as actually kind of like the first touch marketing thing. We're thinking that, PFP is supposed to reflect my identity. We're thinking around and saying, no, we're using the PFP actually to promulgate a brand. It's totally different. It's very interesting. So, yeah, let's just figure out how we optimize this logo. I think that's one of the most concrete things we have to figure out. Like, and before, Rabbi, I was thinking like, it would be a little different sourcing, but no, I think, it's more about just hammering the logo into the general public consciousness as all marketing does. I think that's what we have to do. We haven't done that like work yet, so this photos would be too diffused. It would be too, it comes later. Like, we have to establish the foundation of the coin first with the really strong logos, really funny branding, very impactful, and global. And then this photos just follow as new forms. It just makes sense. If this photos first, it'll get a little confusing. Then we get the brand and something like that. We'll just see how we do it. But yeah, I want to make sure that everyone sees the logo every day, every minute of their life. I think that's good.
You're absolutely right. And you're hitting on a lot of points, more light. I can tell you that I've been using the follow method, and just exactly what you're saying. It took like 2 weeks for me to be following people to maybe get a little bit of traction, but then when I started programming this macro, it's like been like a Tommy gun. And you're exactly right. What's beautiful about this is if they saw you yesterday and they saw you again today, yesterday's impact of your impression is doubly or triply or quadruply or perhaps tenfold or even more powerful, because now they've seen you 2 days in a row, and now they're thinking, am I going to see him tomorrow, or am I going to get another one today, or what other account is going to send me this? Now you're on their mind. I mean, you see the people, how they comment. I mean, literally, I have people saying, so what is Twitter anymore? Just blocking this person? That's all I do anymore. I mean, it's just hilarious. And I mean, and you're exactly right. You're literally not doing any damage to them. You don't hurt them. It's not like you're sending them messages about crypto scams or trying to hook up with you. It's literally just a follower. It should be a positive to you. People just want to interpret things, and people are already on edge and already very defensive about things. So when they see that coming, they feel as if they're targeted or something. But in reality, it's just a type of grassroots marketing that no one is really using, and is perhaps, I think, the most powerful weapon that we have on earth. And I mean that. Why? Number one, it's free. Number two, has mass appeal. And number three, we could put it together in a few hours. Basically, what we would do is say, okay, if you want to be involved in this project, what you have to start doing is making Twitter accounts. So how do you do that? You can choose, like if you look at my accounts, a lot of them are ViralRabbi 000, ViralRabbi 001, ViralRabbi 002. That's all fine, but you're going to get some haters, and then they're going to know where all your accounts are. The reason why I do that is it's really easy for me to find these accounts instead of using just random, generated names. But keep in mind, they're going to know. So basically, the best way I would say to do it is you have, say like Harry, say more like you would say, look, I'm going to take HPOS 0 to 100. Then Captain could be like, look, I'll do Harry Potter 000, whatever it is. You could change it up. Each person could have their own. Then you're not running on each other's toes. Oh, I thought I was supposed to do 100 through 200. You're doing 200 through 300. Oh, you don't run into any of that. The name of the account doesn't necessarily matter. It's just about that profile picture. So then what I would say is that once you, let's say you make 10, then you put in the Telegram, hey, I've created 10 accounts. Great. So that means you've got 10 that are created. Then another person's going to come in and say, hey, I've created another 15. So that means you've got 25 accounts that are created. Another person will come in and say, I made, another 5. Okay, that's 30. Get it up to 100. Once we have 100 accounts, that's when we start to get the team together. Because keep in mind, it's not like every single person has to do every step of this. If you don't have a PC, that's fine. Make the accounts. Every person within the community can have a role. But basically, we need a collection of accounts. And I would also say to keep a standard password for all of them. I mean, I don't know about it's pretty easy to hack a bunch of people, but you also have to understand these accounts are throwaways. No one cares. Go ahead and hack it. It doesn't matter. So keep it an easy password so that you basically, anyone in the community could basically get in and do whatever they needed with it. And or you could just pass it on privately. However, we want to keep the security of that. We can do that. But then we have 100 of them, and then you get some people who have a PC, and then what we have to do is just start following people with the PC and the macro software, and you'll see it will make the biggest splash within for Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That is an already known resource basically on Twitter. I mean, it would just basically be those days, as I recall, it would be like April 2023 after Crypto NYC, when Pepe exploded, and Pepe was all over. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but Pepe was all over Twitter last spring. And it would be the same thing I feel now this spring, basically, with Harry Potter Obama Sonic.
I think that's
That's a beautiful thing. So then step one is you have to create accounts, and the best way to create accounts, I can post a little tutorial, but they have temporary email creators that basically give you an email for like an hour. So I'll do a little walkthrough on how to do that, and I can post it to the Telegram. And then so if you want to start going right now, start creating Twitter accounts, and then when you have them created, post how many you have within the Telegram, and we can do like we can do progress updates to see if we're getting, but literally it's exactly what More Light is saying. It's about that profile picture, and if we get something that is just making an impression, and you have to understand how powerful Twitter is. That's what I've learned. Not only is it going to their phone, perhaps as a push notification, but it's also going to their email. It's also obviously going into their exactly into their For You. And so it's a really powerful message. And the other beautiful thing about it too is you're filling up their email button inbox as well if they have those updates. So literally it'd be Harry Potter Obama Sonic Kenny who followed you, Harry Potter in their email, and it's really difficult to get in someone's email. Excellent. I agree. So prior to streaming my life 24/7 on the internet, I worked for as a contractor for Fortune 500 within project management of their email marketing. So I know just how difficult it is to get into someone's inbox, and that's kind of one of the things that led me to this conclusion, because I would email people and you don't get anything back from that because it all goes to spam. They never see it. So I knew that Twitter required email verification, which means it's trusted. You vetted it, and thus everything that comes in from Twitter comes into your email if you allow those settings, and it comes into your inbox, not your spam. Generally, under default settings. So it's a beautiful system, and you're absolutely right. So there are two names here that we have to discuss. There is the handle name, which is the @, and that can be 15 characters. And we can standardize that. I personally think it's better to keep that each person to have like a consistent one, just because you don't want somebody to be able to just go and mass block you in groups of 10 or 20 or 30. But if you do want to, if we did want to just say everybody's going to be HPOS 0001, you can do that too. That's absolutely fine. But then from there, what we do is there's a display name. Now, if you have the opportunity, look at my account. I mean, I really mean this. I'm the world's expert in this type of marketing. It's guerrilla marketing. And so I know what works and what doesn't. And I can tell you, at least in the name that I have, it has an emoji that's red. So immediately it's going to get your attention, whether it's in your inbox or on your phone. And then I have whatever I have. I think it's very important to diversify yourself on Twitter. Most of Twitter you have to think is blue and it's white. So when you're red on Twitter, it gets someone's attention immediately. And then on top of that, this isn't one of my more recent accounts, but I've changed up what's in the biography, but we have to work on what's in the biography text. So I would recommend something like, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu the Peoples, Bitcoin, put the website in there if it's, well, we can also put the website below, but we could put the Telegram link, join us in Telegram, join us in Discord, and just say, like anything that we want, but we need that text to be boilerplate. It needs to be standardized. And then people also don't know this. In the location, you can have up to 30 characters in the location. Like, look how well I know this, how many characters you can have in each spot. And so what I recommend is utilizing that to the best of our ability. So sure, we can put Bitcoin Land or Sonic the Hedgehog World, but you can also utilize that to put whatever text you want in there. Basically, it's a text box of 30 characters, and people only ever think to put their real city and state in there or wherever their country is. But keep in mind, we can put whatever we want in there. And then, of course, there's the link to the to the website. I would put it there. Now we can make these professional accounts, which gives us an added of the added feature of spotlight features, which I would say personally aren't going to be that beneficial to us, because for us it's about quantity, not necessarily quality, because we know that these accounts, if this starts to gain any traction, they're going to start to get banned. So we don't want to put a whole bunch of work into, hey, you all we want people to do is to buy the coin, but really visit the website, push them to the website, push them to the Telegram, let them know who we are, let them know who the community is. But so basically the website is where we're going to push them. And then I would say that, like, if we got on this, you see how quickly it spreads. Within a month will be the next Pepe, and that's always been the goal.
Just us going as far as possible, and right, I think just reinforcing it with smashing the logo in people's faces is a great way to do it. That's the definition of real marketing. Like, you put the thing up on the highway overpass, everyone sees it. There's nothing cool of that, but just, in the digital realm, it's very smart. I think we always got to strategize on exactly how we optimize that location field. That's great. We can put more marketing messages in there. Here's the thing about your right, people are probably drunk in Illinois. They don't really think of me saying, take your Bitcoin, Uniswap, $2 $1, whatever we put it. We have to obviously A/B test it, but I think it's interesting that we can put so many different marketing messages into places that they don't necessarily belong, but turn out to be very effective because they're not conventionally where marketing is done. That's what you want to do as a marketer. As a matter of fact, every platform starts out very clean of marketing. In 1993 or 5, you got an email. It was definitely from someone that you know. It was definitely was opening 100%. Open rate for emails were about 100% back then. Nowadays, 20% is pretty decent. And it's funny, I don't know if you guys were like we guys do a sick grade, or we guys. I want to claim you, dude. That's just basically interface with a UI on top of sick grade. So it's
And you wonder, are people really going to benefit from this pay raise? That those lowest ranks, that is move people out of those roles, teach them how to count strings, how to be curious, how to interact with the public, how to put together or execute something that is whatever it is. I'm just looking at the fact that please
tap your Twitter more. We're working on workshopping our new strategy for promulgating the brand all over Twitter to the point where Twitter is inundated with these dudes logos left and right, wall to wall. I want it to be like Twitter's name is changing days past time. Like all of a sudden, like it's acting like beeping in, you know, like it's getting the code. There's so many logos. I want to be like, this plan is so bullish. I think, Steve Rabbi, you're a fucking genius.
Thank you so much.
I really like it, and I think that we are this sort of community that will actually be able to actualize this sort of a plan. I think you bring this kind of an idea to people, they wouldn't get it, or they think it's stupid, or whatever, they wouldn't do it. Now, I get it, because I'm a marketer too, you know, I understand a lot of the same stuff the rabbi does, and Rabbi is a tech guy, I'm a tech guy too. Some of these guys in crypto are just goofballs, like really off the freaking turf or something. I've never done marketing in their lives. So, you know, it's not anything, it's not disparaging, it's just to say that, you know, like, it kind of gives us an unfair advantage because we actually get how you build a brand and what the mechanics of that entails. So, this is exactly what we want to be doing, and I think it's the right way to do it. And I think, right, I think in a month, Elon tweeted, be like, get these fucking guys out of here.
Exactly. You're exactly right.
Oh my god, that would be perfect.
And
if the goal is to make Elon so mad about Harry Potter most times seeing logos, then they have to like make an announcement.
you're exactly right. And it will snowball. You have to understand what happens when you create this many accounts. People literally they start to follow them. And then those followers follow other people, and then where even if you don't follow any of these accounts, in the people you may know or the interested people, you know how it gives you choices of people who like others are following. Every single one will be our brand. Every single one. When I follow people now, sometimes on these accounts, every single one is mine.
That's awesome. Because I think we want to do it IRL. We want to like have, like logos on billboards and stuff. You got to do it in the digital realm too. We got to piss off people on Twitter because they're saying East Coast high logos too much. I love that. That's great. That's how you made a post on accounts. The thing is exactly right. We're going to be creating our latest news. They all reference the logo. They're all having bullish, sort of. They have a bullish hey, look, we're going to pull this application. We're going to optimize that kind of stuff. We'll figure out like a V1 that you guys can just copy and paste and throw in there or something. And from there, we just directly automate the follow it amongst people. So that from their perspective, they wake up, they go on Twitter, they maybe get 2 followers a day. All of a sudden, they're getting like 300 followers in one day, and they're all our logo. It's so like, yeah, and then all of a sudden, like, and obviously it's cumulative, as Rabbi was saying earlier, like, if you have this again the next day, and the next day even more, it's like, that's like millions of dollars worth of marketing. That's people don't understand. And it's going to email too, that's crazy. And it's going to their fucking SMS product too, that's crazy. Paying good money.
Huge money.
I didn't think about the overarching aspects of like you reaching out to other platforms because right when you get a follow on Twitter, you understand some freaking automated emails. Super strong.
Exactly.
Well, I do gigs with me on email. Also, hey, sweetheart. Nice accounts. I don't want to exclude you great. On the site, which is it? Right, give me the links. I'm sure it was followed. Look at you with your hey, everything is about you. I'm not fucking around. That'd be good. You guys are
Well, I mean, is there anyone in the community who doesn't have a job aside from myself? And it's fine.
I would assume so, right? No, not at all. I've had some years random. It happens to most of us. Recommend getting one. Here's why they can invest in crypto. Yeah, bro, I'm sure there must be some
Well, and that's who I'd want, because they can do this 24 hours. You know, they can do this all the time, and those are the people who are really valuable for this type of project. But I mean, look, I could dedicate myself to leading this. I think. I mean, okay. So what it would be is I would put out a request first um, on Telegram for a logo for the profile. We'll vote on it, or get some kind of like approval on it, and then from there, we'll get the name down. I'll say we'll agree on what the name should be, agree on what the bio should be, agree on the location, agree, of course, on the link, and then we need a header in the back. Do you know what I mean when I say header? So that's another really important image. So we would need somebody to put something together for that. But in my opinion, this is a really great place if you want, to put text. Now, in our community, we don't have that much necessarily that we want to say. Like, I have a whole story that I have to tell people. So that's why you read all that stuff in mine. But in other people, in Bitcoin, we just have to say Bitcoin's the new Bitcoin, the people's Bitcoin, buy it and tell them how to buy it, or basically, whatever instructions there are, or wherever our Telegram is. But we can use that image. It's a very powerful image, and people don't realize it. Yes. 100%.
Our commodity is more common than what you're selling. So arguably, like, you've built a lot of experience kind of with a tougher sell than what we have to offer here. We're selling a very profitable mean what makes you money. What you're selling, your brand, which I love, is not necessarily like a making anyone money kind of thing. Like, so it's like, as you said, like, explain a bit more to give me the value of Rabbi Rothschild Street. The value of take a Bitcoin is right. All we have to say is buy Bitcoin. That's like our main job, which is great. I think that it's more of a downhill thing than like crazy up the middle, which is awesome. Yeah, I think it makes it easier. And right, we just need to be pushing people to the site. We're not trying to like make them convert like instantly go log on the Uniswap. Like, we don't need to tell them to go to Uniswap and freaking ads. Right? This is our brand awareness.
You're exactly right. It's absolutely free. It's about awareness. It can't hurt us, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You could literally say like this, I don't know, something really bad about our coin. Oh, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. That's the coin of the people who pollute, and nobody's really going to care because it's already so ridiculous. It's already like you're already having to say Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. Those people don't believe in sustainability. Like, that's not an insult to us. Basically, it's already so ridiculous. It's kind of a shield. Like, if we were trying to be like super professional, then this is not the type of marketing that you do. But if we're like a hedge fund, you can't do this. But we're a bunch of cowboys on the internet, and this is the wild, wild west. And there's a window of time, and it's in its own way running out, where people have any ability to get their message out as the common people. So okay, so here's the plan. I'm gonna well, first I'm gonna poll everyone in the room who wants to help, and we'll get other people within the Telegram, and I'm sure we'll be able to get maybe a dozen people or so in the Telegram. We're going to take a request. Do we have graphic designers? I'm sure we have someone in the community who can put together what we want for that logo, and then also the background banner. And then we'll put together the text. We're going to use all 6. You can have 50 characters in the name, I believe, and in the biography, it's something like like 260 or something. And so we'll make sure we maximize all of the characters, and I mean that. We at least have one red emoji. Here's the thing: do we have an emoji as a community? We have to get behind an emoji too. It's important.
We have a few things. We've got the 3 color emojis together, and that's kind of like our classic.
That works. That works.
Yeah, that's good. And the hedgehog is good too, but I think if you had to put the blue, yellow, red, square, or blue, yellow, red apart, color scheme is basically on the side. It's very good. Yeah, that's the iconic branding.
Perfect. The color scheme is wonderful. It's memorable and it's very simple. The as I understand marketing, the colors that are remembered most on the signage, first and foremost, are yellow on black, and then secondly, it's blue on yellow on blue, and then you get into the like yellow on red, which are things that I'm using. But you know, we're marketing gurus here. We're doing our best to emote types of behavior out of people, and so we're going to use every advantage that we can. So I would also say our background image, we can work with the graphic designer on that, but like the color scheme's important. But for that, just to, like, I don't know how we want to do it, if we want to surprise people, but that's a very impressionable piece of artwork that we'll need. So then from there we'll have like a basic account. Then what I would do, or what I'll do, is I'll create an account and everybody can use that as the base, the template, if that makes sense. So everybody would be like, okay, we go to this account and they're all going to look like this. So you could just copy and paste all the text that you would need from that account. You could copy and paste the images from that account as you would need to make your own accounts. And then you know, once we start making these accounts, they don't all get banned. So the beautiful thing about it is you can really tweet on them. And when you tweet on them, then they become much more powerful, because then there's all kinds of cross tweeting, and your friend tweeted this, or someone you're following is interested in this. So that's all really good. And then another thing that we can do, I think is important, or can be powerful, is to join communities, particularly the crypto communities and the NFT communities of Twitter, with all of these accounts. So imagine you're running like NFT for bigwigs on Twitter's communities, and all of a sudden you see this boom, this random Sonic guy come in, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. All of these community members who have very powerful accounts are going to start saying, who are these people, or what is this? And that's what it's about. It's about the impression that you make with someone, and having them dig a little deeper on this. And you know, it's about brand recognition. It's about the people want to feel like they're part of a team as well. And when you're that's why Pepe was so popular, I would say, from like, well, from what I knew, April to say June of 2023, because people would have these spaces and tons of people would come, and they'd have like 24-hour Pepe spaces. Those are nowhere to be seen anymore. No one cares about them anymore. People have pumped and dumped that. Essentially, at this point, we don't want that. We would want to have the lasting cryptocurrency, and I think that we will. There's so much involved in this. So what I'm going to do is poll the room. If you're interested in taking any part of this, I know Captain was interested, and Bitcoin, I'm going to ask that you speak, and anybody else who's interested, come on up as a speaker, and then I'll give you our plan of action, which first and foremost, we're going to get together a logo.
I gotta work, but I would be happy to help do this too. So I'm trying to do my best to help out. But I'll definitely try to organize as well. So I can provide value that way. I guess trying to orchestrate getting the logos together. Yeah, we're getting this band thing. Don't know who's gonna decide this stuff, but we'll talk to the Telegram. I'm sure we can step up and figure out what the parameters are for the images and stuff like that too. I'm not sure off the top of my head like what the dimensions are for the banner and stuff like that, or even the PFP. So it's square, like how they do that.
The PFP is based on a square, but it's a circle that only is shown, and then the banner image, I believe, has to be at least 2,000 pixels wide. That's the only. So we'll work through all of that. So if you're interested, and then also just to give the graphic designer an idea, I mean, I think perfect. Like, in my opinion, I don't want to just take this over, but we take what Morelight has, which is I don't want to change the meme, and then put a circle around it and just put in there whatever it is, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, and then we could do that going like like a rainbow shape, and then under it the smiley face part of the shape, I would say either the people's Bitcoin. That's what I probably would say is the people's Bitcoin. But what are your thoughts on that?
It's good tagline. People like it. It conveys what's going on. I think that's good for now. I think, otherwise you would just take your Bitcoin so people know what to buy when they're looking for it. Because the logo does not include the ticker. And this is one thing we have to make sure it gets conveyed. So like for Harry Potter websites, you add to the logo, but nowhere in the logo do you see what you look up on this one. So I think so. Do you need to take that into account? Whether that's $sign Bitcoin or ready to take your Bitcoin out, needs to come into play, whether it's in the PFP or in the handle somewhere, because I think that is helpful for people to make it confusing. We don't correlate if you decide to take your Bitcoin for the public very directly. There's going to be confusion. They're not going to think it's the same. They're not going to know what Bitcoin means. Obama signs mean, even unless they're very adamant about everything. That's another thing about I didn't remember that. These guys make the ticker big. Like it's funny about confusing and it does me and the news do a bit of sort of education in that regard. Like when we do the work, we're going to say the ticker's Bitcoin, Harry Potter homicides, so they get that the two things are correlated. Because I can see people being confused. I do get that. Maybe we put that in the image around on the underarching thing, or we do as part of the handle or both. But we'll talk. We'll do some variants. See what we see. What works out the best. I don't know how we optimize that. Actually, I don't know. So let's figure out. We'll talk to some graphic doers in the Telegram.
You're a graphic designer? All right, well then you're to whom we need to speak. Do you see Morelight or HPOS, the host of this meetings, his profile picture, the avatar? Okay, so we're gonna want that in the middle, and then we're gonna put a circle around it like I have on mine. And instead of it saying Guinness World Record most hours streamed on YouTube, it's gonna say around the top Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and then around the bottom it's gonna say the people's Bitcoin, and then that's it. Can you do that? Okay, I can do that. Are you in the Telegram? Excellent. And then I would recommend the circle around the image be red because it catches the eye. What do you think? Either red or yellow. I would probably recommend red because it's going to be difficult unless we have black on white text going around. I don't know how that'll look, but if you just like kind of the way I have it where it's red with white text, that works. But you do it however the way that you want to do it. I'll send you the information on Twitter, and I'm making sure I'm following you back. And if you ever need me, I'm literally in the Telegram 24 hours a day. You can always talk to me if you have any questions about it. Okay. You've seen me in the Telegram? Hey, have you seen me in the Telegram? You know who I am? Do you know where do you know our Telegram? Okay, I'm live in a video right now. Exactly. Mine? It's like a guy in the background with headphones. I can tell you. That's correct, but people get around that, of course. So what you'll need in the future, people get around that. What you'll need in the future, just like you technically need in the United Kingdom now, or at least in England, to watch television, you need a license. You'll need a license to use the internet. Oh yeah. That's an extension. I've used Ghostery, not Ghost Browser. How's it? Oh yeah, I think I have actually. It's very similar. It just creates a new session for you. Exactly. Yeah, same thing. Exactly. It's free. All of this is free. Every single you won't need a single dime for any of this, and that's the key. If it's free, it's for me. That's why it's cool. It's free, and no one's really utilized this automating software before to do exactly this. What you described earlier was interesting to me. I hadn't heard that before. That you're kind of doing two simultaneous things that are sort of working in tandem, and they're both automated. That's cool. I think that's very innovative. There's some way to sort of turn this into a software that we can just sort of package up. But for now, I like that we're just going to sort of jury rig it and DIY this thing. I think it's great. You're right. If you've already been speaking with Impact as one dude doing it, if we get a team of 10 people working on this for any amount of time, I think, yeah, right. In a month or two, it would be great if we could sort of mess up Twitter with how many Ticker Bitcoin accounts there are following everybody all the time. That's very bullish. Like, if you're right, if they have to complain, or like the news has to be like, Twitter's ruined because of these HTTP guys. We won. That's like the most bullish thing. We won the internet. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Like, if we're louder than everything else, we've won. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game. Hate to say it, but I mean, that's how it goes.
goes, right? We can sort of create a more poetic, artful marketing strategy. But that's not the world we live in right now. I think it's just, we want to get it out there, and especially not in sort of the Bitcoin universe. It's not a nuanced sell. You're buying a shitcoin. It's not like you have to explain some new, like, crazy technology that doesn't make any sense as the reference. It's just a widget that goes up or down and you make money or you lose money. So, it's combined to substance all the time. At the end of the day, all of that is sort of marketing and the expectation, which is engendered by marketing. So that's what we got to do. Our only job is to market to people, and everything else falls into place. So we've done the legwork of setting up the exchanges and stuff. Now it's time to put sort of some gas on the fire here and fuck up Twitter, because we were really doing that in a different way in like July, August, and we saw what effect that had. Like, it's a direct correlation. The louder you get on Twitter, the higher the market cap. The more tweets we do, the higher the market cap. It happens every time, and you can tell when you go to the Telegram and you see that there's maybe like 8 bookmarks or something per hashtag tweet. Market cap's going down. And when you see 20 bookmarks per hashtag tweet, market cap's going up, and it happens every single time. And I don't think that it's the reverse correlation. I don't think that it's like when the price is pumping, people are tweeting more because they're happy. I really do think that it's the more effort being put in on Twitter pushes the price because more people are seeing the brand. And it's like, it's like when you increase your marketing spend on banner ads or something, like, the more you spend on it, the more people buy. It's just how it works. The more tweets you're doing, the more people buy. It's the exact same process in place. So, you just gotta keep playing with this. That's why we emphasize, shilling on Twitter. It's not just for fun. It's not just like boss people around. It's because it's literally the only mechanism that we have where we know that we can put in and get out a expected output, and that's a market cap increases, people buy, because if they don't see us, they don't buy us. There's no reason they're like randomly thinking they're thinking, remember this ticker Bitcoin, guys? Let me check the price. I'm gonna buy that right now. Just for no reason. It doesn't happen. That's why you do marketing. So this is a great idea, and I like it a lot because it's annoying. And it's intrusive, and it's using tech in a way that it's not supposed to be used. And those are all the main principles of the internet. I think crypto too. Not just in and of itself. I think there's some value in that too. But I think right. What you want to do with marketing is that you don't need to be subtle. We're not selling perfume here. We're not selling like luxury condos. We're selling a crazy meme coin that's almost a fuck you and everything. So as you said earlier, Rabbi, it makes total sense for the brand, right? If we were marketing basically anything else under the sun, it would not work. It would be a terrible idea.
Right.
It would be really bad for the brand. It would be
it's brand suicide. It's brand suicide.
Totally nuts, right? Like any other brand, this would be the worst fucking idea ever. And I would say it's a lunatic idea. And for our brand, it's a great idea. It's like the perfect idea. So it's exactly what we want to be doing. And it's almost getting back to basics because, like, at the end of the day, like, we was funny, not funny, it doesn't really matter. The job of the brand is just to hit the logo, hit the brand message, the unique value proposition, whatever, that you can sort of do in your little phrase or whatever, and then you just encapsulate that with all the sort of accompanying images and collateral and stuff. And we've already kind of got that stuff done. Like, we've built all the bees, we've got good videos, and we can always create more, of course, but like, we have an arsenal of good stuff. So we just need to do the basic stuff. Get the brand name, get the ticker, buy Bitcoin, people's Bitcoin, and the logo. And that's it. Sprotos are amazing, but we can't leave with Sprotos. You also believe that NFTs is still the coin is the way to hit the masses, and then the Sprotos will follow suit. I think we're gonna lead with the coin. When that hits mainstream all crazy, then I think for sure Sprotos will accompany that. But if you leave with Sprotos, that's not gonna necessarily translate to value for people. It could, but it's tougher to bridge that gap for some reason. I think just the coin is just easier to buy. Like, anyone can just get on there for like one front, like I said. Like at that stage, finance center. Anyone can buy it in 2 seconds. The NFTs game is like a different game. Like, Everyone wants to make money on random shitcoins. So leave it to coin. Don't worry, if NFT people always freak out that they think we ignore massive jobs programmers. It's just if we gotta focus on marketing the coin, I think the NFT policy, we didn't start this thing as an NFT project. This is the shitcoin project. NFTs are just a nice gift. That happen to be valuable. So this is great. I think this is gonna work. Before I was thinking we want all this protos doing this kind of stuff, but no. It's all gonna be these new accounts that are just HBO Tonight and the logo, and everyone's gonna just see it over and over again, and then get check the email over and over again. It's gonna be on their phone over and over again. Push notification. Hey, HBO Tonight, buy ticket.
Send you a message.
Okay, I'll take a look at it right now. Excellent. So where would I get? I guess I would get the elements from the website.
We have there's like a command. It's all the brand collateral. Like we've got logos, SVG, and all the different formats and stuff. I forget what it is. If someone knows in the chat, please throw for Rabbi. It's like / brand and Rabbi and Telegram. I forget it, or maybe it's just logos or something like that, but you seem to send it. But we do have a repository of all of the brand stuff. So if you want the logo, the official version where it's like, transparent and SVG or vector, we got that stuff, So, and I forget what else. We have a few other of those repositories too. I'm trying to think what the commands are. But we'll have the designs of brand new stuff too. I think you're right, Rabbi. Like, what words do we want to incorporate into the banner? It's right. You've got the space that is traditionally just for an image. You can put graphics there. You can put more sort of objective data. Like, if you're trying to sell the coin, you can sort of show like bullish parts of the chart or something. I don't know. Like, we can do some more in-depth selling there because it's actually a lot of space to work with. Like, and it's also like a step in, like an attempt actually like to enter the account to see it. So I feel like you like get a little bit deeper with stuff like that. You can maybe show like more beautiful graphics.
I personally would make it a bullet point list of the reasons why you should buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teddy Bear. And we can say what those are. I mean, I would kind of use a groupthink method and brainstorm. What do we think define us as a coin, but also diversify us from the other coins? And then first and foremost, I think of a coin is the longevity of it. Most coins haven't been around as long as we have. So we can put all that information in a, I would say, I mean, that's how I would do it. You could put anything you want back there, but that gives us a nice image to be able to list some things if we want. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that there would be maybe 3 or 4 unique value selling points for the coin. Little, not infographic, but like a little icon and a few words or like a blurb or something. 3 or 4 things across. Maybe like the UVP, like the Green Value Proposition, which we can debate on what that is, but it's also tough to decide. It's only like 4, and to hone in on 4 unique values of this project that differentiate from all the other projects. What would those be? It's kind of tricky to think about, but that would require us, I think, sitting down in a powwow as a team and spending like an hour really hashing that out.
Agreed, but we can embellish, and this is where it would be key. You could say largest NFT community on Twitter, largest cryptocurrency on Ethereum, whatever we want to say. Nobody can prove us wrong on this, and literally we're spreading it all over the internet. They have a quote that's attributed to Adolf Hitler, but I think it's through Goebbels, is the people it's something along the lines of if you're going to tell a lie, make sure that you tell it large enough, and the people will believe it. And so if we say that we're the biggest community and we have hundreds of accounts that are saying this, nobody can deny that, because the proof is in the pudding. We have, you have a bigger community on Twitter Spaces. How many followers did you send to this random individual? We sent 17, and that's in the last 2.5 hours. Of course, we're the largest, and we've taken over Twitter.
That's right. And you know, we actually do have.
We are the dinosaurs of the internet.
Yeah, because we're the biggest. I mean, you heard about it.
Yeah, the people itself have been born. Like, how many people are in here? Well, like, since over 10 years on Fortune or something like that. You know, baby steps with YouTube and all the meme shit, Vine videos, something like that.
Exactly. We've been on the internet since it was born. And we're not going anywhere. Exactly.
I think that could be something interesting too. People miss the old times and not gonna spend so much time on TikTok, for example. I don't even have TikTok installed. Like, I don't use that.
Well, you gotta get on it because you gotta be sure to take a picture of it.
I mean, I have the account still made for Bitcoin just for the fucking spam of me here.
Yeah. I've got my TikTok on there too. It's literally just take a Bitcoin. And I never post except sometimes I remember to go there and drop some take a Bitcoin stuff. I can just get good organic reach. Surprise me. To a zillion hashtags. And people like the video. So it's fun. But I can't believe it's should I already waste some time on Instagram. Yeah, that's boring.
No, but I think some people will find the fun they are looking for in our community and in the to get that in the crowd too. If some people also interested in community. Get the information out, and if you're a part of Bitcoin there and you have a question, you just come in the TG and there will be a lot of people that maybe have an answer for you. Or if you like for everything.
For everything. It doesn't matter. Dating, weight loss, fitness, loss, we got you. Astrology, you know, so whatever knows something about it.
Yeah, at first you will get just a bunch of memes, then you ask again, and then maybe someone else. Yeah, but it works.
It works. It's consistent. Yeah, I love the chat. Telegram is very, very fun. Yeah, if you like doing AOL chat rooms when you're a kid or whatever, this is just fun because it's the same exact concept to play.
ASL, want a cyber?
ASL.
Want a cyber?
I used to cyber so much. I was having cyber sex when I was like 10 with my friends.
Used to. It's a skill I haven't lost, baby. Cybering has evolved into sexting.
What is it like now?
It's sexting. No, sexting. SEXTING.
You know, I think you're right. Yeah, no one cybers anymore. Now we're all sexting, which is, I guess I have no time for that. The girls love it. You're supposed to be like all nasty on the saying like crazy stuff on the text. I don't understand that. I don't want to do that.
Oh, I just have my dick in my hand because
like, wait, right? What do you want me to say, lady? Like, I don't feel like taking a picture of my dick. I'm not too.
Just send eggplant emojis and a little splash. That's enough.
Yeah, I just said it with the splash. The splash is small, yeah. Wow. Yeah, the peaches, you know, like whoever decided the peach meant the booty was jeans. Because there used to be a booty emoji. They didn't give us one apple. It doesn't, you know, these fucking puritans, they think that they're not going to give us a booty, then we're not going to think about booties. And they take away the gun, and it's going to fix violence. That's what's working. Also, I hate that the fact that, like, there's emojis and stuff, all this supposed to be universal. That's the entire point of it. So why else do we need to have, like, different magic, like, just different versions of each thing to, like, encompass everybody? It just doesn't make
let's be serious. Who did the eggplant? Who made the eggplant? Like,
I think they modeled it off of me.
Don't use normally. I think it's used for one thing.
I eat eggplant. Fried eggplant from the Chinese restaurant. I do not play any eggplant. Eggplant is too big. No one's putting an eggplant in their pussy or their ass, are they? Really?
Yeah, but the peach stands for the ass, you know? And nobody's gonna fucking use the eggplant just for you. We're shoes and putting a fucking eggplant there.
Why? So that begs the question, who designs or decided which of these emojis we even needed? There's about 8 million different train emojis. It's like, what they were imagining that you would use an emoji as a traveler in a foreign land, and don't know Japanese word for train. Let me look through these little quick pictures. That's why they made up emojis. But it's like, give me a break. Like, you need to, bullet train versus super bullet train. It's like the same fucking shit. Like, what scenario would you need to have the differentiation between the two? You know what I'm saying? Like, whoever designed emojis is just like, man, like, what use case? Like, what the fuck even is this shit? Like,
Yeah, that's the technology.
I know. Yeah, they fucked up. Right. I got one hedgehog. I don't have.
I really like the idea. I'm gonna do it next venture. I couldn't jump in earlier because I could do actually some pictures too. So graphic thingies.
You can have the graphic design. Okay, very well. Bitcoin Stacy or Stancy, can you hear me? All right, join me in the Telegram, and I'm literally live in the VC, and I'll show you what I want you to do. And if you want Vamp, I think we've got Bitcoin Stancy doing this, but we don't need a bunch of things. We just need 2 graphics. However, if Bitcoin Stancy, if we have any issues or anything, I will definitely perhaps recruit you for that role as well. And so Bitcoin Stancy, join me in the VC, and I'm literally in a video right there. You'll be able to talk to me. And then what we'll do is we'll agree upon the profile picture, hopefully tonight or so. And oh, there he is. Did you just join? Or somebody just joined it. Anyway, we'll get the example account done, and then from there, more like you said, hey, I might not be able to help because I work. That's fine. Take 30 minutes and make us 10 accounts. That's all we need from you. You know what I mean? Excellent. Well, Stancy, meet me in the voice chat.
Let's just fucking take her. That's the mission. How could it be that we not have many people here on stage agree to this compromise? That's a very good idea. Let's work as brewers.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I can make stuff as well. Yeah, Rabbi, if you just want to add me, let me know anything. I was going to make up some mock-ups. You guys don't have to use them, but...
Beautiful. Bitcoin Stancy, the Telegram link is in More Light's biography. Is that correct, More Light? Isn't that correct? Excellent. So Bitcoin Stancy, get in that Telegram. We've got some people in the Telegram now. And so more like from you, I need to know, whenever I search in Telegram and look for More Light, it never shows up. What should I search? Okay, so that's all I needed to know. I'll look for an alternative. And then additionally, if I ever need I don't know, at certain stages, I'm going to need your help in organizing things. So firstly, the big one is okay, we have approval for the example. So that would be the profile picture, the banner, all of the text, everything. So I need you to be hey, we're going to vote on this because, you have more say in the community than anyone. And then we would need another thing, at another stage, to be okay, now we're going to start putting together the individual accounts. And so we're going to need a team of 10, 12, whatever people to do that. So we get people into the Telegram maybe or so to be able to organize who's going to do what. But basically what I'm asking of you is in each interval, I'm going to come to you for a little bit of help with leadership if you can assist. Excellent.
Every day as we're actually getting this project going, I think, because this is a relatively straightforward setup process and everything. So I think we should just touch base in the evening or something. So
Absolutely. You know where you can contact me. There's another beautiful part of this as well. We can use these bots to basically do whatever we need. So, for instance, we can go to one of Elon Musk's major, like let's say Elon Musk is having a Twitter space. We will always want to be at the top of that of the chat or of the thread, but it's basically impossible for us. What we do is we tweet something in there and then use all of these accounts all at once to retweet, and we get to the top of that. And then I don't know if he searches any of that, but other people do. And so it's very easy to retweet using these bots. So basically, very quickly, we'll have a tweet that has 150 retweets when anybody else only has like 10 or 12, and we're at the top of all of that. That's another really good way to improve visibility. Yes, so just keep in mind, anything that you basically can take a little screenshot of, this macro can find. So if we want to take a picture of the retweet box, it can take a picture of the retweet box. If we want to take a picture of the heart for the like, it can take a picture of that. You know, basically anything that can be an image that the human eye could perceive, we can customize. As I understand it, is basically just taking the screenshot that you're taking and comparing that to what it's viewing on the screen at a given time. So at different intervals, it's basically like taking a puzzle piece, almost like a jigsaw puzzle, and seeing if anything fits in there. And if it does, then it stops and then it goes on to the next step. If it doesn't find that, then it moves on to perhaps whatever the however it's programmed. So I personally have it programmed to just go to the next step. If it finds it, great, click it. If it doesn't, move on to the next one. Exactly. It's literally, as I understand, inspecting every pixel on the display and comparing that to the screenshot that you've taken. And if anything matches, then it clicks it. I agree. No, it takes like 1 minute to set up. Basically, all you have to do is take a screenshot of the picture that you want it to find. So you press a button and it allows you to take a screenshot of what you want it to identify every single time, and then it saves that, and then you tell it what you want it to do. So if we find this picture, what do you want it to do? You want it to click it? Do you want it to just wait 10 seconds and click it, or wait an hour and click it? What do you want it to do? And then if it doesn't find it, then what do you want it to do? You want to go to the next thing to find, or do you want it to restart the whole program? So basically, and it's not super complicated, but I have it programmed so that whenever you see the follow button, you click it. If you don't see a follow button, you scroll down the page until you find another follow button. Whenever you find that follow button, you click it. I agree. Yes, it reads the word follow. And the interesting thing to me is it's not just reading the text like the character, it's reading the shape, if you understand what I mean. So it's optical character recognition is what it is, which is quite interesting. I hear you, my man. Okay, I'll join you in the Telegram. So everyone in the space, thank you so much for letting me contribute. I guess I have volunteered as one of the leaders of this project. So if I do ask of you anything, please assist in any way possible. I'll be right back. I'm just going to let this person know what to do. So be right back. What's up, Bitcoin Stancy? Can you hear me? Okay. Just one moment. I want to find how to get the graphics for you.
person. He's good. It's very much the type of people do it. He's like, if we were to go to a city and every single freaking wall has a zillion posters about Robert, you're gonna know something's going on. Like, you're gonna ask what's happening about this. So it's exactly what else to play here. Just smash quantity over quality. Who cares? At this point, we're just trying to get people aware of brands. Really, all you want to do, you don't need to explore love and everything. You don't need to give us the vibe with the marketing. You just need to show them the brand even exists. The first step, they don't even know we exist. We know we exist, and that's, understandable. But you have to imagine the perspective of people that have never even dreamed of anything like this existing. How we come out of the blue, and then from there, how we sort of get them out of the funnel. Like, okay, they've seen us, they proceed to the next step, which is learning more about us. What is this thing?
Just for a moment. I'm getting you all the elements you need.
The next step is, okay, how do then I get it. That's it. Our job is done. What's next? First thing in my coin. I guess beyond that, our job is to say, okay, why do you take a break? Why is it better than selling right now? Why is it more valuable to hold on to it until later? That's the next step. That's good too. But the main decision is like, okay, am I going to buy take a Bitcoin or not? Okay, you're never going to get to that point. You're never. That's the track is people. So let's try to just sort of think the wrong way, and they like, spend a lot of marketing effort trying to just like convince people to buy, give people the reasons why too early. Too early, they don't even know people who are in here. Explain why, they just like love you, but why you're just also doesn't make any sense to everything where you come from, or what is there's stages to everything. There's a process of getting people on board. So you gotta explain the stages properly. You can't blow people over the head with the first stuff. You do need to blow people over the head with the right physical right. And then from this, I think this is great because like Rabbi participant from there too. Be doing this kind of thing, like it's not getting a vibe thing, like signing a deal with stuff.
Oh, there it is. Hey, it's an asset. Bitcoin, Stancy. Look, it says download. Thank you. Go to the Telegram chat and it says download all the logo assets here. Here it is. Do you see it? Did you find it? It's right here. It's right here. Did you find it? Did you find it? Did you find it? Did you find it? It's in the Telegram.
Okay. So you understand what we want? What is your username? What was it? Damn it. At Stancy? At Stancy 19? At BTC Stancy 19. That's your username in here? Okay. You're at BTC Stancy? You're post in the Telegram. Say something in the Telegram and I'll find you. Now I see. I got you. I'm sending it to you. Just one moment.
trying to get any mosquito nets. So we definitely have leftover mosquito nets prior, and you just use them. You know, like these things that expire. So that is fun. I just use that.
Okay, I sent you the text. Can you hear me? Hey, babies. So, I'm working on this with Bitcoin Stacy, and we seem to be making some progress, so that's good. So I thought to myself, like, man, okay, so there are a couple issues of they're not fear. We're going to be successful at this, and it's going to be the world's reserve currency. And so with that being said, how do we get that done? Well, in my opinion, we have a perfect plan together. I just wanted more buy-in from myself. Now, how am I going to get buy-in from myself? And I thought about this. This is what I think is a good idea for me, but also for the community. We have a lot of tweets about somebody will be like, oh, like, congratulations to Rabbi Rothschild, who's been streaming in the in our Telegram for 6 months or something like that. So I can, in my own way, as I feel, it's more buy-in for me to make this my own project. Because like I don't own any HPOS. Yes, it's going to become very successful. But if what we do is we create these accounts, and then, at least on my end, at least maybe a tweet or something about, if I can, about my project, it's going to go crazy. And here's why. Because I've already laid the groundwork. Everybody on the internet already knows about me. Now when they know now they know, oh, this is on top of that. Now it's going to be 10 times as big. It's going to be huge. So all I was asking, or just saying, is that we could have some tweets in there, some of our best work, some of our memes in there. But I at least want to ask if I could have one of mine where we promote me. We've already done it. Nobody has to do anything. Nobody needs to tweet anything, but just on our like generic page. And the reason why is because then I have more buy-in for it. Then I'm going to give this my all 24/7, and because then I'm combining the projects basically. So another thing I thought was really good that I'm working on with the person and the graphic designer is to put, because it's a really short website, is put the website in the little circle, hpos10i.com. Then it's there. Well, that's a beautiful thing. And here's how I see it. Because I'm thinking to myself, man, I really need someone to give this their all, their night and day, and to lead this. Well, I'm the person to do that, but I've already got my own project here. So if what I do is just say, hey, I'll continue to do what I do with my project. Don't worry about that. But with this project, we're going to have everything be Harry Potter centric, but just one of the tweets of maybe 5 tweets involves me. Then that benefits me as well. It helps my other project as well. So it's very beneficial for all parties. And, if people find out about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, they're going to find out about me. And if people find out about me, they're going to find out about Harry Potter 10 Obama Sonic 10 Inu. They're mutually beneficial. Literally every moment that has taken place in our community over the past 6 months has been live streamed and recorded better than anyone has been able to record anything in the history of mankind on at least 4 different streams at any given time. We are the most well-documented meme and coin in the history of mankind. We're going to be the most popular. I mean, it's just really something to be excited about. So I'm excited about it. You guys should be as well. Excellent. I'm always in Telegram. So if you have any questions about, like I even gave you the font Helvetica and everything. If you have any questions, let me know. And I'm sure we're going to have a few, revisions, and then we're going to vote on it as a community. But ideally, we're going to want something back within 6 to 12 hours if you can. And we're going to get this rolling. By the end of the week, the goal is to have people start creating accounts. And then we're going to do it en masse. And, it's not hard to do accounts. So anybody can do it. And then we just take a collection of the accounts and we basically get an army. And then we find some people who have some PCs. I'm sure we even have people who have like a laptop or something they're not using that they can dedicate to this. But if they don't, I'm gonna make a video of what they need to do, and it'll be in steps. So I imagine by this time next week, ideally, we should be at the point where we have like I would say at 1 week I want to have everybody have 100 accounts, or not everybody have 100 accounts for the community, because if we're able to get that, then we're going to make a dent into Twitter. And if we have 1,000 accounts, we're going to explode. So I'll do a walkthrough on how we do that. Actually, we're just going to use temp mail services. So you don't even have to create a real email address. It's basically for 10 minutes, you get this email, and they're very quick to be able to use. So there are a bunch of different free services, and all you need is for it to verify that code. And once you get the verification, you don't need the email anymore. Now, if you want to create Proton Mail accounts and have individual accounts, that's fine. But after about 7 or so Proton Mail accounts, you get blacked out. You can't just keep creating those. Yahoo, you need to have a telephone number. I know all the services. The best ones are usually these temp services. And then if something goes wrong and you need to get back in the account, who cares? It's a throwaway account anyway. It has no interaction with anyone except it followed 400 people and then perhaps got blocked, or the next day followed another 400 people, but it's not like it has any value to you. So there's no reason for you to ever need to get back in. So you don't even have to necessarily, you don't have to create any emails for this project. We're just going to use some free temp mail services. And I even have this down so well that I have automated this system to create accounts for me. So a lot of these accounts that I've made were automated. All I'd have to do is do the captcha for the thing, and it would create the accounts. Now I could teach everybody how to use a bot to do this, but in reality, we just need the power of the group at that point for everyone to everybody do a little work. Hey, do 5 or 10 accounts, like for 2 or 3 days in a row, and we'll have like 300, 400, 500 accounts. At that point, the internet is ours. And you have to understand, and I mean this, and I tell this to people a lot, the internet is ours. Every single person in this room is going to be not just a millionaire someday or a billionaire, but a trillionaire. And I say that because inflation is a thing and you need to fear it. And the way to avoid inflation is through alternative resources, and cryptocurrencies are certainly one of them. And you all are on the ground floor of this. And when I tell you that I have more data online than any person, I think you all believe me at this point. And data is the number one resource on earth. We're creating a cryptocurrency journey along with the world's greatest story about data. And I've been recording it. This is a match made in heaven. It just so randomly happened that we bumped into each other on Twitter Spaces. But I really mean this. I would say, I'll just say it with full confidence. In 10 years, every single person in here will be a millionaire. That's true. That's absolutely true. But I'm saying you're going to be doing much better than the average person, because you are going to divest yourselves of fiat currency into cryptocurrency. And here's the thing. Here's the beautiful thing about life and about anything. It's about who's the best marketer of anything. Whether you've recreated the mousetrap or not, somebody in China or some other country can do it cheaper. So how can you get people to buy your mousetrap? You have to be cooler than they are. You have to have the edge on them. You have to have the it factor. And that is done through marketing. And our cryptocurrency will have that because number one, it's very funny. It has all these pop culture elements to it. But number two, it's the only one that has its journey documented. It also, I mean, I'm a spokesperson for it too, but really it's an interesting story. How, I mean, it would almost be like, say there's a professional sports dynasty that you really like and that you didn't even know about, but you were able to actually go back and see their previous games and see all their previous film because it had been documented so well. It's almost like that, except this one's going to make people rich, which is the really exciting part about it.
Consistent across the entire history of coin. It's interesting, like you've got everything kind of recorded, or at least you've got a recording of, you know, every minute of the coin's life. It's interesting.
Correct.
You know, and in real time, which is great. And this thing is going to be aggregated forever, and people forget that. Like, you know, every image that you've ever sort of posted or said anywhere will be stored forever and will be amplified, sort of restored and re-aggregated until the end of time, as long as there's digital devices, you know, as long as there's internet at all, which is interesting to think about. So, you know, right now this stuff is deleted, you know, and it's all going to be existing in some way, shape, or form, whether you like it or not. So you might as well, you know, as I think Rabbi is doing, you know, recognize the sea changes that are occurring, right, away from sort of traditional value things that hold value to new things hold value. So, right, you know, we're moving away from fiat currency and all this other stuff too. Data being more significant, and I think aggregate data is going to be important. So we have to progress as we've seen, you know, with machine learning and AI and all this bullshit. It's all just basically data crunching at scale. You know, that's the main thrust of it. It's just basically statistics, which implies having a lot of data. So the fact we're generating so much data around the coin is very bullish data. I think you're right. I think that unless we're creating value in ways that maybe wouldn't be perceived as valuable now, but in the future we'll look back upon as being totally value creation. In its purest form, we're going to see that, right? I think you're right, Rabbi. You're sort of ahead of the curve in terms of seeing what value means in the future as things change. Because, right, things were valuable for cultures 1,000 years ago are not valuable today. We have to assume that things won't change in the future as well. So, you know, entire wars are fought over spices and stuff, you know. And nowadays, you know, you can walk into any store and buy the spices. So, you know, it's interesting to notice how things that are really valueless are valuable and vice versa. Like, you know, you used to get a lobster in Maine. It was the most common food because it was the easiest to find. The lobsters were about short, 6 feet long, and they were all over the place. And, you know, you just think, well, if you want jail work things, they're eating lobster too much in Maine in like the early 600s. Just goes to show, you know, now it's a very rare commodity and it's very valuable. Before it was the cheapest meat on the planet because these are just basically giant bugs that walk around and they're easy to catch. So, you know, they've been, you know, lobster to oblivion. Now they're rare. Just goes to show, right, these things fluctuate and so something that's perceived as valuable now, inherently valuable, even, you know, you assume it just has this intrinsic value. Actually does not. It's actually contingent on the context and the historical stuff going around it. It doesn't actually have the inherent value that you should.
You're absolutely right. What's exciting about this is the fact that if you really think about it, it's a somewhat even playing field when it comes to all the cryptocurrencies. There isn't one celebrity endorsed cryptocurrency that basically everyone has dogpiled and is the one popular one. Yeah, there's Bitcoin and there are others, but there's no one deciding cryptocurrency at this point. And it's just a matter of time until one wins out, and that it's going to be this one. And I'm very confident. And I mean, the reason why I say that is it's about data. The only thing that's going to change cryptocurrency, whether it's cryptocurrency A or cryptocurrency B, is whatever the people think is cooler, whatever they have more faith in, whatever they want to essentially divest themselves in, whether it's A, whether it's B. And the only thing that differentiates anything is really the impact that it has in society, and the way that you change that is through marketing. So by us essentially taking over one of the largest social media platforms there is overnight or very quickly, we will have accelerated ourselves as the, perhaps I'm not going to say we'll be the new Bitcoin or the new Ethereum or the new Solana, but we will be a very, very interesting newcomer and a very serious player in the cryptocurrency world. And no longer will we be a ship currency. People will actually use us as a commodity, and that's very exciting.
I think you're right. But that's the thing too. Like, I think Bitcoin is a much stronger brand just inherently than an Ethereum, a Ripple, a Bitcoin. You know, those are very strong brands. Just from a purely
Exactly.
So yeah, you know, I think Bitcoin is a very strong brand in itself. It just is great. It's iconic. It's compelling. You know, it is my favorite brand in the world. That's what I'm doing. And it's like spent a lot of time on a brand in a very high brand store. Crazy to other people. And it was all like the coolest brand. I looked at the store and had like the coolest brands in the world. Like whatever. When I went, you know, that really was stupid, but it was fun. It was very interesting.